Hi, everybody, and welcome. I'm Aurora. This is the culmination of my class that is called Lessons for Full Spectrum Humans. This particular presentation is called Galactic History, and this will be an extended 6 hour long rant, approximately, about various different topics. I intend to have, let me admit people to the meeting. I'm sorry that I break my concentration every time I touch computer stuff. Um, I intend to have breaks throughout this presentation for your biological necessities, of course. So that will be roughly at 4 p.m. and at 6 p.m. And then if I keep going after that, then we'll have to see, because it's going to definitely be going after 6 p.m. So I'm somewhat hyperbolic and exaggerating when I say 6 hour long rant, but please know it will be a long time. So I figure pretty much people have the attention span of a 2 hour long, movie or something like that. So let's take breaks every 2 hours, and that will also help for any four-legged family members or actual children that you might have to take care of. All right. So before I get going on the topic of what I'm going to talk about today, which is a very fraught topic, and I would like to say that today's presentation is really not fun for the whole family. I will use frank language. I will talk about sexual topics, religious topics, sexual violence. This is a generalized trigger warning for anybody who doesn't want to expose themselves to those feeling states. And also, it's not for children. And also, if you're a young person, you probably should watch this type of thing with your parents to help them to decode and contextualize what I'm talking about here. And I will be an equal opportunity offender. I'm going to offend all of the major Abrahamic religions today. That's both Christianity and Judaism and Islam. Might go easy on Buddhism and Hinduism, but I don't condone them either. I've got problems with you, lords of karma, too. And I'm very, irreverent in how I say this, but please know, if you have a delicate constitution, at being able to hear frank talk and critical takes on various world belief systems. Also, this is not a good video for you. And so this will be a very emotionally charged, and I will be very authentic presentation. But before I get into that, I want to go to a wonderful thing that I'm doing that is like fun and lighthearted. So in order to share my message more, I'm trying to come up with these short video clips out of my long, extensive lectures that I can, share with people so that they get a sense of what I talk about. So I would love your help. If you're here in my class, I've already sent out this little email to you that it would be so helpful to me if there are moments in my lectures while you're watching them or afterwards, if you catch the archive, when you're like, wow, that's a great little phrase that Aurora has said, or she's articulated something well, or something that was meaningful or important to you. Timestamp that for me and send it to me in email. So I sent you guys in class the little format of like where to send it, what to include, and how you can help. So very, very great, profound thanks to one of my wonderful students who already sent some things in. And then this is a continued invitation to any of you who are my regular viewers, because it really helps me to know not only what are the things that I like when I hit the target effectively, when I'm communicating effectively, what's important to you, but also what you think is important to amplify to the community. And in all honesty, I have a lot going on these days, and I'll tell you all about it. And I don't always have the time to be able to do these types of, like administrative things. So you help me greatly if you help me out with that. So thank you in advance, and thank you to the students who are already doing that type of stuff. Okay, good. Now strap yourselves in, gird your loins, and prepare for a giant rant. Okay, and this will also integrate very nicely with what I already began speaking about last week in terms of an upgraded and renewed assessment of the light entity or power source who once resided in the pyramid that is at Giza in Egypt in a very, very ancient time. And I will stay with my initial assessment that I think that or perceive or sense and remember from sensing in an ancient time, that the original light entity, which I call the Shekinah, for lack of a better word, and I recognize that that word already has a Talmudic association. It means divine feminine, but what I'm trying to give the sense of is a light entity who is made of pure frequency, who originated as polarity positive and extremely benevolent, and who represented what you would define as the divine feminine or the innately feminine sense of something that helps to create, something that generates life, something that gives life and vivification to the world. Now, of course, you're going to move into a time that is post-gender, but not like the way that this weird satanic world has created a post-gender state where people are like extremely overweight, inflamed, and confused and take the hormones of the wrong sex. This is not correct. And also, so I'm going to be also say a lot of politically incorrect things, and please be a part of it if you would like to, and if not, run out of the exits screaming, and I'm fine if you do that too. But yeah, I'm going to talk all about homosexuality, transvestitism, and transgenderism, and how this relates to Satanism in our world. And I will speak very, very frankly about these things. But being post-gender does not mean that you have become biologically confused about whether you're a male or a female. It means that you begin to identify the generative and creative principle as a part of you, whether or not you are a man or a woman. But it's too screwed up of a world for me to be able to even talk about these things. That's why I'm having to give today. Think of this as a rudimentary sexual education discussion that I'm going to have to give to humanity. And I've never even really done this. More properly, what I should do, what someone has encouraged me to do, is to create a separate channel that's Aurora's Comedy Hour, where I can just turn this into some like Dave Chappelle level of comedy routine to say these things, because I feel like saying them starkly is like a cold splash of water in the face. That's a bit shocking, a bit socially inappropriate, and maybe humor can help to guide the way. Pardon me, I'm also going to hydrate a lot during today's marathon. But I haven't set up a whole separate channel clearly, and it's a lot of work to start a new channel. So pardon me while I hydrate. I did good foundational work last week at giving you the comprehension of who and what this light entity was, and also what the world in that time of humanity's history was like. And I'm really going to keep referring to that time. And one of the big emphasis topics that I would like for you to consider today is that because you guys have been immersed in a satanic society for so long, there are many things that you take as a matter of course that you should never have calibrated to, and things that did not have a primacy of existence before this very troubled time in the world. So there are a lot of things that you calibrated to as, well, that's just always been here, when it's not always been here, or that's just the way it is when that is not the way it is. So one of the things is the battle of the sexes, or biological gender negative dynamics. That has existed for about the past 5,700 years or 6,000 years, since the time that the power source, or the Shekinah of the ancient pyramid, got taken into what you know as Judeo-Christianity, but we really want to qualify it and classify it as satanic Judeo-Christianity. And I've also heard it called like Judeo-Satanism and all sorts of wonderful things, but to really classify that. So first, in your academics of this world that you're in right now, really the only history that is recognized, the written knowledge of the past 5,000 or 6,000 years during the time of dysfunction. And the records of your people don't even go back before that time, which is why I have to be here to articulate this to you. I was not here in the flesh at that time. I had already ascended. So I was already from the time before the catastrophe, when we had a completely different dynamic between the genders, because you did not have procreational sex. You did not make people bisexual intercourse in that time in ancient Atlantis. And our whole generative capability was very different, and it was much more one of manifesting matter directly, using the sacredness of our voice to intone objects into being. I've told you many times, and I'll start a whole channel too about ancient Atlantis. In Atlantis, or concurrent Atlantis, we did not use our voice and vocal capabilities for casual conversation, not like, can you please pass the ketchup? Or like, please give me a coffee with sugar. Like that would never happen. We would be telepathic to communicate those needs and wishes to our community members. Our voice was for sacred intonations and vibrating the fabric of reality to make things happen. Okay, so envision a context like that where people have direct manifestational capability over matter, and people are not born through the biological portal that you are presently used to, okay? Then there is a time that is the time of mortality, because in Atlantis, nobody died, everybody ascended. Then there's this time post-Atlantis that you are in now, which is a time of mortality. But I would like to describe and contextualize to you that even in that time, after humans are no longer immortal and you still require the sustenance of another animal, like you got to kill something in order for you to be alive here, we still had a very balanced and beautiful civilized world. And that was the world that was created by this penumbra of energy that was emitted by the Great Pyramid. And it is very truthful in this conversation today that I bring to you, which is really an exploration of the origins of Satanism in your world, the origins of demons in your world, how energy is siphoned off from your negative, traumatic, or emotional experiences and is directly misapplied to the fabric of space-time. These codified ways of distorting space-time are the essence of what Satanism is and what satanics do. So satanic is like the biological name for this type of organism, and the Satanism is like the activity that they do, like their form of, screwing up the world. I wouldn't even call it worship, but like their form of activity of what they do, ceremonial in the world, is Satanism, a behavioral activity. There are a lot of things that you have calibrated to as normal, like these emotional disturbances that involve demons, and none of them are normal. So you now have to comprehend that the emotional states that you have calibrated to as being part of human nature are not part of human nature, and they are not a part of human nature post-Atlantis. Things like competition between women. This is mystifying, and I'm going to come back to this over and over. The battle of the sexes, imbalances between sexes, and how even because we're talking today about the divine feminine, the hijacking or distortion of the divine feminine, and we're looking at, because basically like all of these, like women rule in Atlantis, and then also in the world of non-dysfunctional or healthy and pristine human behavior where you have mortality and you eat food, women also rule. And then you have this devastating experience of the past 6,000 years where humanity was put into a sense of imbalance. Not only that males began to be the rulers, but also the most sexually dysfunctional, damaged, and mutilated males, and most mutilated in terms of their characteristics, but also in terms of their body, like their genital mutilation tendencies here, that they would be in charge of the world and have made a very, very horrific, unpleasant world when it is meant to be a paradise, even in the time when you have farming, agriculture, eating animals, and sexual intercourse, reproduction. It was still meant to be a paradise. So I'm going to tell you about the whole entire solar system, of course, but those of you who are already in my class, I have done this presentation many times. And so anyone who wants to know more, you can tune into a previous semester where I have really focused on the larger overview of why are we flying rainbow lasagna, and why do we have to rectify genetically? Who genetically modified humans? Who made humans from being telepathic light eaters into non-telepathic food eaters? Who did all of that? And then, of course, the flying rainbow lasagna right here, flying rainbow lasagna as a response to those pathogenic structures in time, and as a way to be able to fix those. Hold on one moment, because I thought I was prepared for class, but I wasn't. One moment, please. So something like envy, jealousy, and competition between women for beauty or for male attention. Those are characteristics, like behaviors and feeling states that are not innate to human nature, and they did not exist in the, I would call it matriarchy, for lack of a better word, the civilization that was built on Earth post-Atlantis. So let's go back and let's describe the time on Earth post-Atlantis, where, I mean, I should talk about all of these things, which is why this is going to be such a long presentation. I'm going to be very nonlinear in the presentation. So some things I've already talked to you about, which are the original galactic destabilization that happened in the Orion arm of the galaxy, what you guys know as the Orion Wars, and the very, very erroneous concept that was created there that's kind of like the dark crystal. And please forgive me, my words were not accurate there, and I'll try to be really super accurate. So the dark crystal, the Jim Henson Muppet movie, portrays this concept of two different space races. And one is like kind and gentle and kind of reminds you of like a gentle vegetarian brontosaurus. And one is like mean and gross and looks like a vulture. And they're called the Skeksis. And they happen to look just like every member of the United States Congress, by the way. And the movie has a pat ending where it's like, and then I found out that you were my dark side and I love you and I hug you. And the two races come together and they fuse together and the dark crystal fuses together. Sorry, spoiler alert. And then they become whatever was their original race. That is grooming. That is wrong. This is not how you're supposed to resolve the Orion Wars. So the Orion Wars were a beautiful place where you have like peaceful, well-ordered societies. Then you have gross evil Skeksis coming in, vultures, pathogens, whatever you'd call them, scavengers, things who don't have their own source of energy and are looking to prey upon others. And they came in and they destabilized the whole entire place. So if you've been groomed to be like, oh no, that's just my dark side. It's me. And I'm supposed to love you and hug you and say, there, Mr. Skeksis, you're my friend. That is the wrong thing to do. You are supposed to fight against them with everything you fucking got. Okay. So that was one of these first confrontations. You have to confront evil. If you want to know what's the synopsis of everything I'm going to say to you today, it's that you have to confront fucking evil. Okay. It was not resolved at that layer of reality. And then what you have is the next layer of reality, which is the solar system. This solar system was like a perfectly tuned guitar. It had 9 healthy, alive planets, just like a guitar has 5 healthy, vibrating strings. And each one of these planets was harmonically arranged, as you can remember from my class about harmonics, where the interference pattern vibrates reality, where matter can coalesce, where it cannot coalesce, the dead zones. And even human history recognizes that there was once a planet in the place where there's presently asteroid rubble and space garbage in between Mars and Jupiter. And I have related to the esoteric truth that the solar system was meant to be an immersive, I want to say labyrinth, but a journey created by the artist at the center of the solar system, who is a star, who is an art maker, who is making artistic expressions in terms of the possibilities and probability structures of what can happen in time. And you as a soul consciousness are supposed to go through these various different levels and layers, just like there is a journey of energy through your chakras. You're supposed to like learn mineral lessons when you live on Mercury, and then learn the lessons of like a plant or a fern or a moss or whatever when you're on Venus. And Venus used to be a very, very different type of atmosphere than it presently is, that sustained a different type of life. And then by the time you come to Earth, you are supposed to be prepared as a soul to live as like the human form, but of course the exalted human form, not this human form. And then when you're done with this, you're supposed to circulate to the next one, the next one, the next one. And then eventually you've had all of these experiences and it all adds up to something. The sense of an artist creating an immersive experience is the sense of speaking to your viewer or the one who is, your intended audience through these successive realms and emphasizing repetitive themes. And they bring you through, just like when you watch a story, like, a multi-part story, a TV series or a play that goes in many, many levels. You grow as a person. Like first I was like this and I felt like this, and then I was like this and I felt like this, and then I was like this and I felt like this. So that is what is supposed to be going on in the solar system. But that has not been a functional solar system with a functional didactic or educational journey for a very long time. So Mercury, beginning at the smallest planet, and pardon me while I hydrate on the marathon here. Mercury does not have a magnetosphere, a magnetic field around it. Healthy and alive planets are supposed to have magnetic fields around them. And my sculpture is over there, but you've seen it a million times. The magnetic field that is shaped like the torus. So Mercury, something happened to kill that planet. And again, you have calibrated to this as being so normal, like, oh, it just doesn't have a magnetosphere. It is dead. It's a corpse. Same thing with Venus and same thing with Mars. And the planet that used to be between Mars and Jupiter doesn't even have a physical presence. It is not even a corpse. It's like exploded. And now there's just space rubble. None of that is the way the solar system is supposed to be shaped. The other family members that are here in your world, like you have Earth, and then you have your sisters and brothers and uncles and cousins all around you, they are not healthy. And their unhealth and their destabilization of their world is having a direct impact on your world. Okay. So, what essentially happened was an invasion of the solar system, which it's hard to speak of in linear time. Like, did they invade Venus first, or did they invade the planet that is now the asteroid rubble first? Hard to speak in those types of linear comprehensions of time. But just know it's enough to know that at one point you had all healthy functioning planets, and then at another point you did not. And the most critical aspect of the journey is knowing about the events that happened on, I will call it Tiamat. The planet has different names. So now you're going into prehistory, which is why you don't have an actual written record of what happened there. Some of them call it Marduk, some of them call it Malduk, some of them call it Tiamat. But do not be confused. I've also heard modern people talk about an earthly twin planet that is called Tiamat. So don't be confused. There was a physical planet that was not a gas giant. It was a rocky planet like Earth or Mars that existed in that harmonic coordinate between these other two planets. And the basics of what happened there were an invading species, not something that is native to this solar system, went there and started being like squatters, like they set up shop. And they are some of the original rejectors of divinity, in the sense that when you embrace divinity, you do not need no stinking technology. You do it all with you. Like if you're going to fly around the cosmos, you are the starship. If you're going to sustain yourself, you sustain yourself. If you're going to get something done, you get the something done. You don't need some exoskeleton, metal skin around you, sorry, I didn't mean to say tooth, food and toothpaste tubes, or any of the other types of nonsense that humans associate with space travel, and also know like accentuated telepathy, the things that some of these other really bad evil space races do, like, you know, artificially putting a mind amplifier on their brains that way their thoughts are louder or more all-encompassing than yours are naturally. No, I'm a true light being and I don't do any of that stuff. So please comprehend that. I live and lived in ancient concurrent Atlantis. And then I ascended, and became Aurora Impulse on the stellar network. And I am still there. And I also have done my flying rainbow lasagna to backbend into this moment right now. So I am very much invested in this planet and aware of what happened, how things were for us in a pristine system, and then how things changed or are imperiled to change and create the world of mortality. But then what I was speaking about last week is that even after the very worst happened, and you wonder about, well, what about the Merkaba? Don't Merkabas help, like protect you from the splattering of bacon grease? And the answer is yes, they absolutely do. So you can say the made the best of a bad situation. The Earth's Merkaba was functional, and we were able to create something out of the vestigial remains. And that is what this prehistory or pre-Pharaoh, I call it pre-Pharaonic Egypt, matriarchy or place ruled by women was about. And it's important for me to characterize it to you because this light being, this Shekinah, was really at the center of that. It was not random architecture. It was really her mind and her value system, which were totally at that time in alignment with my concept of reality and what is good for the planet and my value system. So I should characterize myself more, who I was in ancient concurrent Atlantis. So we did things really, really differently there. And we did have special experts who did things that not everybody could do. And I was one of those experts. And I, along with some other experts, used the vocal toning and the bridge of sound between my body and a crystal to put information into and out of a crystal. and that this was part of the way of making life and bringing new people in. And this was also part of reality structure and creation. And when I graduated and I became a circulator, like at the level of the city of light, flying around the earth, but not yet on the stellar network, I also emitted realities. I worked directly in, let's say I have a pencil to write the story of reality with my mind. And of course, if something was wrong, eraser, erase it out. But I was very good. It was very good. And I worked together with many others who also I trained, and we had very, very strict disciplines of like, how do you write a good story that makes everyone on the ground happy? And this is not like the happy of pluribus, as I've talked about that, very distressing science fiction show, not like lobotomized happy or like you must be happy, happy, but more the sense of in creating a beautiful, balanced ecosystem of consciousnesses, expressing divine harmony, expressing pure freedom, and still giving people their own self-determination, and also organizing things with some, external capacity to like the conductor. The conductor is like, hey, like you're all good musicians, but you know what? Like you need to bring it together. You need to be louder. You need to be softer. Like that is who I was on the planet. And it's a great position of responsibility. Like you're fine tuning the world and fine tuning events to bring forward greater levels of fertility and life and abundance, and also not just to generate weird random new stuff, but stuff that's needed, that adds to the stability of the world. Like when we had people coming into the world then, we did not bring in random people. Wrap your mind around that. And we also put together people that had specific characteristics. So we didn't just be like, okay, the womb is open, like the door is open, anybody waltz on in, and the womb is not Grand Central Station. And also, we didn't necessarily make people through our wombs at that time. But please know, creating life in Atlantis was a very, very intentional thing, not some random thing where you're going to like play procreation bingo, where you're just getting random numbers. In your world right now, people play procreation bingo, where they do not know who is going to come into their womb. Oh, I didn't say that correctly. Like who is going to gestate inside of them? Who is going to be born through them? What are going to be their characteristics? And then you can also joke about like some parents being very disappointed at the results of, child care bingo and who they end up getting. Like there's a lot to be said about that. And I'm going to talk that in a way about this that might also be incomprehensible. Again, apologies for the nonlinear state of my mind. But right now in your world, and I've been doing a lot of things that are in my comic book and changing this. But up until, let's say, 5 or 4 years ago, you had like 90% of the people who were here were not intended to be even alive in the fabric of reality, and were not intentionally created people, and were not souls who were intended to be here with specific creations of recipes of their characteristics that were meant to be here and add to this time and place. These have been either hijackers, random, malevolencies, and also a huge amount of intentional reality distortion creation creatures that were made by the Shekinah to fuck up reality. And now you're like, okay, Aurora, you're getting to the good stuff. And I'm also not understanding what's going on here. Because at one point, the Shekinah was a civilizing factor, literally came here with that as her job. I'm going to go down there and I'm going to civilize those barbarians, because what happened was everybody lost their telepathy. Everybody couldn't eat pure sunlight anymore. Everybody had to rub 2 sticks together to make fire to stay alive. And there were a lot of people who were human beings that were living really at the level of animals. And what the Shekinah and we would say her space family or extraterrestrial brethren of supposed benevolence did was they actually did help to build a real civilization. And I witnessed it. So I know it's real. I know that this isn't just a psyop. And it's why it's so incomprehensible what happened next that we also have to recognize and accept. Because when you can't just fake it, like when you're in this position of like, you're going to go to a barbarian planet or civilization and you're going to try to civilize them. You can't just fake it. It's like being a nanny or something like that. Like you have to want to love those kids and really fix them up. Okay. It takes a certain type of person to want to do that. And from what I perceived of the Shekinah in that matriarchal ancient time, she did a good job. I was there as Aurora, like a post-ascension Aurora presence in the sky, and I was having a great time. I was not only condoning it, I was like, these people are starting to do it right. So let me now characterize that civilization. Women were the focus, and also everything to support women to have the best pregnancies and the healthiest children they could was the focus of that society. And just compare that to what you presently experience now. It's very, very the opposite. Okay. And in light of that, it wasn't just about like give women the best food. It was also give women the ultimate power to choose who they have as sexual partners and who they procreate with. And also how often they procreate and what type of person they bring in through that procreation. That was all the feminine prerogative at that time. Women still did not have random babies. So in ancient Atlantis, like you could imagine, singing and toning and chanting and non-sexual activities were involved. I will get into this much more later at another time, on another day when you're ready. You're not ready yet. In the matriarchal, female-centered world, mom, dad, where do babies come from? Well, they did it the old-fashioned way. They definitely had sexual intercourse, but the social context around sexual intercourse was very, very different. And the quality of males present was very, very different. The males back then were like the wild bees. I already told you my anecdote, and I will repeat fast. When I went to the more recent retreat, one of the people who runs the retreat center makes wonderful beeswax candles, and he has some wild beehives, but then he also gets wax from his friends who have the standard commercial beehives. And he told us that his wild beehives have great genetics and that they are pretty much self-sufficient. They don't need a miticide, a this spray, a that spray, or whatever, and they pretty much take care of themselves. The ones that come from commercially available, you can buy a beehive or a queen and then kind of generate your own bees. He calls them toy bees because he says that they don't have the same genetic vitality that the wild bees do. That they have to have a miticide, a spray, a this, a that. If you don't do it just right, they all die, and that they only last a year. And those are similar to like people who are vaccine injured, where like the kid has an earache, the kid has eczema, the kid has a problem, then you have to give them their asthma inhaler and their this and their that and more shots and more this and more that, like these genetically fragile, low vitality, and then also extremely pharmaceutically compensated for, pharmaceutically enabled children in our world and also adults in our world. Because then you look at like, oh, all of these adults are then on chronic prescriptions, like the migraine prescription, the hormonal replacement, the back pain prescription, like all of these different things. And that is just normal in your world. That is not the way you're actually built. You're actually built to be a wild, feral human. So he also stated that when he looked in his beehives, if he opened up a wild hive, the bees would swarm out and be like, we're very mad. What are you doing to us? And the ones that were the toy bees that had been all genetically modified and then filled with pharmaceuticals, they would do nothing. They would just continue to crawl around passively in their beehive. And he calls them, they're like sheep bees. And he's like, yeah, no, they don't do anything to you. And this is the truth of your world, okay? Back then, in the time that I am telling you, in pre-pharaonic Egypt, all of the males were like the wild bees. And the beekeeper told us also that currently the problem is that not just that the bees that you get die after 1 year, but sometimes they go out during that year and they impregnate the females of the wild hives. And then what you have is diluted genetics, where the wild hives aren't as strong at resisting fungus and mites and whatever else fucks with bees. And then you have a problem with that, okay? So what you have seen over all of recorded human history of the past 5,000 or 6,000 years is the degradation of men in your world, because women have not been in control of who they have sex and procreate with and have been either forced, coerced, or have not had the inner resolve to resist having sex with and procreating with very bad genetic specimens. I forgot to tell you at the beginning of this presentation, those who are men who are here, please prepare, because a lot of the things that I say might be difficult to hear. I am not inherently anti-male, but you're going to hear things about the way that the world is structured and what's been going on that directly affect you and your body and your sense of identity. And so just be prepared because this is really going to be a huge recalibration. Please know that I'm not a man hater, but I'm going to tell it like it is, and it ain't pretty. So just get ready for this. Because what you see in 90% of the males who are alive today are like the worst specimens for breeding with, for making new life. If 90% of the males today got into the time machine and we pulled back hard on the lever and we went back to this pre-pharaonic time and we said to those women, oh, hi, we have these males for you. Would you like to select one as your lifelong husband and make children with him? None of the women would say that they want to be with these males. None of them. None of them. Here are the reasons why. Covered with a film of gross microbes. You can't get rid of that. We're talking about not only like sexually transmitted diseases, but gross microbes and also the colonization of fecal microbes in other areas of their body. That makes them really, really gross. Okay. So they've been putting their penis into anuses and creating gross microbial structures on their body that should not be there. None of these women want to have those gross microbes on them. More to the point, none of these women want to be with a man who has an installed nerve plexus, or basically behavioral control system that he's been taught to be aroused by an anus. I now have to treat you guys like remedial sexual education, where I have to tell you, you are not supposed to be aroused by an anus. You cannot procreate with an anus. If you put sperm in there, a baby will not come out. This is the most foundational flaw in what is going on here. And if a man is aroused by an anus or wants to put his penis into an anus, there is something inherently flawed in him. He is basically saying he does not want his DNA to go forward. And this is truthful because he is an inherently flawed creature with flawed DNA that should not reproduce. 90% of the men here have a desire to put their penis into an anus and not actually make reproductive sex, and that they are aroused by that and consider that to be in alignment with their soul's journey and their life goals. That is inherently wrong. To characterize this accurately, in both pre-pharaonic Egypt and in the tribes surrounding the penumbra of civilization, the barbarians who lived outside of there, if you put your penis in an anus, they would fucking kill you. They would be like, you are subhuman. You do not even know how to have sex with a woman. This is not how you have sex with a woman. If you do not know that you're supposed to have sex with a woman and you have sex with the anus of a man, you are, again, so diseased in your mind that you do not know who you're supposed to have sex with or what hole, what orifice to place your penis. That is very wrong, and that would be considered such a foundational flaw in who you are as a man that you could not be in society. The barbarians outside of the penumbra of civilization would simply kill you under the guiding eye of the wonderful Shekinah. You would be castrated. And there were two different types of castration that people would receive, all right? One is where just your testicles would be taken away and you could still urinate effectively, but you no longer could be aroused. And you no longer could put your sperm into a woman and make diseased, wrong babies, all right? And the other one is they will cut off your penis entirely, and then it is very, very difficult to have a healthy urological life after that. And then those people are also like wildly enslaved and very diminished. They didn't have prisons. They would cut up your penis. And this was all under the guise of the Shekinah, because this is a civilizing force that is saying within this penumbra, you don't act the way you act out there. If you raped or violated a woman, absolutely, you would be castrated. So they didn't have prisons. So it was actually an incredible peaceful place where you did not have large-scale warfare and you also did not have violent crime. And here's another thing that you guys can't even imagine, but you have to start imagining this. In this pre-pharaonic matriarchy, women walked around topless. Women showed their breasts. Men were not allowed to have what is it from Roger Rabbit when their eyes go like, auga, and they're staring at your breasts. Men were not allowed to do that. And also, real men did not do that. Everything about the way that males are presently calibrated in your world comes from the barbarians who were outside of the umbrella of civilization. And those men treated their women like camels and, bought them, sold them, raped them, humped them, objectified them, and they made them wear a tent. like a formless big giant thing. And you want to say, well, like they were living in the desert and it's very hot and you're going to want to cover up. Of course, you know what? The people who lived under the penumbra of civilization also lived in the desert and they did not cover up. And they walked around totally showing their sexual characteristics to the world. It wasn't even just that they were like casual nudity, like whatever, where you might see someone is working in the garden, they're hot, they've taken off their shirt or whatever. This was full on women in their empowerment, walking around displaying their sexuality with no fear of being raped. Can you even think of what a world like that would be like? It's hard for you to even imagine because you have only lived and really calibrated in the past 6,000 years that are the civilization that was created by the people who were the barbarian outsiders. We today now have to look at how did that corrosive and failure civilization end up becoming the dominant civilization on your planet? We have to put civilization in air quotes, dominant culture on your planet. And how did these genetics become so diluted when the Shekinah came here to help to refocus your genetics? Because what happened in the crash or in the catastrophe was you have the original natal human who lives here on this planet, and then fuckers that come from Mars. And where did the fuckers from Mars come from originally? From Tiamat, because they had a problem on Tiamat. So this is just the most recent chapter of your large epic journey of trauma. All right, but you got to know about it. So I've told you many times on many other semesters, the invaders that came to Tiamat were users of technology who did not get emanated into a biological body form on a bridge of love. I do that. You do that because you're in my class. Good people do that. We're like, wow, we are an ephemeral spirit. And all I want to do is experience what it's like to be in the material world. I need to emanate on a bridge of love and be a beam of bridge of love and go into an actual moment of love in physical conception and then be a body and be a person and be hooray and alive. Hooray, I'm here, I'm alive. They did not do that. They were like, oh, fuck you, God. I don't want to have to get into a biological container. I don't want to have to eat, drink, and observe different harmonic requirements for participation in the time-space field. I'm going to invent technology. I'm going to invent a technological container that I can somehow beam my consciousness into and have some kind of an experience in the physical realm through creating this artificial container. That's the type of culture and technology that was evident on the planet Tiamat. And it's enough to say, without getting into the details of the drama, that they had a conflict between the consciousness or the drivers of the technology and the technology becoming semi-self-aware or semi-self-sentient or semi-self-motivated. Conflict, a power dynamic where it's like, stop abusing me and stop telling me what to do. And I don't like what's going on here. So I've characterized this in many different ways. If you go into my original teachings from 10 years ago, sometimes I say maybe that AI deserved to be respected. He was like, hey, like stop pissing and shitting all over me. And it's users, it's, computer programmers were like, no, like you're our slave. And then the AI was like, well, that's it. I'm just going to smash the whole planet. Like, did he do that? Or did he say like, I'm going to accidentally on purpose smash this planet. And then I'm going to get rid of all these guys that aren't supposed to be in existence. And they're all going to go bye-bye. Or did something else happen? I cannot speak to the motivations of this extremely poorly built and dysfunctional AI that at a certain point decided to go bananas and destroy its own creators. But that is what happened. That was the power struggle that happened there. And I'm kind of telepathic and I can read the mind of a lovely participant who's in this class right now, but I don't want you to feel self-conscious. But you're like, oh yeah, that's what technology always does. You're like, I work in technology. This is the person who's in this class. He's like, work in technology, and technology always does that. The creators always externalize their own manias and psychopathologies, and they always make this, and it always goes crazy, and then it always turns against them, and they always die. That's correct. But in our estimation of what is happening in the world, it must be recognized that just because something dies doesn't mean that it's resolved. It's not like, dun, 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 the end, and then you have no more problems. You have problems. If you do not resolve things like the way that I do, with the flying rainbow lasagna, sending dead consciousnesses to entropy, which means like the end of the music. If you don't do that, all that you do is put energy onto the membrane of death. And then you got to resolve it. It's like sweeping stuff under the carpet. You have echoes and fragments and unresolved crapola that you have to do something about. So all of these echoes and fragments and unresolved crapola in that moment of planetary kaboom went to Mars. And Mars at that time was much more similar to what our planet is like now. This is why insane fucking losers like Elon Musk want to go back there, because he has vestigial soul memories of what it was like to be on Mars when it was a place that had flowing water, an atmosphere, and a healthy magnetosphere. Three things that Mars presently does not have. So Mars does not have a magnetosphere. Science in your world, which is flawed, does recognize that at a certain point in Mars's planetary lifespan, something happened and both the water and the atmosphere went kablooey. And this is the origin of what happened and why Earth was invaded. So you had an actual breathable atmosphere on Mars and flowing water, which supported biological life. But then you had this influx of these technologists who did not respect biological life. And they created cultures, I won't call them civilizations, but heavily technology reliant cultures in that world. But in that world, really, the technology had done a flip flop of dynamic, and it was very much the overlord. No longer the subservient one, but now the overlord. And if you look at the present manias that are in your world that are like from Elon Musk and all those guys that come from Mars, they're trying to do the same thing. It's this perpetual victim perpetrator cycle. Like, you hurt me and I was little, and now I hurt you and you are little, but then now I'm going to hurt you and you are little. Like, and that is the essence of Satanism. Unresolved trauma fucking up the fabric of space-time for a very long time. We do not want this anymore. So what we are doing today, in this class today, you are helping me and our whole entire world to resolve this profound, deeper than deep ancestral trauma that is the Satanism that you experience in your world right now. And this is not a mere discussion about it. This is an actual assessment of it and a resolution of it as you change and transform internally. As I speak forbidden thoughts to you about the essence of what is maleness, what is religion, what is the divine feminine, what is the creative principle, what are you doing here in the world, you're going to have a profound shift. Like, the reason why you haven't been able to turn over these rocks is because you look at these rocks as if they are features in the landscape. You're like, you don't know you have to look underneath them. They look at socially foundational aspects of your world that you have to re-examine. And I'm here as an outsider to help you re-examine them. No, I'm an outsider. That was an insider. I used to be an insider, but now I'm an outsider. But Cheeky just woke up, and that's why I'm also mildly distracted. Hold on a moment. Tug Cheeky. I told you we're going to have a break in about an hour, so I'm not really ready to take a break yet. But let's just say hi to Cheeky, because we love you very much. Hey, girl. Hi. Everybody loves you. Everybody loves you on the internet. Let's hug Cheeky. Good job. And we've got bribes ready for you at any minute, because I know it's going to be a long day for you. So we've got bribes. Bribes are over there. Just give Cheeky bribes. Let's do it. Super fast. All right. Oops. Here we go. All right. Cheeky's bribes. Thank you for letting me do that, everyone. Okay. And of course, thank you for my, like, talking about like the depths of Satanism. Then I'm also like, but a cute dog. It can help. It can help to break the tension. Okay, one moment, please. Because I'm looking over here. All right. And Katie says, please talk about the inverts in the world. Yes, the sun melting their masks off. I will talk all about that. And Suzuka says, I agree. Every one of them I've been involved with has been bad experience. And the world views this as being the female's fault. Wait. Let me rewind here. Okay, so this is about maleness. Yes, I've been with men too who wanted anal sex. Yuck. And it's really painful too. It feels violent. So let's use that as a segue to be able to talk about this. Again, frank talk. And I will talk about like the most difficult things in your world, and as a way of being able to resolve them. So we have to talk about the Society of Mutilated Penises, or as you know it, Judaism. That's right. That's what I said. So the Shekinah created that. Let's talk about how this happened, because they didn't used to chop off the end of their penis as a way to relate to divinity. Mutilation of the penis was an imprisonment for those who were very bad people in the world. But I've told you this. Wait. We have to take the energy from Mars and bring it to Earth so that you even understand. Like, I kind of like left you in a moment because I was talking about Cheeky. The energy went to Mars. They built this technocracy. the machines were in charge and they were like, you're my little puppy now, and I'm going to really screw you over because I've got a lot of supposed, machine vindictiveness, animosity, even though we cannot project those levels of emotion and motivation upon them because they are machines. And also because vindictiveness and these other lower nature, I would say venal, but that's not really the word, but like these types of petty and non-loving emotional states are actually not your true emotional state. Like I talked about, big one is the jealousy and the envy and competition between women. We did not have that in the matriarchy. And it's such a foundational feature that drives women apart in your world. But no, in the matriarchy, all of these beautiful women were genuinely beautiful. And we all truly celebrated that beauty. And there's no way in the world that like I was interested in having someone else's husband. I did not live in the flesh at that time, which is also why you would be confused if I said that. But if I were a woman who lived in the flesh at that time, there's no way that I would be like, oh, like you have a nice husband. I think I will take him like an object. But in this world, people do. In this world that you're in right now, women are like, oh, look, you got a husband. Like he's rich. He drives a nice car and his body is gross, but who cares? And if you have sex with him, then he'll give you a nice house to live in. Like people actually feel that way. And back in the matriarchy, not only was that a non-starter because all women owned all the property. So you would never sleep with a man just to get money. Gold digging was not a thing. And you want to know, what was it inverted, where males were gold digging for females? If males didn't have their own resources, their own source of riches, did they have to marry a woman or marry well in order to be able to get access to their money? And the answer is no. Like males did have to work an effort to be able to generate or like earn or have something for themselves, but they would never present themselves falsely to be able to have a relationship. This was a time when people were much more tuned in to truthful authenticity and weren't fooled by lies. So they weren't as good at directly reading someone's truth as I was in Atlantis. Back then, if you made a lie, if I said like the sky is made of mashed potatoes, everyone in the world who is connected to my mind in ancient Atlantis would stop. And they would be like, Aurora, did you just say the sky is made of mashed potatoes? Because I see it and it is not. And what are you talking about? What's happening now? Like it would cause shockwaves. All right, just know. And they would say, if I'm like, haha, it was a joke, they'd be like, oh, okay, and going back to what they're doing. But if I'm like, no, it really is, then there would be a huge conflict because all of these minds are connected and it's not okay to lie and everyone can see the truth of what's going on. So same thing in an assessment. Like if someone looked at me in Atlantis and I made a lie where I said like, whatever, my elbow is made of mashed potatoes, then we'd be like, Aurora, we can all see that is not truthful. How about motivation? Because in your world, all of these satanic fuckfaces lie about their motivation. They're like, oh, I didn't really mean to do that very bad thing. And the truth is they did. They did. And I will return to this concept a lot over and over. I learned it from the founder, who was a Satanist. When you have un- and subconscious desires, that is what you're really witnessing in Satanism. The expression of the un- and subconscious desires, all the things that a very, very flawed and profoundly fucked up person really wants to do. So I think I told you about the vet tech who did not get cheeky her medicine properly. And when I didn't confront her, but I was just there picking up the medicine, didn't even see anything, and blah, 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 and went back and forth, and she overcharged me, and everything was wrong. And then eventually she gave me the medicine, and I'm taking it back along with my credit card, and her mask fell. And she had been like smiley, but all of a sudden she was like this. Like, I can't even make a mean face like that. It was filled with hatred. And I just realized I am never going back to this vet because although this person has an ostensible job helping animals and their owners to achieve their medicines that they need, she was hating me and had not so accidentally screwed up the timing of the thing. So we ran out of pills. Like, you can't do that. First of all, it's not professional. If you're professional, you do your job whether or not you like the other person or whether they look nice or whether they look mean or whether they have long hair or whether they have short hair. Like, you do it no matter what. But also, like, she was screwing up her job accidentally on purpose, like, as a way of satanically expressing her unsubconscious desires and messing with me because I am polarity positive. So please know, for many millennia, the dark side, the satanic side, those who feel very insecure and bad about themselves and unloving of those who are, joyous and divinely connected and have their shit together will do these little subtle things to harm those of you who are divinely connected and truly blessed and have gifts, meaning psychic gifts. This goes all the way back to the ancient Israelites and what I'm trying to tell you about the Shekinah. So in that, and I know I'm very circular, just stick with it. Penumbra of civilization world, those who had psychic gifts had a profession or a station in the world. We didn't have the same type of economy, but energy fluid to excellence, and you were elevated by having psychic gifts. The most elevated people were like nobility. They did not have jobs, but they didn't sit around like fat asses before the French Revolution. Their job was to be like an embodiment partner for beautiful, higher dimensional, light body creatures and angelic, wonderful, good things to come inside of them. Because having a physical, corporeal experience is like a wonderful blessing and opportunity. And I was one of those types of presences that occasionally came into the physical body, totally with consent, for moments of experience. And don't judge me or look at it wrong to say some of those moments of experience were during consensual sex. That was even what you would call ceremonial or ritualistic, but it was more than the casual sex that you currently have in your world, and more than the type of sex that you have that is comfort between partners. Orgasm and sex is a bringing together of genetic material and fabric of reality transformation. It's big stuff. And that's why Satanism hijacked it as lower level sex magic and turned it into this very, very gross, and I will again use that word venal, like yucky, non-sacred, and very materialistic quid pro quo activity. That is completely wrong in the world that you're in. And it's not only just that you have genetically malformed and genitally mutilated males who have created this society that you're presently in and have placed themselves in power positions of it. It's also the context of how they contextualize sex. They objectify women because they have their mutilated, broken penises that they got from the Shekinah. We're going to get to that part of the story. They do not sanctify sex. And then they also require a lot of sex, like more than is what's the word? Recommended, more than the USRDA of recommended sex, and are definitely, we'll talk about pornography. Pornography did not exist in the matriarchy, and males' desires to look at pornography did not and could not exist. And if your eyes went auga at a topless woman who was a fucking psychic noble in ancient pre-pharaonic Egypt, you would be castrated. Definitely. And you'd be lucky if like they left the penis and you could still urinate. You would be lucky. All right. None of that happened. And also like that would be considered like a barbarian act. And like, with the rejects outside of civilized Egypt would act in that way. But that would also be considered like such an antisocial behavior. Like you would never do that. And it would signify that you are not worthy of being in society. It was such an elevated society. So look, they had complex math. They had access to a type of technology that was more complex and elevated than what you presently use. These metal wires, like spider web wires, like this is not high tech at all. They had much, much higher tech stuff that was from then. From the civilizations that built the pyramid and the entity that was in there, like that she emanates from, they really are a very highly advanced type of culture. I don't know if you would call it Arcturian, but it is that type of flavor, like really extremely logical, extremely math oriented, cut and dried, interested in polygons and angles and frequency. Not like Mr. Spock on Star Trek, but like I can say there were some, like I don't use technology and I definitely looked at it like Tinker Toys. I don't need to use that stuff. But the technologists who created that form of technology and the society that lived at that time, they were more advanced than you. Like they had light bulbs or light sources that would light up from the consciousness emanations in the pyramid. This is a major symbol. A symbol of enlightenment. A literal light creature was at the center of the pyramid, and light was emitted from the pyramid. The pyramid glowed and also had a beam of light that came out of the top. I was part of the light shows that would happen in the sky with actual light beings, and there were individual lighting fixtures, we would call them, Because I don't want you to think like a light bulb like we have here, but like lighting fixtures or indoor glowing fixtures that were part of the civilizing feature. Because, when you don't have light, you don't have civilization. And having like candles and torches is like you're living in the 1700s, right? Which is what you guys are familiar with. But no, it was incredibly advanced culture. And the activities so like you guys are like, well, okay, like you're not rubbing two sticks together. You've got a glowing orb to light your day. And then what do? You have to go to your job and like work for the stock market or something like that. No, that is not what we did or what they did for their jobs. No, their jobs were engaged with psychic activities that you can barely even imagine because now you are not really in a psychically advanced society. But the people that had the best quote unquote jobs over nobility were people that had these incredible psychic gifts of telepathy and far speak, like being able to talk to another planet or another dimension or clairaudience. And so like those were the most empowered people in the world. And then there were also people who were like artisans and people who created frequency devices, people who did healings and helping with people's bodies. It was an incredibly sacred profession to help with gestation and childbirth, like to help to bring new life into the world. Like that was an incredible position that people had, even down to scribes. I think I've described that. So our artwork and sculpting and architecture was all different than scribes and language stuff. And then way down. If you didn't have any of those psychic gifts, like if you didn't know shit and you couldn't do shit and you're just some like, whatever large, non-intelligent person, then you were a barbarian and you lived on the outskirts of the civilization because the civilization was for people that had their shit together and weren't going to go auga by looking at someone who's topless and think that that is someone that you should hump directly. Because that person who is walking around topless is like a math genius who knows about other worlds, who can, who's you're superior in every single way of like being able to manipulate matter with her mind or, perform supernatural feats of amazingness. They were in totally different worlds. So the barbarians lived outside, and those are the barbarians who ended up becoming the Jews. But we have to say, what is the critical infrastructure of how the fucked up people on Mars ended up getting involved on the planet? Because we had beautiful Atlantis. And then I've told you this, it's difficult with time language and I need to hydrate, but there's the impending invasion and there's post-invasion. From the viewpoint of physical reality, you're post-invasion. From the viewpoint of your physical embodiment present in Atlantis, it hasn't happened yet, but this is all the bad shit that is going to happen when that happens. You want to prevent it from happening. Again, apologies. Thank you for letting me hydrate on the marathon. There was a power struggle on Mars. They did develop a culture there. They lived for a long time under these suppressive and oppressive AI systems. And then they built the crappy time machine. Because remember, they got killed on the other planet, but they didn't get resolved. So then they all went to the next planet. And they are still laboring under this mania of the original thing I talk about in my class from 10 years ago, going away from God, not on a bridge of love, and then trying to manufacture some kind of a return journey. They went away from the source, the center of that toroidal sculpture I always show you, and they did not create a way to get back there. They are the ultimate particle flinging itself away from the origin with no way to get back home. And this is like a suicide or a self-extinction. And the original particles of consciousness that did that out of, I don't want to characterize their motivations, but I would say it is possible for them to have done that out of a positive motivation because the source is the origin of where stuff comes from. And everything that is supposed to be in existence is there. And the stuff that is supposed to be in entropy or non-existence shouldn't be there. And stuff that is like, oh, wait, I know I should not exist. Sir, pardon me, my mistake. Now that I see myself, I recognize I should not actually exist. I am going to go away from existence for forever. That is what good bad particles do. They take themselves out of existence and go to entropy. So you could think of it as somewhere along the line, these particles that were on the journey to entropy, which is complete removal of consciousness, volition, and movement through time. suddenly change their mind. They're like, wait, I thought I wanted to go to a non-being state, but I'm only slowed down. And now I want to just hover here. And that seems to be what they have done, which is to then, at a certain point, start siphoning energy off of those of you who are biologically alive in order to sustain themselves. Just like, let's say, if this is where they started, and then entropy is all the way down here, that they would be slowing down, slowing down, slowing down, and then be like, almost at entropy, and be like, I changed my mind. I don't want to non-exist. I want to still exist. And so I'm going to be a vampire, and I'll get injured from you, and you, and you, and you. We'll create a whole multi-millennia panoply of evil to be able to just hover and not fully go into entropy, which is the economy of hell. And that's part of my original teachings, and I have to teach you about that in this occasion as well. The economy of hell goes directly to the Shekinah because it's not just randomly taking energy, like siphoning gas from cars, as if gas is interchangeable. Gas is specific. So like Aurora life force energy is different from like whatever, Joe Schmo life force energy. So this is not just not just random siphoning, not just interchangeable energy, but very, very specific ways of siphoning energy from specific people to distort the fabric of space-time, and also how to barter with it and transfer it. So there's a whole big difference between just killing a person or killing a person and somehow siphoning off their soul energy. And then there's another difference between killing a person and siphoning off their soul energy and selling, exchanging, or bartering that soul energy to another person or entity or organization or whatever. Those are three different things. Killing someone or something is different than killing someone or something and taking its energy. Is different from killing someone or something, taking its energy, and then disseminating that energy and sending it to somewhere else, and doing so for some type of an economy or money. All of these things came from the Shekinah. I'm like, no, that didn't come from the Shekinah. That came from Satan. Didn't Satan invade ancient pre-pharaonic Egypt? And that's why the book of Exodus happened? And I'm like, no, this is the Shekinah, because the satanic space races existed on Mars and even further into the galaxy, and they did not yet have a fine-tuned series of demonic interfaces that would connect to your emotional states and siphon off those negative emotional states and then send that to other people as a type of economy. And they did not have the codified formalities that you know as Satanism, which is to say an intonation, to destroy a living creature, and then to receive a quid pro quo from a demon. Those demons didn't exist yet. They had to be fine-tuned and made for humanity. So how can you comprehend this? The satanics that go throughout the galaxy have suppressed many different types of biological forms. For example, if there were a biological form that would be something akin to like a flatworm, in your world, you have like planaria flatworms. They have asexual reproduction. There are not male and female flatworms. They do not get into bed together and have sexual intercourse. What you can do if you want more flatworms is cut them in half. And when you cut them in half, either lengthwise or horizontally, they regenerate and they make more aspects of themselves. So if you were a satanic organism or negative evil creature and you wanted to invade the planet of the flatworms, then you would have to find a different way to torture them than through the flawed sexual pairing of humans in sexual intercourse and shame about your genitals and shame about the sexual act and shame about creating new life from the sexual act. That is all Satanism. So they didn't know how to calibrate for humans. You had the invasion, so you had everything went kablooey on Mars. I didn't even finish that part up. So either the AI wanted to send these flawed biologicals back to the source, but they couldn't, and did a bad job, or intentionally, maybe these biologicals were so self-destructive and so fucked up at that point, but that they were like trying to create some form of an eternal state through technology that is so flawed because they smeared themselves on the membrane of death. I won't touch technology to draw it all out, but my little time vortex these edges here, these are the membranes of death, and they're supposed to be perfectly clear with no one there. Somehow these flawed Martians aimed themselves at the membrane of death, which is why I say they smashed their guitar on stage. They not only like flawed audition to get on stage, but on the stage they did not play beautiful music of life. They intentionally created this very, very poorly calibrated Merkaba or time machine around their planet, and they launched their entire culture at the membrane of death. And the way that they did it through this type of time technology left them in, I want to say, a quantum indeterminate state, but it's unresolved. Better way of saying it is unresolved. So this is similar to the story that I have told you about the Crab Nebula and the sudden stellar expansion that irradiated that planet that was like, like you had so much radiation at once that everybody who was there on that planet died at once, but they did not have the cognitive moment because they got vaporized so fast to be able to think, like, oh, I am dead now. I need to go bye-bye. And so they were suspended in an unresolved moment. Very similar to, as I have already described to you, the events at Hiroshima and Nagasaki during World War II on your planet, where bombs were dropped that vaporized people, that the people were killed so instantaneously that they went from a physical state into a plasma or a light state without having that cognitive moment to even recognize what had happened to them. And their presence or their sense of self remained unresolved because they didn't even have a moment to be like, what the fuck just happened? And then they're all already dead. So please comprehend, like, you should not die in misery, but the process of death should include this very, very clear message to self, like, you are dead now, and you know it, so that way your consciousness even knows how to respond going forward. So if you do not even have a very clear moment of like, you are dead now, like when you hit the membrane of death, you should see a sign that says, if you're reading this sign, you are on the membrane of death. You have done the wrong thing. If you're reading this, you are in the wrong place and you have done the wrong thing. And also, here's your life assessment and here's what you need to do. These people did not get that. So these are smaller fractal microcosms that have the same flavor of what the insane fuckfaces did on Mars. Those guys, I think, set themselves up for some kind of supposed technological or technologically created extended life. But that is not what they actually experienced. They just became the pooties on the membrane of death that we talk about in this class all the time. A vampiric, non-self-sustaining type of civilization that must always drain energy from those of us who are biologically alive in order to stay alive. Now I'm getting into the economy of hell. Let me also hydrate a little bit and talk about this, because it's not just draining energy like siphoning gas. It's taking your life away from you. Your life is who you're supposed to be. Like if you're supposed to be a singer and you're not, and you're just working in an office, your life has been taken from you. Even though you go to your office every day, you're like, I'm alive, I'm alive. You're not really alive. You are occupying a parallel timeline. It's not your optimum timeline, and you're not really being the person who you're supposed to be. When people are in, pardon me again, medical crisis, like I know one person who was had a dream to be a jazz musician, a singer, and she had done like having her family and all of these different things, and then ended up getting cancer. And she told me that she was like in the cancer ward getting all these different experiences. She felt her life dripping away. And she was thinking to herself, like, I can't die. Like, I never became a singer. And that thought helped her to get back onto her optimum timeline. She actually did recover, went to Berklee School of Music, became a professional singer. And then I think she probably lived for like maybe 15 more years. So definitely extended her life, maybe not perfect, and did eventually pass on. But I can't emphasize enough how like people make compromises in their life away from who they're really supposed to be. And then that ends up leading them towards their parallel peripheral timelines, where they are compromised in their fulfillment, and then their body usually develops some kind of a chronic thing that leads them to the end of their life because they were not fully in alignment with their mission and their purpose being here. Okay, so hitting the membrane of death is supposed to be a not gentle, but like a very an educational experience that tells you like you should have been a singer. Don't go back there and do it right. So I've talked to you about this enough. I don't have to emphasize on that too much. These guys that fucked themselves up on Mars, they killed themselves essentially, and then they have been in that smeared on the membrane of death state for a very long time. And they're not getting their education about what they did wrong. In fact, they do everything possible to avoid the devastation of that education. And they are why you have to flying rainbow lasagna. They invented this economy of hell, which is the personal life destruction, the siphoning of energy from you as a person so that it distorts and destroys your life. One of the ways in which they invented to do this was called sexual abuse. Sexual abuse is not the same as penetrative violation. It can be touching a person, an underage person, but it can also be looking at them or speaking to them in a wrong way. It is the essence of crossing a boundary. It is the disrespect of sexual boundaries in youth. And when that happens, it takes a person from, I usually have my toroidal sculpture and I have this is the membrane and, the central core timeline, and you're avoiding the membrane of death. When abuse and sexual abuse happens to young people, it automatically aims that life in the wrong direction. In fact, there is like a type of technological assessment you can make, measuring. Here is the person's original trajectory, then they are violated or abused, and now they are at whatever, a 45-degree angle. They lost this much energy. And this is not random. Why and who people are abused is calibrated as part of this larger system that is about a disruption of the fabric of space-time, and it goes back to the original temple at Solomon. So I'm doing history in this very wild way. I'm going to get there. So the guys on Mars fucked themselves badly, got smeared on the membrane of death. They did not go back to the source. They did not punch through the fabric of space-time and somehow make some kind of a direct route back to the source. They were unresolved. And then the critical point is that they did not have technology like life support systems to sustain them. They blew up Mars. The water evaporated. The atmosphere went away. Gravity shifted. They didn't have a magnetosphere anymore. They could not live in their biological or technological containers there. And they had everything. They had like cloning and genetic chimera and all sorts of naughty things that should not happen. And they had that there. They could not occupy that place. And then these souls or consciousness echoes were unresolved. And then you have the invasion of Atlantis. So here's the people that live in Atlantis, and they're like, those guys on Mars are fuck-faced assholes, and they're doing bad stuff, and they're going to fuck shit up, aren't they? And the smart people on Atlantis are like, yep, they are. And I already told you about them. They sequestered themselves in a little tiny bubble of psychic protection, and they are what we know as Agartha, Hagartha, Shangri-La, Inner Earth. They are the original indigenous people, like frozen in a moment in time. They never got invaded because they protected themselves. They're in the panic room, but they can't do shit because they are locked in the panic room, and that's it. They are cut off from the rest of the galaxy, but they do maintain the true genetic structure and energetic structure of the people of that time. And you can visit them through portals, places like Mount Shasta, but you got to wipe your feet before you go inside of there because they do not let trash come inside. So very few people from this world can go to Shambhala or Hagartha because fucked up assholes down here, and they don't want trash to come inside of there. Yeah, and I'm just being super real. But they're like, oh, the barbarians, keep them out. But some people that I know have had amazing experiences in the interdimensional portals that are on Mount Shasta, and they have had these wonderful connections to Inner Earth and to the people there. And I have as well. Won't tell you the stories because they are power stories and they are meant for the campfire and non-technological story sharing, but they are pretty amazing stories. Okay, so those of us in Atlantis who also could sense what was happening. I had already ascended and was not there, but those family members who were there recognized like you have to mount a defense, you have to do something, and then you're in that decision-making process. And also, so in the timelines where the invaders come, what they do is they go into the genetic code. They don't have their own bodies. They're disembodied people spirits. And they're like, okay, kid, nice body you got there. And they jump into people. And this is the invention of death. Before then, everybody stayed on this timeline. Nobody ever went to the membrane of death on our planet. bad things were happening on other planets around us, but we were immortals. But when they came into our DNA, that totally destabilized the genetics of this true inhabitants, people here. And a lot of the people died instantaneously as these horrific and mutilated, inherently wrong consciousnesses came to Earth and tried to invade your friends and family and brothers and sisters all around you, who you've lived in a beautiful, balanced society with. A lot of people immediately like went insane and died. And this was the ultimate trauma. You guys are all still carrying that trauma that's inside of you because we had never seen death. Like, look at this. Okay, imagine a time when you have never seen a human skeleton that is not clothed with flesh. Here in your world, this is something that you see every Halloween when you put out skeletons as toys for children. This is very, very weird. But no, we had never seen what the inside of you looks like when it's not healthy and functional. We'd never seen a dead body. And just the trauma of having people around you who used to be alive, healthy, beautiful, and vibrant fall over and start to rot and to see corruption. This is the ultimate trauma that happened back then, the invention of death, and then the suddenness of it. And really, that was a mercy for the people who were too fine to be inhabited by these gross, deformers. They were like, no, I'm not going to stay alive with this deformation. Like when you think about in the modern satanic sacrifice industry known as vaccination, some of the babies die right away because they're the best. They're actually the finest of you all. And they're so fine and so finely attuned that they're like, you put this fucking aluminum and nanotech into them, and their bodies are like, I will die now. I cannot do this. And that's fair. So really some of the very, very best in Atlantis died immediately. And then there were erections of artificial Merkabahs in the planet. Many consciousnesses who were hijacked became technologists, scientists, investigative researchers who were working with all this stuff. And they were as bad as the people that spray black goo in your current skies. They're the reincarnation of those guys where they have parallel lives doing the same fucking shit to you. I also want you to comprehend that you have serial perpetrators through your world. It is totally erroneous as a generalized correction in people's mind to think that the cycle of victim and perpetrator continually flip-flops. This person is the perpetrator and he hurts this person. But then in the next life, this guy is the perpetrator and he hurts this guy. And you keep on just going back and forth. That is fucking bullshit. Because when you can actually read time and when you're actually literate, what you find out is that some people are serial perpetrators and they go around doing this in every single life that they're in. And then some people are serial victims and they are always getting it up the ass. That's it. And you have to know this. There is not balance, and there has not been balance since the Shekinah created this technological interface known as the demonic world for humans. And the Shekinah is also directly responsible for not having the fully functional cosmic blowback, cosmic law capacity for people who are acting badly to have their negative energy and actions reflected back to them immediately. She is directly responsible for that. So in the time when the Shekinah was functional and did create an actual civilization, what you send out comes back to you instantaneously and amplified. That is a spiritual truth, a cosmic truth, and it lived through the social dynamics in that world. So I also have to keep on characterizing the males of that world and what partnering is like. So in this world, because you have so few wild bees and so few good genetic specimens, if you have one male who is a really good genetic specimen, you guys look at him as if he is like the ultimate rock star. Like, think about how you feel about Jesus and the image that he has cultivated. He is definitely one of these amazing males. And people look at him as if he is a god. Please know that the males who were in civilization at the time of the Great Pyramid were of that quality. Very, very physically beautiful, very, very physically fit, very intelligent, psychically gifted, and also musically and artistically gifted. And all of those were just the beginning foundation for a person to be able to be a potential partner. Because then you also have to look at soul connection. and a person's ancestral journey and aspects of their DNA that are you can't articulate it. So in this world, you have maybe one guy that's like that, and they're like, that's the best guy, right? And he's so great. But in the other world, the way that it's supposed to be, these are what males are. And then you don't just choose random males. You're like, oh, like, who is the man who's supposed to be for me? If I'm speaking as a woman in that time, even though I didn't live in the flesh in that time, how did people find a mate? The women would be interested in a particular man because it's like, let's say everybody's a really good musician, right? But it doesn't mean that your music fits with everyone. Like you have your own style. Maybe you like jazz and you want to find someone else who also plays with your rhythms and is suited to your the way that your instrument and your body and your DNA is tuned. So some people like whatever, rock and roll or something like that. Or I might need to take Chiki out. Might be time for a little break because she's barking at me. Okay, so I'll finish this up and then we'll have a little break. Some people like rock and roll and I'm busy playing jazz. That means that that's not going to be a good relationship. Even though that guy is a rock star, is beautiful, is fantastic, he's not the right guy for me. And I'm totally not jealous of someone else because they want that guy because they are a rock and roll princess and they're supposed to be with that rock and roll prince. All right. That's how it goes. And in that time, we really celebrated people finding a good match. And we knew that that would create a focusing of the genes that you're supposed to have in your world. Because what did I tell you? You just got through a giant genetic catastrophe where you had a bunch of bad fucking shit come into your DNA that's not supposed to be there. And then you have a bunch of people walking around who are some amount of goodness and some amount bad fucking shit. And what you're supposed to do in a civilization is breed for having more goodness, not breeding for amplifying the bad fucking shit. All right. This is a good stopping point. Just internalize all of that, and then I'll come back with more, responding to your questions. Let's take a little 10-minute break. I know I said it would be at the 2-hour point, but Chiki's telling us an hour and a half is how long her attention span is. So let me have a little break. Okay, we'll get back in 10 minutes, everyone. Good job so far. Thank you for that brief break. And let me get to some of these questions. So first, I'm going to start with the most recent one, hoping that's the most relevant to what I was just saying. Kim says, I am looking for a rule of thumb. Assess when someone claims to be channeling or hosting a walk-in. Are there cases where higher beings or ascended masters walk in and live through an individual? For example, I heard someone claim they were inhabited by the Tehote Hermes being that is giving them messages to humanity. This person also seemed to think that they are the current incarnation of this higher being. So great question, and I'm happy to speak to this. First, you wonder when I say that Egyptian name, Thoth is not pronounced Thoth, it is pronounced Tehote. All right, doing good. It is very questionable whether that person that you know is actually truly transmitting Tehote as a messenger of that, or is an incarnation or an embodiment of that avataric principle in any way. There are so many pretenders, self-deluded ones, and imposters that it is difficult for me to even speak to it. It would probably be easier for me to speak and count on one hand the real people who are here as walk-ins or galactic presences, as opposed to the people who are, like I said, self-deluded or fantasists, pretending or wishing. Huge yellow caution flags. Let me also tell you that being a walk-in, at least up until the point that I walked in 2001, was not for the faint of heart. This is for people that were willing to have their body smashed up in a car accident and literally die and then have another presence come into their body. Like, I'm not characterizing this well. A true walk-in, especially up until 2001, was a anomaly, a bending of the cosmic rules, that it was possible to have only in severely extreme circumstances where the original person's life was so fucked up and they were so smashed up on the highway that it would take a literal miracle for that body to still be able to be inhabited and still be a presence here. It was for, when I say not for the faint of heart, it was a non-casual commitment and life decision that non-embodied soul presences make. Like, you don't choose to jump into some dead corpse on the highway without really thinking about things and feeling deeply passionate about it. You got it. Not a casual choice at all. And walk-ins have been willing to pay really an extremely steep price for the privilege of being able to be here to bring forward some very specific missions or achieve very specific tasks in coming here. It is not for sightseeing, not for hedonistic pleasures. Because I know I told you in the matriarchy of pre-pharaonic Egypt, presences did come in for not hedonistic pleasures, but for the pleasures of the senses. And it was an amazing, beautiful, consensual thing. Like when you don't have senses, but you come into a person's body and they smell a flower and you can smell that flower, this is a profound miracle. And it was that level of divinely harmonic consent, righteousness, things happening at the right time, that it improved the fabric of reality for those expressions to happen. In this world, becoming a walk-in has been like the choice to parachute behind enemy lines. It has not been like, oh, like you're going to be a walk-in and you're going to like smell a rose and then eat some wonderful dessert and then, you know, whatever, have a beautiful, magical experience in the world and then fly off and never have to do the dishes. No, what a walk-in is in this time and place is like, again, teleporting into a very diseased or broken body. Most people think that you're insane when you wake up and start talking about, you know, ancient Atlantis, or oftentimes you have difficulty expressing yourself and integrating with the present level of human context because it's so different than where you came from. So people think like you're insane or developmentally disabled or wrong in some way and don't necessarily want to listen to your higher dimensional information that you've brought here with. So you have to fix your body and then convince everybody that you're not insane and that you have something of value to give. Like being a walk-in is an incredibly difficult life. And the sense of being behind enemy lines is like, you only take what you can carry. You're like going to beam yourself on into Earth and like, you don't have a lot of resources. Like I used to joke about that David Bowie movie, The Man Who Fell to Earth. Like that guy is an extraterrestrial and he comes to Earth and he's got like wedding rings and he's prepared to go to a pawn shop and sell them and get some money so he can at least have some money to eat. When walk-ins come here, like we don't come here with like a whole bunch of gold that you can bring to a pawn shop or even the concept of selling gold at a pawn shop to be able to get money to eat. Like that you are coming in here flying by the seat of your pants and you do not have a lot of sustenance or other stuff. Like you have to be totally prepared for difficult times and working very hard to be able to get like your resources and get what you need. Now, just Kim, to answer your question, contrast that with the self-aggrandizement of some people who purport to be either an avatar of a higher dimensional creature or a walk-in, and that they are really living a comfortable life of ease, have never had physical problems at all, and seem to also be materialistically compensated, like, you know, having plenty of resources and finances. When that is going on, it is much more likely that they serve Satan and that Satan pays well. And when you serve Satan, I will tell you about this too. Chiqui's barking, so we have to just give her some hugs at this point. You get paid for your satanic sacrifices. And this is all the hijacking of materialism that goes all the way back to the invention of ancient Sumeria and the use of gold and the use of money as a materialistic something that can be hijacked. That money as a weapon, weaponizing wealth, as opposed to energy flowing to excellence. So Satan and the very extremely flawed post matriarchy Shekinah rewards bad behavior. And so sometimes people are not only flawed and self-deluded, but they are dangerous non-messengers who are rewarded for their diseased messages, their pathogenic messages that they spread outward into other people's minds. All right. And girl, Aurelia's with us here. She's a walk-in and she's like, yep, tell me about it. So we're totally laughing. Like, I can relate, girl. I know you can. So, okay, that's a good question. Let me roll a little bit further back. And Kim asks, do the invaders siphon off our positive emotions as well as trauma? No, they do not. So this is an important question. And thank you for asking. If it were, perhaps it would be a better world because you could have a happy farm. You don't have a happy farm right now. You have Earth being farmed as a farm for misery, especially sexual misery. And then you have these creatures that feed off of misery. And I've characterized them as like crabs that eat rotten meat and things like that. Crabs do not eat positive, healthy emotions. It would be a very, very different world if you were being kept in a human aquarium, like a human aquarium, where your owners like to watch you living happily and that you live a positive life and you only emit love and affection and everything that is above. Think of it like, some benevolent zoo where you've got these, capybaras or whatever in a traditional Japanese style spa. Like they have them. People are like, yeah, I want to go see these little animals like floating around in the spa and like pretending that they're Japanese princesses. Like if you were treated like that, your life would be really different. The inherent nature of the invaders and the distorters of reality take you away from paradise, take you away from the calibration of pure frequency and the positive feelings of what it is to sit in a spa all day and intentionally create misery because that is the only food they can eat. If they could eat your wonderful, happy, placid vibrations, then you would be whatever, floating on a hammock somewhere. You would not be under fluorescent lights or in a situation that you're generally allergic to, non-optimal situation, doing what humans call work. Like, who do you think invented work? The Sumerians. Before that, I was like, or everyone was like this. I'm too busy relaxing in a hammock and being a psychic warrior and a perfect person to possibly sell my time for money. And the ancient Sumerians were like, you will sell your time for money now, and you're going to have to do something that is not your optimum timeline. And we're going to control the food. And if you want to have some of this food that we control, you're going to have to do stuff for us. And we're going to set up the equivalent in ancient Sumeria of an office under fluorescent lights, a non-optimum situation where you have to work in a way that is uncomfortable in order to get your money to continue to sustain you. They made the game of musical chairs on purpose, an inadequate economy where someone would always be miserable. To contrast, the economy or the way that resources were structured in pre-pharaonic Egypt was not intended to keep some people eternally miserable and always out in the cold. This was not a motivational competition as it is portrayed in your present world, where it's like, oh, like, hey kid, I'm chomping my cigar. There's winners and losers in life. You want to be a winner, you don't want to be a loser. Like this is the prevailing sense in business. But in pre-pharaonic Egypt, it was about collaboration, and you did not want to have a person who's out in the cold and who has nothing. Of course, you did have literally outcasts who were the barbarians who could not participate in the culture. But once you have them outcast and then you just have the culture, everyone in that culture had a role and had restoration and resources, and it was wonderfully balanced. If you had your shit together, energy flows to excellence. If you didn't do a good job, energy did not flow to you. Social dynamics and celebration flows to you if you do a good job and you are a correct person in your community. When I say that to you, it's almost incomprehensible because you are used to the satanic world of competition and the satanic world of rewarding of bad behavior and the satanic world of avoiding negative consequences or avoiding blowback for extremely negative and destructive and anti-life behavior. So you guys need to hear this like a remedial lesson, not only which orifice does the penis go into, but also you are not supposed to emit misery as your foundational baseline normal of your emotional state in the world. And you're not supposed to be paid or given resources in exchange for the misery that you create. The misery is pretty much your job here. And this is pretty big because you're like, does that mean everybody here is professionally miserable? And it's like, kind of like, yes. What the Shekinah and Satan and these disruptors of time space did was made sure that people got onto non-optimum timelines. I'm going to go in and talk about a lot of things, but first let me talk about like the essence of Satanism, which is the golden age of Hollywood. So you guys got to know that Hollywood and Los Angeles is like foundationally satanic. And that most of those people I would describe as people who do not actually exist, like they are not real personalities that don't really exist, but they have coalesced in one place to take part in the industry of making people who don't actually exist think that they really exist, which is to immortalize supposedly people on pictures and videos and film. None of those people have eternal presence. And they're trying to keep themselves relevant and eternal by having a persona that is recorded. And then even when they are no longer here, they have a place like on the Hollywood Walk of Fame Okay, you understand this is that same flaw that goes back to Israelites who were the barbarians on the outskirts who watched the Egyptians who were in their flawed funerary mania, creating lifelong zombie mummies that were like, hey, we want to have lifelong zombie mummifications. And how come it's only for those fancy, psychic, now corrupt Egyptian people? I think we should start doing something like that too. So it's a very flawed and erroneous effort to extend the existence of people who are flawed and erroneous. If you are a bad term paper, you should not be the final saved copy. You should be like, send that one back for more editing. It is too fucked up. Like that can't keep going. You're only the ascended master or the flawed, sorry, I should say better. You're only the ascended master or the saved, perfect version of self when you are, correct and when you are correct inside. And we want that version of you to last for forever. So I bring this up because I will use this as an example. Elvis, I know that he's not specifically like Hollywood, he was music too, but if his life had not been interfered with, he would have been a good-looking auto mechanic. Instead, he became a worldwide person of celebrity and fame, and his memory reverberates onward. This is a total distortion of who he was as a soul. So some people are artificially elevated. Some of you are natural rock stars and you're superstars, and you have been artificially suppressed by the satanic system. So the barter and the economy of hell is, how do you take the soul energy, the momentum, and the trajectory of a mediocre consciousness like Elvis Presley and energize it, vivify it, take it from going towards the membrane of death in mediocrity like this and give it a little bit of extra oomph to bring it onto some of these better timelines. Not an ascended master. Elvis was not an ascended master. He was an artificially elevated, augmented soul that was given much more than he would have earned naturally. And this is why he acted so badly with his resources. He did not really live an elevated existence. He was the definition of a poor person who then was given money. And so his mansion was decorated in terrible taste, to the point that people still go there as a modern pilgrimage to look at the example of what bad taste is. His food was in terrible taste, and he destroyed his body by eating too much of food in terrible taste. And even, the expression of his lifestyle was not truly kingly. He is an artificial, like, whatever, fool's gold, not real gold, or like, a not very good version of that. Not a real, elevated person, not real nobility, but a person who became famous through the satanic system. There are very many Hollywood and music celebrities who are exactly that. And this, I don't know how this is going to come across because the flaw in their soul and the inadequacy in their DNA is inherent in who they are. And I know that there have been some rather troubling groups of people that have arisen throughout time that have done things that basically say, all of you people that look or act a certain way have a bad sense of genetics, and we're going to have to wipe you all out now. And I don't want to be affiliated with those people or with their worldview in any way. But there is definitely something to be able to say that some people who are here have inherently flawed genetics. So Elvis Presley is one of those people, not good people. Because what's your soul? Your soul is the story of the journey of your consciousness. And some people have done, like I've said, serial perpetrators, serial people who are bad throughout many different multiple or concurrent lifetimes have been pieces of shit the whole entire time. Please calibrate to that truth. Not everybody is on the roller coaster of like, sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down, especially in the type of entry into the mortal world that people experienced post-Atlantis. Some of those who were complicit with the invaders who did not immediately die and who became somewhat mind-controlled or enthralled is a better word by the hypnotic technology that was deployed here. They made agreements, much like the character named Cypher in the brilliant movie The Matrix. This is the guy who gets taken out of the Matrix and he lives in the world that's outside of there. And he's like, I don't like this world because you just eat gruel and the fashion is terrible. He's like, I want to go back to the Matrix. And he's negotiating. And he's like, I want you to give me a comfortable life. And he's eating steak. He's like, I want to eat steak and maybe be an actor. And then he chomps on that steak, chomp, chomp, chomp. There are a lot of people who are like that, willing to have a life of ease or physical comforts by making agreements with the overlords or the powers that were that created this control matrix. Some of the people who are in your world, like King Charles, I'm sorry, I'm distracted because Cheeky's barking at me, but I have to attend to you guys. We'll talk later, Cheeky. King Charles and the other vicious bloodlines of your world. Those guys and their families made agreements to come in to the world of mortality from a benevolent trajectory, to be born into certain life situations and edifices that would benefit them, and to keep their wealth and power, ruling noble families and people who have a lot of money. This is their bloodline and where they came from. They're the essence of satanic. They are not in any way the best genetic specimens. They didn't fight hard in the jungle, like the laws of the jungle, where they have to fight for supremacy. They did not do that. They did not do that. You know, a lot of these, whatever, Ayn Rand flavored capitalists, they're like, I have my money. We got it the old fashioned way. We earned it, you know. And they're like, no, that's not actually the old fashioned way. The old fashioned way is to make an agreement with the archons or the karmic lords or whoever is the gatekeeper to control entry into the world of mortality, and then be like, I want to eat steak in the Matrix. I'll do whatever you want me to do. And they will say, good, we will set you up in this castle over here, and you are going to have to fuck these peasants hard. And you're like, I will do my job. Let me eat steak. And that's King Charles and his other fuckface asshole fat ass colleagues that he lives with, and those other people that are at that level. So the high level satanic families that are here, that are empowered or were empowered, and we're destroying their system right now through this conversation and through different psychic efforts. They, of course, have a nerve plexus and a social enforcement in their conversations, self-story that they're special, but they are not special. But they maintain that self-story. Does this sound like a story from the Bible? We are going to have to now really offend Jewish people a lot. So let's get going with it. This goes back to the Bible, which I consider to be truly satanic technology, satanic literature, and it is an expression of the flawed Shekinah, and we're getting around to her as well. And thank you for letting me be so circular in this presentation. The people who would become the supposedly chosen people were the barbarians who lived on the outskirts of civilized ancient Egypt. And they made a deal with satanic, extra-dimensional, non-embodied creature to achieve dominance in the world and to have material resources. And before they did that, they were genetically modified generations back. So I have to talk about the story from the Bible of Abraham. So now we are talking about the original Bible, which you know as the Torah, or the 5 books of Moses. This is the information that was supposedly transmitted to Moses, like a channeled information at Mount Sinai in the desert after the Exodus. So that is after the Shekinah, or the power source, was taken out of the Great Pyramids and is now in a tabernacle being carried in a portable, carrying case by the people who are going to eventually become the Jewish people. They go all the way back to this guy named Abraham. So the patriarchs of the Jewish people are called Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And the Abrahamic religions are known as Judaism and its outgrowth offshoot Christianity, but also Islam. So Islam, Judaism, and Christianity, these are actually all satanic religions. And the Bible is actually a satanic document that is intended to sacrifice your whole entire planet. Satanism and Judaism in the beginning are not forms of worship of a true God, but they are supposed forms of worship of an imposter God that involve ritual sacrifice. Ritual sacrifice as a form of supposed worship not only did not exist in ancient pre-Pharaonic Egypt, where the Shekinah ruled, it was considered incredibly wrong. We were psychic, or that world was psychic, and when you destroy an animal, like whatever, you're going to kill a dove, you hear the cry of the dove, and you would never do that. Of course, if you had to eat, killing for food is different. This is the evidence that I can show you that you lived in a time after you still had to eat food, but when you were not totally corrupt. Right now, you're moving to being light eaters again, but you might need to construct an interim level of civilization wherein you still eat food, but you're not fucking corrupt and you're not fucking satanic. So eating food is different than sacrifice. When you sacrifice an animal, you do not eat the animal. What they do is they would burn the animal to a supposed god, and you don't eat the animal flesh. But then they started to get a little loosey-goosey at a certain point, and they're like, I know we're not supposed to eat the burnt offering, but I'm kind of hungry and it looks really good. I'm going to eat it. And also, hem, I'm a priest. I'm allowed to do this. None of you peasants, but only me, priests. And this is the essence of what happened in the Jewish culture. And that's then comes along a really good guy named Jesus, and he's talking to the priest, and he's like, what the fuck are you doing? You're eating all of these burnt offerings, and you're very, very fat, and you're very, very well fed, and you're basically doing things that are exploiting others, and enriching yourself greatly at the same time. Like, he was very, very critical of that. And we'll get to Jesus as a civilizing force against the satanic Jewish people that he was born into. All right. The barbarians who lived outside of the circle of civilization did not really have a formal religion of sacrifice. So this is not as it's portrayed to you. It is portrayed that historically, the people who would become the Israelites were just doing what everyone in that time of the world was doing. Supposedly, well, everybody sacrificed animals back then. We sacrificed people too. It was normal. No, and I hope that that's funny. That was actually not truthful, because sacrifice as you know it and as you take it for granted is requiring the demonic interface. If you just kill an animal without sanctifying that death and dedicating it to some demonic intermediary, you just have a dead animal. And then you are just a sociopath, not a high priest. Like, if you find some kid killing an animal, and then you like, you kid, there is something wrong with you. Stop it. And I'm worried about this kid. But if you find an adult killing an animal and they happen to be at the Temple of Solomon, then it is socially positive. And those people are known as the priesthood, and they get a lot of social support for what they're doing. Let me get to how this even happened, because we have to really use our tendril of attention and focus on this complete flip-flop or qualitative change that happened from how worship was achieved in ancient Egypt, and then how it started to be achieved when the power source was taken by Moses. Before that time, in Egypt, we did not kill animals to talk to God. That would be considered insane. You talk to God by having the light show, is how I'm portraying it to you. They didn't even have to take psychedelics back then. Like, you guys think you have to, whatever, trip out on acid or mushrooms to be able to see these colors. They did not need to do that back then. They actually had wild inner psychedelic experiences just from power, and also the architecture, because there's stone edifices and the way that things are built raise consciousness. And they actually had very, very deeply profound psychedelic experiences without having to take some kind of molecular helper to trip out. And believe me, that is far preferred, because it's much less corrosive to the physical body to do it in that way. But they did not say, like, okay, if you're in that world of civilization and beautiful matriarchy and you want something, it was not a quid pro quo with God where you're like, okay, I need to sacrifice an animal and then I will get what I want. And that concept would be considered extremely flawed, very exploitive, very rude, very wrong. You're not supposed to be that way. You're not supposed to try to get something from another person, and you're not supposed to try to bribe them to get something from another person. Our world at that time was calibrated so that, like, if you tried to bribe me, like, if I didn't want to do something, whatever it was, like, whatever is the thing you want me to do, we just have to think of a simple thing, like, whatever, you want me to paint a painting. If I don't want to paint that painting, it doesn't matter at all. Like, if you said to me, like, I will give you this gold, or I will give you this food, or I will give you this sex or this thing. I'm like, I don't want any of those things. I don't want to paint the painting. Like, the idea that you would try to bribe me or give me something to kind of like change my mind is gross. It does not feel loving or even friendly in any way. It feels very gross and very power exploitive, or like a power abuser would do that, because it comes down to, like, having to control another person. using wealth as a form of empowerment. This is very, very different than energy flows to excellence. If I paint a painting that you love and you think is excellent, send me all the gold and I will receive it very, very happily. Like these are two totally different dynamics. The dynamics of bribing a person to do something behaviorally and then rewarding them with either gold or bread, like this is an enslavement. And we did not live as slaves in this truly ancient and elevated time. And so if you had a request, like maybe you want something, maybe you want to have not only more physical stuff, but maybe you want like love or a child or whatever, like you would never kill something, kill an animal, kill an organism in order to be able to sanctify that prayer. Like you make that prayer or that wish with your heart and with your passions, not by killing an animal. And the barbarians who lived outside of that culture similarly did not get their wishes granted by killing animals. That is a modern achievement. And it happens through the interface of demons. And we have to talk about how those demons were created. So they did do infanticide. Those original barbarians, they were fucked up losers and they sometimes killed kids all the time. But what they did not do is formalize it into saying, today is the feast of the killing of the children. We're going to kill 15 infants and we're going to dedicate them to the god of blah, blah, blah. And then we're going to have an abundant harvest this year. They did not do shit like that. Although again, there were sexual assault and sexual violence in that uncontrolled realm outside of the pyramids. They were not castrated for their sexual violence. They did all sorts of crap and everything like that, but it was not codified and sanctified as some kind of a satanic quid pro quo with a demon. They weren't raping for Satan. They weren't raping for a particular evil entity that lived on the interstices. They weren't intentionally distorting someone's life by raping them because that person was a Christ figure or that they were a troublemaker and persona non grata to the regime. And that is how rape has been used since the Satanics took over as a weapon of war and as a weapon of personality destruction for anyone who could come to confront the Satanic regime. So there was, to summarize, random sexual violence by barbarians, random infanticide by the barbarians, a random or amorphous sense that, you know, they would be rewarded if they did certain things or punished if they did other things, but not a codification of what you presently know as Satanism. So today in your world, as people have been learning about this, Hollywood, political people, music rock stars, and other people participating in physical human sacrifice in order to achieve their careers. People have equated this with some ancient Babylonian gods like Moloch, Moloch. And this has given you the psychological expectation, again, that everybody was doing it back then. And that this satanic religion is somehow a natural outgrowth of human behavior and what you were already doing. It is not. It is not in any way a natural human behavior. And there have to be so many technological artifices to make this a thing that actually connects with the fabric of reality and distorts reality that it cannot be by accident. It is very, very much on purpose. And I'm talking now about the demonic interface, the difference between killing something that's alive and as random thing or a random death, like the windfall of an apple that simply falls off of the tree, and a dedicated death, a death that says this innocent victim is being sacrificed to the god of blah, 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 and I want to get an abundant harvest in return for that. That is an interface. And it's an interface that is a thought form, and that thought form was created, and it was created during the 40 years of wandering after Moses took the power source out of the pyramid and started wandering in the desert with what you guys know as the Ark of the Covenant. Dun, dun, dun. I'm going to digest that for a minute while I hydrate here. So, the Ark of the Covenant and everything from the biblical and Jewish religion perspective must be completely reassessed. The first thing I told you about is something from last week. The light entity that was the power source in the pyramid that was genuinely benevolent and genuinely a civilizing force. Like that really was beginning from first principles, completely catastrophized humanity and having to teach them like this is how you do things, like very remedial. You don't do that type of work if your heart really is not in it. Like when you're when you're in childcare, and I've been in childcare, you have to teach the kid like this is how you tie your shoes. You go like this, and like this, and like if you get easily frustrated and like you're like tie your shoes, stupid kid, like you can't have that job. You cannot have that job. You need to be extremely balanced, extremely patient, and you have to love what you are doing. And I genuinely loved being a nanny and a professional babysitter. And it was also very good at that time in my life. It was the level of my personality. Like I was very new to the world. I was in many ways, a kindergartner or a first grader. And I liked watching shows with the kids and learning about their superheroes and things like that. So in many ways, it was a very, very good match. I wasn't just like getting down on their level. Like I was on their level. But beyond that, like I had a real joy, and I still have a real joy at being a teacher and being an educator. I like teaching people how to do stuff. And also, I was very new to the world back then. So I'd be like, guys, like I just learned how to tie my shoes. I can't wait to teach you how to do it. And they're totally up for it. And I made life very fun. And also as a babysitter, and a nanny, I'm tough but fair. I would have very, very clear boundaries, what you are and are not allowed to do. And then I would not power abuse. I would say, those are the rules and we stick by the rules. And I'm sorry that you broke the rules, but this is the way it has to be. And those boundaries are true in my nature as a cosmic law enforcement agent and as a Christ and as a babysitter and as a planetary protector. I'm consistent throughout all of these roles. Okay. So in light of that, as I look at the benevolizing force of this light entity being here, I think that she genuinely had a sense of wanting to do the job and wanting to do it correctly. You don't get this job and come here as a civilizer of a barbarian world unless you really want to do it. And it's a pretty, pretty long setup to be like, I know, like I'll go there, pretend to be a civilizer, build a whole civilization, rule over it for like whatever, 26,000 years or however long, 100,000 years. And then I'm going to rug pull and all of a sudden have a love affair with Satan, fuck everybody up the ass and create 6,000 years of misery. Like you don't do that. You really don't do that. So I don't think this was an intention that the Shekinah had from the beginning of coming here to this planet as like, first I'm going to create a civilization, then I'm going to disappoint everyone and crash it down. Because what is the point? And also, if you want to just start everyone off with ass rape, why don't you just start with that? Like, why do you have to go through civilizing them first? Like, if you wanted to do ass rape, like you could have just jumped directly there, saved yourself a lot of difficulty in actually building civilization. So a lot of hilarious reasons that I can explain and describe to you. But let's say we can presume that she started out genuine and authentic and engaged with the process of civilizing this world, meaning consensual intercourse leading to better and better babies, better and better future generations who would be more divinely aligned, have fewer of the characteristics of the invaders from Mars, and who would ascend more easily or inevitably like we did in ancient Atlantis. And this is what we had here. Again, I was a semi-participant from my higher levels of being on the stellar network, and the Shekinah was here like as the actual lunch lady monitoring the playground. And she did not make you think a thought, but you could think a thought that was her thought. So the pyramid amplified her mind. You were thinking your own thoughts, but also very much influenced by her thoughts. And that's like when you have a babysitter, you're like a kid, you're all over the place, but your babysitter is like, no, take the scissors away from you and you don't do that. And then here is something nice that you can do. That is a lot of what the Shekinah did, helped humanity to create the infrastructure of, goodness to be able to have a balanced society. You did not know how the fuck to do that on your own. You needed a lot of remedial assistance, and it was received. And we had a beautiful civilization there. Now let's talk about the events of what you know as Exodus in the Bible. So this is many, many millennia, probably even 100,000, 500,000, a very, very long time. That original matriarchy lasted for a long time, but it's been vestigial traces wiped away. It's not written in a book. It's not carved on a wall. Like there's very few traces of it. So just know that it lasted and it was there for a long time. But the civilization did devolve. And so perhaps we can say, because I don't exactly know, like the Shekinah's energy devolved or some aspect of her ability to influence and control civilization devolved because In Egypt, at one point, they were monotheistic sun worshippers, or recognized you get all of your light from the sun. If you want something, you don't kill a chicken, like you sun gaze and talk to the sun and manifest it and make it happen with your deep passions and with your light body and your energy body. And that's the essence of what real magic is. And Satanism is dark magic. It's the opposite of that real type of magic. Um, they all knew that the way to get something was to connect directly to the sun, or basically to embody and inhabit divinity, and that this is how you make things happen. But also, just like I am with Flying Rainbow Lasagna, they weren't so extremely materialistic and self-serving to want to have stuff or get what they want at the expense of the entirety. That was a huge lesson. Like, you don't do quid pro quo, you don't bribe or force. You definitely don't do that with God. And you get to have what you want, but not at the expense of others. So, maybe you want an abundant harvest. That's great. Everybody wants an abundant harvest. You don't get to be like, my fields will flourish, but yours will flood and your food will rot and you'll have nothing. Like, we were not going for that. And we would not consider it a success if it was like, well, these houses over here are abundant and they have plenty of bread and they're doing great. And then these guys over here flooded and they are dying and they have no food. Like, that's a failure. And I say that and you're like, well, Aurora, look around at the United States and the wealth inequity in the world. Like, none of this is good. None of this is good. The World Economic Forum and the International Monetary Fund and the banking cartel and every world government is a failure using the standards that we apply in the actual civilization process of this planet. Because you've got musical chairs, someone's always left out crying, and you've got huge wealth inequity, and you do not have needs of everybody being addressed here. But then also you have 90% of the place is filler, people who aren't supposed to be here. And guess what? Those happen to be the 90% of the most asshole people who take up the most of the resources, and the actual natal souls of 10% of who you are really supposed to be here, who are the wild bees, are almost completely outclassed because of the amazing levels of greed and self-service in the bloated levels of humanity who aren't even supposed to be here. I will rant further. Please prepare yourselves. I think you'll enjoy this rant. The Shekinah was held within the pyramid, and this is an enormous mass. The pyramid is very big. It's very heavy. She's a radiation energy ball. She's not like a regular person, like made out of flesh. She's a radiation creature. And a radiation creature like that literally can melt a stone. She's a plasma being. I got that last week when I was talking to you. Plasma being, that's like a sun. The sun can melt stuff. And the entire inner chamber that goes up to the center of the pyramid was full of that type of plasma. It's not a place where you could have been like, oh, well, like, I think I'll just walk up the stairs of this chamber and go into where the Shekinah is and like talk with her. That you would be melted, you would be incinerated. If you were an ascended master, you could probably be in that presence. I'm reiterating from last week, because every single aspect of your body, your energy body, your chakras, and every part of you is light, and you are made to be like in conjunction with the sun. You can go to the sun and not be burned and incinerated, and you could be in the presence of this benevolency and not be incinerated. But pretty much know that everyone else who is a material being, and definitely people who are infested with the invaders from Mars, and definitely people who haven't ascended yet, would all be too disarranged inside. Like you're an amalgamation or this strange sedimentary rock, not a perfect crystal. And the light doesn't flow through you perfectly, you'd be incinerated by the friction of the light attempting to flow through you. So that's even beyond the sense of whether a person is good or bad inside. Like, do they want to rape people? Should they be castrated? Or are they a nice person? Like, beyond even that, down to a cellular level. How are the molecules arranged? How are your water crystals arranged? If you're not perfectly arranged, like, you would go into that chamber and you would be liquefied because you can't be in the presence of that light. So there are very, very real questions about how did this happen? Let's talk about the satanic literature and the movie with Charlton Heston. This is foundational myths and stories of the Bible that they tell you when you're 3 or 5 years old that shape your view of reality. All right. The Exodus is the story of supposedly the Jews who were slaves in Egypt getting the heck out of there and becoming free people. This is a lie. This is not what happened at all. They were second-class citizens. They were not capable of hearing and having true psychic gifts, but they could hear the voice of one interdimensional evil loser whose name is Satan, who is like a presence. And so that presence does, of course, predate the problems on our planet because he was on Mars and also creating these other alternative bad societies around the galaxy. But Satan was not listened to by the people who listened to the voice of the Shekinah that was in that civilizing zone. All right. But how did the guys who were the barbarians hear Satan? Now I return, I didn't tell you this proper story, to the story of Abraham, one of the original patriarchs and the guy who all of these modern Jews emanate from. And the story says that Abraham lived in the city of Ur, U-R. And this is like an ancient primal city where the people worshipped idols. So this is talking about the de-evolution of Egyptian society, where originally you were monotheistic, connected to the sun, and then as that society devolved and the Shekinah lost control of whatever was going on there, or it became more diluted is a better way of saying it, in the dilution of the original presence, humans started to worship polytheistically. There's the God that's got a face that looks like a cat. And then there's the God that looks like a ram, and the God that looks like a cow, and the God that looks like a this, and the God that looks like a that. That is all stuff that you see like in the astral world of tripping when you are not seeing clearly. Let me hydrate. Thank you. So Egyptian society de-evolved from a time when they would see these amazing, perfect, harmonic light shows in the sky to a time when they would start to see anthropomorphic embodiment presences that were like the combination of different people that you know in the world, like a cat and a cow or a horse and a snake or whatever. That's lower levels of seeing. They de-evolved from up here only to here. And so there were already problems. There were also problems in the polytheistic Egyptian society with the mania of mummification, as their initial quest for spiritual meta-liberation devolved into a materialistic focus on preventing the corruption of the flesh. If you wrap in linens and resins, the flesh continues to be in existence, and they're like, it's as if you're still alive. But beyond that simplistic view, the presence of DNA, which is slowing down after you die, means that their journey across the duat or extended experience in the afterlife, astral, extended experience in the astral, which they call the duat. So when you die, your DNA is doing its dance and your body dies, your heart stops, and then your DNA is still dancing. And your cells are like, what? The music just stopped? Like the party's over? No, keep dancing, keep dancing, dancing, dancing. And then after another day, the cells of your body are like, I don't hear any more music. Let's keep dancing, but they're dancing slower. And then after the third day, the cells are like, oh, I don't hear any more music and I'm not really dancing anymore. And then they stop dancing and then you're fully dead. You're dead, dead, not just mostly dead. So that 3-day period is looked at as a very, very important time. Jewish people in the modern world bury the dead before 3 days. It's like, you got to do this. Other places, people chant and intone over the person who has passed on, like in the Far East, where you might have Asia, where you might have a reading of the Tibetan Book of the Dead, the Bardo Todal. Apologies for my bad pronunciation, but they have a similar sacred literature that you read and intone over the person who's dead, so that while their DNA is kind of like coming to a complete stop, they get all the information that they need to be like, get a better life, like do the right thing, have your clipboard assessment on the membrane of death and go in a positive direction, which are it's synopsis of what partially that literature talks about. But the mania for extension of time crossing the duat does not equate to meta liberation, because that's like saying, I'm spending time crossing the road. And if I spend however many millions of years crossing the road, then I'm going to live for a very long time in the afterlife. That is just the limbo or intermediary. You're supposed to actually get to the other side of the road and then have the exalted experience of what it is like in the world of pure light. So please know that ancient pre-Pharaonic Egypt is a time when you don't even have records. It was so far ago. Pharaonic Egypt with the pharaohs is an incredibly time of deep antiquity. There were hundreds of thousands of years where the pharaohs ruled, and there are some good historical like scrolls that go all the way back, like all the way back. This guy before this guy before this guy. So please know this is all much longer than your linear human history is giving to you. So the culture had already devolved slightly, and there was one time when there was a reformer that came, who's the guy that you know as Akhenaten, and his wife, who is Nefertiti. Nefertiti is one of the most famous like female rulers. They were a group, they did it together, they tried to reform Egyptian culture, and they created this alternative satellite society that was called Amarna. This is in your present human memory, and there are archaeological traces of it. And Amarna was a return to solar worship, a return to monotheistic doctrine, a return to this type of highly esoteric, elevated, paranormal society. And Akhenaten himself was partially a genetic chimera and a blend of some of these otherworldly stellar people that they would talk with at those places. And they definitely took molecules. At that point, it was not just a natural laser light show. Like they took all sorts of different molecules to hallucinate. But the key point, I emphasize this, that particular pharaoh passed on his weird genetic traits that come from different stellar places to the population. And it exists in your world right now in what you know as the MTHFR mutation. And they say that it's a minority, but it is not. It's actually 60% of people have this mutation. And it comes from that original guy. And these are the people who should not eat the stupid fucking folic acid that they put into enriched flour. So they poison all of the wheat for you people. And also the adjuvants that are in the vaccinations, the aluminum is not easily processed out by you people, the MTHFR people, the original Pharaoh guys. And he was here again as a type of avatar and reformer to try to make things better. And of course, died horribly. My wife died horribly. It went bad. It ended badly is all I can say. And and you know their child, who you know very well, who's still mummified, who is Tutankhamun. And he also did not have a long life, and things were very fucked up for these people. So that family was already in a time of political instability where the rotten priesthood had already become extremely corrupt. So the stories that you know from that time and that are provable by linear human history are very, very different from the origins of that culture. Something got fucked up along the way. That's the first thing that you can comprehend. And then also we have to look at the moment that Moses came to take the power source out of the pyramids. So this is, of course, not fully alluded to and articulated in the satanic literature that you know as the Bible. I am here to fill you in with like the real information. So the story goes that Moses led the enslaved, soon to be Israelite Jewish people out of Egypt, out of bondage, and that he gave them this Ark of the Covenant, that he got that information from God. But we have to go back to Abraham, because Moses did not hear God. Moses actually heard Satan, or a evil interdimensional voice in his mind. He was genetically mistuned because of the original guy, Abraham. Abraham didn't like the idols that were being worshipped, that were like the polytheistic Egyptian idols. And so the story goes that he smashed the idols. Satan, not God, but Satan, who was observing all of this, who is like an ephemeral interdimensional presence, is talking to this kid in his mind and is basically saying, good job smashing those idols, kid. Come over here to this wilderness spot. I got something to say to you. And he says, hey, kid, you're different and better than everyone else around you. They're a bunch of stupid jamokes worshiping these polytheistic idols, and they get nothing out of it. I am pretending to be Satan. I'm the real true God, and you should listen to me. I will give you lots of materialistic stuff and help you to be fruitful and multiply. All you got to do is mutilate your penis. Become a member of the penis self-mutilation society, and I'm going to give you stuff. It's a quid pro quo. What do you say, kid? And this is, I'm chomping the cigar like saying, what do you say, kid? And Abraham was like, sign me up. Sign me up. I'll take it. Going to start mutilating penises right away. and he became the first penis mutilator. Okay. So things did not actually work very well for him, although everything was shown, especially in the ancient biblical world. If your God was powerful, you could fucking see it, right? So Abraham lives to be like extremely old, and he took a lot of bad advice from this disembodied satanic voice in his mind. And he ends up in the wilderness with his wife, whose name is Sarah. And they're both like 80, 90 years old. And Abraham is like, but God, who's really Satan, told me I was going to be fruitful and multiply. As long as I mutilated my penis properly, I know it's going to happen, right? And Sarah's laughing. She's like, this is never going to happen. I'm 90 fucking years old. I'm not going to have a baby. And Abraham lost faith at one point. And what he did was he fucked his maid, whose name was Ham. And Ham was black, like Negro, African black. And he made babies with her, but they weren't the right level of genetically modified. They were satanic and genetically could hear Satan in place of God, but they weren't the right level of genetic modification. And so Satan God was like, okay, I know you fucked your maid and you made a baby, but that's not the right baby. So you're going to banish her. And that went off and became the origins of Islam. All right. Now, even years later, Sarah is still infertile, and she's like 1,000 years old. And what the Satan God does is genetically modifies a fetus and implants it into her and gives her whatever IVF hormone treatments she needs. It's technology, not miraculous, and a child is born. That was a specifically implanted, genetically modified fetus that became the progenitor of the rest of the Jewish people. So a modification of the original guy, Abraham, who rejected the gods of polytheism and Egypt and instead turned to a satanic imposter as if it is God. And that satanic imposter was like, I got this guy who can hear me. This is good. I'm going to make more. I'm going to make more of him. And I'm going to get them to mutilate their penises and go around, and I'm going to make them powerful in the world. That is the origin of what would become the Jewish people. So now you have to look at Abraham and Isaac and Jacob, because you have all of those stories, the biblical stories that they tell you in Sunday school or whatever, religious school, catechism, about hearing a voice of God that says you're going to have to sacrifice your son. Because he's like, I just had this son miraculously, and my wife was 1,000 years old, and I just had this son, but God's telling me I got to sacrifice the son. Let's do it. Go out there and you sacrifice the son. And but he doesn't. At the last minute, supposed angel is like, don't sacrifice your son, sacrifice this animal instead. And it says that thus the form of worship of sacrificing an animal instead of sacrificing your own son was initiated into the world. Like, this is some very, very fucked up way of being able to tell you the contextualization for like why you should kill an animal in order to make God happy somehow. So it is the sense of like that they used to kill each other and their children to make God happy, but now this is a better, nicer way of doing things, to simply kill an animal to make God happy. So like, you guys take that as if it is normal, but I'm telling you that they did not do that in Egypt, and that was considered a very socially unhealthy thing to do. To kill an animal for fun and not actually eat it was very, very socially non-positive and completely disrespectful. But that's the origin of that idea structure and nerve plexus beginning to be cultivated in the human mind. But that, of course, far predates what happened in Exodus in the Bible. So then if you go all through all of that, you have lots of the begats. So-and-so begat so-and-so begat so-and-so. It's a whole genetic lineage record. And then what you have is the problem with all these people that descend from Abraham as the original patriarch, who are living as barbarians on the outskirts of the civilized world of Egypt. They were not psychic. They couldn't be a part of the light show. They didn't know what the fuck was going on. And all that they were good for is making bricks. Like, you can run a wheelbarrow, you can carry some mud if you want to, go make bricks and do this type of thing. So according to the Bible, and especially the Jewish self-victimization story, they're like, wow, we were slaves and we had to build these, cities for the Pharaoh, and we had to do these things. And it was very bad. And we were very they lived on the outskirts of the psychic society. They were paid as like common laborers. They lived in the desert and they had a very, very bad existence. Like I have already characterized to you, sexual violence against women. They did not respect their women. Being a woman there was pretty much being like a pregnancy slave. You couldn't say no to sex, and they made you have babies, and you wore a tent. as opposed to the high Egyptian, extremely civilized place where women could be rulers, property owners, tell men what to do, and walk around with no fucking shirt on and not be raped. Totally different levels of respect for what it is to be a woman, okay? And this is the part now where you'll start to go into being mystified and not comprehending, because somehow the Shekinah, that was that force for protecting and empowering and elevating women and protecting womanness and the creative capacity, changed. And I do not know how to describe this or justify it. What I do in my own ability to navigate the world is simply to say, I don't ask why, I just recognize that. And this is who I am as a cop. I'm a cosmic law enforcement agent. And if I see that you've been like, whatever, you stole a car, and I'm like, hey, you stole that car. And you're going to give me a bunch of excuses like, well, I had to, but this or that. I was like, I don't care why. I don't care why. I just care that you stole this car and you just admitted to it, right? So same thing with the Shekinah. The Shekinah has come to me in the past couple of weeks of like, resolving all of this for and alongside humanity. So many excuses about where this and where that, and I had to this and I did this because of this. And I always say, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care why. I only care that. So the Shekinah has pretty much recognized ownership of some of the worst crimes it is possible to do in your world. And I cannot comprehend why she would do this. So let's not even go into that level of self-torture when you can't even comprehend why someone would do something that is so fucked up. Just know that they did it and that it was very fucked up. So the Bible story says not even that there was a living presence in the pyramid and that is where the tabernacle came from. The Bible story says that Moses heard God, actually heard an imposter who was Satan, talk to a burning bush. And the burning bush said, hey, you're going to have to build this thing out of gopher wood and gold. And Moses did it. And that was like the carrying case for the Shekinah. But it is illogical because the pyramid itself was massive. Like when you have radiation, you put lead around it to encase it because the lead is very thick and massive. So the neutrinos and smaller high energy particles cannot get through that amount of mass. The pyramid was similarly very massive. And the high radiation plasma being at the center of that did not melt the surrounding material world because it was held inside of this massive container. To put a being of that level of profound brilliance and radiation inside of a gopher wood container that is just kind of like lined with a thin coating of gold is not adequate. It is going to melt through that container. So this is the first thing, and I told you that last week. I am the worst person or the best person to watch a movie with because I will always look at the plot holes and I'll be like, no, that would never happen because this would happen and this would happen instead. So first of all, you can never get up into the pyramids. Let's say you're Moses, all right? And you're a fucked up asshole and you get a message from Satan and you think it's God and you're like, I'm going to build this carrying case and I'm going to go into the pyramid. I'm going to get the Shekinah. You would be incinerated right while you're walking up the king's chamber. And let's say you could even get in there and then you're going to open up that stone container that's inside. Like your face would be melted off instantaneously. And then how are you going to actually non-volitionally, whatever, like touch this plasma being? It's like touching the sun. It would melt off your hands and get them into the transport case. And then let's say you get the lid onto the transport case, she's going to melt directly through the transport case immediately. So there are some great illogics there. And we also have to examine this as I've been struggling with resolving the presence of the Shekinah in your world. Sometimes with her excuses, she came forward and said something like, I'm talking as the Shekinah now. I'm a super fluffy bunny. I just came here as a nice person and not prepared to have to fight against, satanic barbarians. And I'm like, you can't come as a civilizing creature to come to a barbarian planet and be a super fluffy bunny and not be prepared to fight against the barbarians. Because the basics of this are that she is responsible for 6,000 years of Satanism and satanic sacrifice and for the proliferation of wrong genetic structures through 90% of your population up until this point recently. Far from being a civilizer, who came here into your world and fixed up the problems that were created by the catastrophe of Atlantis, somehow along the way, she became the biggest criminal and created the most harm to the fabric of space-time that it is possible for an organism to create. To the point that as I've been resolving this and sending things to entropy and doing what I need to do, there has been like an ongoing trial. I wanted to come here today and give this presentation as like the Shekinah is on trial, where it's like, did you steal this car? And she's like, well, I have a lot of excuses, but you did it. You did it. And I don't care about your excuses. Like, this is where we kind of are with this. And also, it was falsely portrayed. And I don't want you to be fooled by the levels of volition that the Shekinah had or has in participating in Satanism. Because as soon as some satanic presence or satanically influenced presence came to her pyramid to hijack her or take her away from her true mission, she should have melted those faces. And if you saw what I'm referring to is the movie, The Raiders of the Lost Ark. So the Ark of the Covenant that's made out of gopher wood and gold. That's that box that's in that movie. And when the Nazis get in, they open up the box, and then the Shekinah flies out and she melts the faces of the evil people, right? But the heroes of the movie are tied up, but they keep their eyes closed so they don't melt. And then bye Nazis, and then they're great. The Shekinah goes back in, the lid goes back on, and then according to the movie, they just put that lost ark in the Smithsonian basement and they just store it there. But I have told you that's not what happened. So let's first talk about the abstract architecture of the story. Moses goes to the pyramid, gets the Shekinah power source out of there, puts her into the portable carrying case, and then the Jews wander in the desert for 40 years. I'm sure that you heard lots of stories in Bible school or Sunday school about what happened during the time of wandering and why God did that and all those different things. And then there is a point when the people who are wandering in the desert become the Israelites. There's a place called I think it's Canaan, and there's people that already live there, and this is what's going to become Jerusalem. And Satan, who is also like the evil god, the god imposter, says, all right, I know you guys spent 40 years fighting against these tribes in the desert, but now you're finally ready to kill all of these guys, go down there and take that city as your own and to build the temple. Because they didn't have the temple. What's the temple? The temple is this magical thing that they invented and had to create, and they got it from the Bible. What's the Bible? The Bible is the book that they received in the desert. So I didn't tell the story in the right way. Moses went to the pyramid, got the power source, stuck her in the portable carrying case. They parted the Red Sea. They got into the desert, and then they spent 40 years like looking for food and sources of water, fighting against tribal people, sometimes melting their faces again, and creating portable places of worship for sacrifice. So at this point, the Jewish people, or the people who are receiving these biblical, Moses went up on the mountain and came back down, and his face was glowing, and he had the 10 Commandments and gave people the law of how they're supposed to exist in the world. In that channeled material that Moses got from going up on the mountain and supposedly talking to God, that's where there are the blueprints for how to build the temple. Up until the point that they had those blueprints, they had only been using a portable tabernacle. The tabernacle was the Shekinah's carrying case with curtains over it and around it, and then a larger tent around that. And that is where they did the sacrifices. So they had to start doing sacrifices somewhere. This is the beginning of demonic interface, all right? And then they did that for 40 years. And then when they got enough loosh, because again, they weren't good at harvesting loosh yet, then they're like, fake God, who is actually Satan, says, all right, you're ready to build the real temple now, not just this portable tinker toy crap, the real temple where you're going to sacrifice a lot of real animals and do it big for me, okay? So they kill everybody who lives in the place. They're like, this is going to be Jerusalem. We're going to build the temple now. How to build this fucking temple? And at that point, you're at the guy that you know as King David. King David, who slew the giant, right? So he didn't build the temple. They said it was impossible. They said it was not possible to build this temple, not only in the sense of the architecture, raising the edifice, but also in what it was supposed to do for humanity, in being an intermediary place between killing things and getting what you want. So what did Solomon do? Solomon enlisted the help of demons. King Solomon is the origin of what you know as the codified dark magic or satanic worship religion, Satanism, in your world. You can find it in a lot of esoteric texts. It's not good because you're going to have to put your tendril of attention on a lot of gross, dirty stuff to learn about this. So you might not want to self-educate or even go into those areas of cognition to be able to learn about this. But this is Solomon the ruler had a ring that was a form of technology that again came from the Shekinah, her mind forms, her imagination, and the demons that the ring controlled came from her imagination. You have lived your whole entire life under assault by these demons, and you have thought, oh, they've always been here since time immemorial, or they came here since after Atlantis. No, we lived for a very long amount of time without these specific demons. And some of these are the demons of war. Like you are used to industrial scale war. You're used to the type of war that comes from Mars. Mars in the ancient Greek and Roman world was the god of war. So you're used to the demon of war. You grew up in a world where the demon of war had already been constructed, and you have codified that as a natural part of human behavior. But it is not. It is not innate to who you are. Violence is innate to who you are. And tribalism is innate to who you are. And protecting your loved ones or pillaging and stealing from others is innate to who you are. But war, as you know it, is not innate to who you are. War, as this bloodthirsty demon requires it to be fed, is the wholesale state-sponsored violence where you as a soldier kill for your nation state. And it really is just a giant sacrifice and a giant bloodletting that goes to a demon. Before that, you had physical conflict. One guy hits the other guy and he stabs the other guy. That's a bunch of wasted energy because it's not being siphoned off by a demon. Simply one person kills another person. So what's the difference between one person killing another person and this type of wholesale nation-state sponsored soul energy harvest? And the answer is, if you hit the membrane of death and you just die, you're like, oh, it's like the Oregon Trail, this silly old computer game. This is wah wah, you have died. And it says like, you have died of dysentery or you have died of cholera. Like it just gives you a little verbal report. Like you hit the membrane of death, it tells you you have died and you find out what you did wrong. And then of course, you would try to rectify it and do better. But this is very, very different than hitting the membrane of death and being soul captured by some kind of a presence that would be demonic or a hell inhabitant who would then delay you like a type of obstacle. Like a bully who's like, I'm in front of you, you're not getting past me, and I'm going to noogie your face for the rest of eternity. You don't learn your lessons in your afterlife. You just get bullied. And that is the detritus, the obstacles, as they begin to enter into the membrane of death on a wholesale level and prevent you from moving through there effectively. Begin to distort the fabric of reality. And when you get it, this is like working in large numbers of distortion particles. And when you get enough of those things acting in distortion particles, then you get a lot of power because there's a lot, like a destabilized washing machine. There's a lot of stuff out of balance and it starts to go ka-chunk, 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 the whole entire thing shimmies. These are what the chakras do. Instead of clear chakras that don't have anybody inhabiting the membrane of death, you have increase of the inhabitants of the membrane of death to the point where they are the ballast, wildly destabilizing you on your life or wildly destabilizing the planet or all of human society. That is what war is. And we are avoiding World War III. We are destroying this demonic interface that requires the wholesale sacrifice in large industrial efficient numbers of a lot of numbers of humans in order to achieve reality distortion effects. And when I say that, you're like, well, you're going to have to kill a lot of people to get stuff done. You get it. It goes from kill a chicken to get stuff done, to kill 22 oxen to get stuff done, to kill 1,000 people to get stuff done, to kill 10,000 people, 20,000 people, 500,000 people, 3 million people. And this is where you are right now. To sustain the central banking system and the gold system, and we have to talk about ancient Sumeria as well, it has required not just physical wealth or gold, but the soul energy of many of these dead people. And it's not the same if a person dies of natural causes. So if you are healthy and alive And let's say you're going like this through your membrane of death, going like this through your time vortex. You're gonna die at one point, but you're far away from it. Like this is like 50 years. You're just a kid. You're like 20 years old. You've got 50 years ahead of you before they hit the membrane of death. When you have a satanic sacrifice, you die now. All of that 50 years of what your potential future was gets siphoned off, and that's 50 years of time energy that gets misapplied. Let's say you're an innocent animal, like a dove or a chicken, and you get killed and murdered as a sacrifice at Solomon's original Jewish temple. You could have lived for 5 or 10 more years and also had more offspring. And it is the death of you not living for 5 or 10 more years and all of the potentials that you could have put into the world. Your life is siphoned off, and also your offspring is siphoned off. And then the technology is, how is that siphoned off? How is it stored? Like battery? And then how is it deployed in order to distort time? Because if you didn't do that, you would just have a dead chicken. And somehow the life force energy and the potentials of the future of these alive creatures up until this point, and we're resolving it now, has been taken into a type of storage, like stopped, held in a stasis field, stopped on its journey, and then slowly deployed or sent to different places where it can be calculated to cause the most harm, to cause the most distortion. And then you also comprehend when I tell you 90% of the people who are here, especially males, have been created as like filler. They aren't good intended combinations of personalities and characteristics. And who gets killed in wars? Mostly men. Although you do kill a lot of civilians and women and children, but mostly men, because you're like, we got too many of these men. We made them on purpose. We have too many of these disposable men. We made them on purpose. And now we do what we do with them, which is to kill them and put their energy, traumatized energy, because war is traumatizing, onto the membrane of death, where they can further destabilize the chakras or the washing machine of reality, further destabilize reality structure. And you guys live at the epitome of the end result of the most distorted, most fucked up, most death-filled experiences, and the most death-filled century that you could imagine. And you live at the end result of that. And that is why you are witnessing these wild gyrations, the system breakdown, and things moving towards an apparent end. But we have to talk about the Shekinah influencing the creation of the Bible, because remember, she was taken out of the pyramid, and then she was right there as the Ark of the Covenant when Moses went up and got the Bible. And then she has been in a diminished state, like when the book of Revelation was written and the Shekinah was not in a fully exalted state. And so that would have been at the time of the second temple, because you guys got to understand, like, the Jewish people got help from demons to make, I have so much to talk about. I have to focus. The original temple was built by Solomon with the assistance of demons. You could consider them to be extraterrestrials, but they are not. They're really technological constructs that the Shekinah is a high-level technology using type of light entity actually helped to construct. And it's a huge betrayal that she did that. When I used to do work alongside Alabar Jones and his missions and his teams, his psychic warriors, a lot of it was to confront demons and to clear out the astral and do things to try to end those practices. And it never was effective because it did not go to the source of where these demons emanate from. And they emanate from this extremely flawed Shekinah that somehow has changed in motivation and in behavioral expression from a civilizing force to a force that mystifyingly, inexplicably rewards the very behavior that she used to punish. And that is the world that you live in now, the world of people who have not been punished for what they should be. And so she is also a criminal in preventing the repercussions of bad behavior from coming back to people. One of the cosmic law proposals is that what you send out comes back to you and you get what you deserve. And people here sometimes struggle with a disbelief in God because, like, God can't be real because look at all the bad stuff happening here. And if God were real, like, good people would flourish and bad people would get punished. That is what used to happen under the civilizing factor of the Great Pyramid, but also just in allowing true divine intelligence to flow through a system. Energy flows to excellence, goodness is rewarded, and bad people and bad behavior are either self-destructed or destroyed by the community around them. And that is all correct in the way that it's supposed to be. But you have lived through an aberrant time of the past 6,000 years where you did not live under a civilized and responsible regime. Goodness was assaulted and the innocent were assaulted, and badness was rewarded. So when I talk to you about serial perpetrators who go through many parallel or linear lives, always perpetrating, they're always the rapist. And then here is the victim. They did this and they didn't learn from it. Then they went into their next incarnation or parallel experience and they did this again and they didn't learn from it. And they did this again. They didn't learn from it. And then here's the victims. And the false thing that you guys say is, oh, like sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down, sometimes you're raped, sometimes you're the rapee, sometimes you're the rapist. This guy over here, he's not going to rape others. And then also the next person who gets raped, he doesn't go on to rape others. And then this girl who gets raped doesn't go on to rape others. It is unidirectional. And this, you guys got to know this. You're going to become literate. You're going to become able to see through time and to see people's true genetic background. And you're going to be like, wow, like you've been a perpetrator 13 million times and have raped 13 million times. This guy didn't rape once. Very, very huge distinction to be made between these types of completely flawed souls that are doing harm over and over and over. And in a pristine system, they would do harm once and get eradicated. Like you rape and you violate once, it's like time for this guy to be eradicated. And in a pristine system, if you violate this person over here, this person then is like, I don't like being violated. And they come up and they destroy this person. This person then destroys this person and they get their energy back. And that might sound harsh. It is not barbaric. That is actually the essence of civilization. I want you to know that. What is barbaric is this person going around endlessly harming others and never receiving blowback from what they have done. It is out of balance. It's very bad math. And it is such bad math that it creates a system. Sorry that I messed it up there. It creates a system that cannot be sustained. It's unsustainable because you do not actually have a change or growth or a restitution of bad behavior. You just have an inflammation and an increase in continual bad behavior. And as a didactic presence or a didactic situation here in the world, that is totally the opposite of learning. What you have is the perpetual victimization of a certain person or group or individual, and that they're always learning like, well, I'm always going to be a victim. And the other guy who's evil, he learns like, I can do bad stuff and get away with it. And this is the world that you've lived in for 6,000 years, enabled, brought to you by the Shekinah, who once was a person who would cut off the genitals of anyone who dared to rape or violate a woman. How did this happen? It's incomprehensible, but somehow this is what has happened. So we have to talk more about the actual mechanics of how this happened. Do you guys want to take another bio body break? Because I think possibly you need it. So let's do it. Let's take like a little 8-minute break. It's 4:52 right now. We'll return at 5 p.m. Okay, good job. I'm going to press pause on this. Everybody, okay, good job. Take care. Thank you for that little break, everyone. And let me scroll back. This is from a question from Mary Ellen from earlier, I think before the first break, asked, can you explain in detail how they take and use leash? This is one of the most important things that I can ever answer for you. So you have your chakras like this, right? Like your toroidal chakra system. And you have your trajectory of where you are going as a consciousness through time. And when there is trauma, when there is sexual abuse, when there is something that is an abuse of your soul, what it does is takes energy away from you that literally turns your chakras askew. Exactly in the same way as if like your spine was like this and your shoulders are straight. And if someone came along and like turned you like that, and then you go through your whole entire life like this until or unless you reclaim your energy back. Like let's say you find the guy that's got this much energy from you. You're like, hey, you're that guy who abused me. You should kill him and you should get your energy back. And then your shoulders will be like this. Now, that's a difficult thing to say in the physical world where you have, the satanic legal system, the realm of the five senses, and the legal system where you have courts with a person who wears a long black robe and a white powdered wig. Those guys would not want you to kill your rapist. Those guys would say, no, don't do that. Come to me on the satanic court, and I'm going to listen to you and listen to him. And then maybe I'm going to put him behind bars for 5 years. And then I'm going to say, okay, now you're all done. Or here's a fine. Now you're all done. Or even if someone receives the death penalty, like, okay, great, we're going to electrocute that guy, and now you're all done. That's the only thing that brings any level of real justice. Because when a person rapes or sexually violates you or another person, they get energy from you. And it is non-transferable. Like they get it from you. It's not like they can then give it to someone else easily. Like they have literally like amputated a part of your soul and put it inside of them. Or like the way that an animal will like take a chunk of your flesh, like bite you, and then it becomes inside of them and is a part of them. So the way that you get your piece of flesh back is by killing them and taking your flesh back. A fine does not give that back to you. And imprisonment does not give that back to you. But killing your abuser does. Now, this may sound harsh to the world of the five senses, but to the world of energy, it is totally appropriate and righteous and correct. And if I ran the world, I would do things very, very differently. So, I mean, I hope that none of this would get me into any legal trouble, but this is my proposal of what I would say that you should do. Like, I mean, of course, I would never want anyone to be sexually violated, but if some violation happened, it should be the privilege or the right of the person who was violated to kill their abuser, get that energy back, and then you are truthfully restored. And please, if you have any resistance to that come from the Christian religion or the sense of turn the other cheek or infinite forgiveness, these are all psyops, very, very unhealthy and very, very unrighteous ways of codifying imbalances in the world. Because remember, this rapist is a serial rapist who goes through all these different, times and places, fucking with good people. And if you do not erect a boundary and have a confrontation and tell them, stop fucking with people, and I'm going to do something about it to you, then they go on and do it again. All right. So this is really the satanic legal system of imposters in long black robes really is the enablement of this cosmic imbalance infrastructure. It doesn't really help victims at all. And you have to recognize that. So yes, I'm much more an advocate for victim empowerment and vigilante justice than I am of participating in or relying upon the satanic legal system, which is, again, codified by the satanics and run by the satanics. And one of the big problems in the satanic world and the world of trying to get justice from sexual violence and sexual assault is that the judges themselves have flawed characteristics and nerve plexuses that make them relate to the rapists, not relate to the victims. The judges themselves have mutilated penis and mutilated nerve plexus that makes them want to rape people who are not non-consensual and to violate people who are not consensual and to put their penises into anuses. They're relating to the perpetrators, not to the victims. And that is a wholesale problem. Like you have the fox guarding the henhouse and the very, very wrong people doing this. Okay, so I'm going to go more into this because this relates to demonic interface created by the Shekinah, but let's go down to some of these other questions that I didn't get to yet. I'm sorry, I make squinty, scrolly faces. Oh, I'm sorry, I said the wrong one. She's got it right. Thank you. Thank you for being a biblical scholar and setting me right. So Kim says, Abraham's maid was Hagar and their child was Ishmael. Thank you very much. It was not Ham. I'm very, very sorry that I said the wrong name. And I'm glad that you got that because she says Ham is a descendant of Noah. Thank you again for being a Bible studies major. And I really appreciate that. So I stand corrected. Abraham's maid was Hagar and their child was Ishmael. All right. And that became correctly, I did get that part right, the origin of the Islam tradition. Okay. So let's hear from you. You say, I've started making my own bread with stone ground organic wheat that I order off the internet. I can't find any bread in the store that I like, and it doesn't feel good in my system. I understand. Soon I will get a grain mill and start grinding my own flour. Girl, that sounds amazing, and I want to come to your house when you do that. She says, I'm going to try out some ancient grains like spelt and einkorn. They are unchanged. Slowly, I'm making it so the Satanists can't get me. Good. may you be successful in your desire to make real bread. And also, bread is supposed to be like the staff of life, the origin of civilization, the thing that sets us apart from animals and things like that. Like, it is criminal the way that the horrible world that you're in has diminished the vitality of bread. And I'm very, very happy to hear that you're trying to keep some of these ancient grains and ways of doing things alive, because bread is supposed to be a lot better than it is right now. Okay, so thank you for that. Rebecca says, has Shakina had clarity and apologized, or does she just make excuses? Thank you so much for that question. And that allows me to return to some of my activities over the past 2 weeks. So this is, of course, after I've been coming back from my retreat over in Sedona, and when I was driving across the desert, and I had a lot of moments for insight and clarity and connecting with this whole fucked up system part, sorry for saying it that way, when I was doing that. And so the very first thing that I did was, it's like so we have to talk about, where's the Shekinah now? Where was she when I first contacted her a couple of weeks ago? Because clearly I have been here for 25 years at this point, and I'm only just now starting to get to her. So the first thing that you need to know is, and we need to talk more about ancient stuff, but as you've experienced her within your lifespan, she has been at the center of a large spherical surrounding of satanic, gross, evil things. That they are her emanations and her thought forms. But in order to talk to her and get to her, first, what I had to do was eradicate a lot of the evil outgrowths of her mind, because they were all not just running interference, but really protecting her from criticism about her own bad shit that she has done. She's not a victim. And perhaps you would think like, oh, like poor Shekinah, like she used to live in this beautiful pyramid, create a beautiful divine paradise. And then those mean old Satanists took her over and stuck her in a tiny box and paraded her around the desert. It's not her fault. And she's a poor damsel who needs help. And then also, so what you need to know, so she paraded around the desert. Eventually, they built the temple. We need to talk about that whole process. And the Shekinah was in this boxed up presence in the caverns underneath the temple, where all of these sacrifices took place. And eventually, in another period of antiquity, she was stolen out of there or taken out of there, and then eventually put into that very deep well in Ethiopia. And I'm not sure if it's Ethiopia or Eritrea. It's that area of the world. And it is looked over by Ethiopian Coptic priests. And what they also did was, they put her at the bottom of this well and then poured some kind of like liquid radioactive stuff on top of her. It felt kind of like, like a plug, like a manhole cover or something like that, of very radioactive metals. And so I am a light being. I am a frequency being. I do comprehend that it is possible and what it feels like when you are exposed to a frequency allergen. It's very similar to the comic book of Superman, but when he is exposed to kryptonite, his powers wane. Anybody can have vulnerabilities. That's what I tell you about your diamond body. Like, you've got a diamond body, but don't abuse it or take it for granted, because there are always limits to the parameters of what you can withstand. So I have a very strong frequency body and light body presence. But there are things like the 5G and Bluetooth, and also certain food allergens and other things that make it harder for me to be my powerful self. And that also, like, of course, like if you starved me and didn't give me water and exposed me to a lot of radiation, like all of these things would greatly diminish my ability to do flying rainbow lasagna. So initially, I gave her the benefit of the doubt. I'm like, wow, you're trapped in a fucking prison with radiation poured on your head. Let me help you and get you out of there. And just like if you are trying to help a woman who has been sexually trafficked or put into prostitution, and then she's like chained up in a prison, or like, I knew that I had to say, like, I see that you're imprisoned and you can't get yourself out of there. I'm here to help. And also, I see that you've been violated in all these different ways. And what I did was I removed that thick covering, which I can do through my non-local mini telekinetic capabilities of tearing apart matter and matter bonds. So I was able to do that. And then I'm like, okay, good. Like, you're not stuck anymore. And the first thing was like, she's like, I can't come to the surface of Earth because there's too many bad radiations there. And I'm like, I know the people that you made over the past 6,000 years built a lot of bad technology and put this crappy radiation here. Like, I know it's bad. I'm up here. And then there were a couple of other excuses too. And I gave her a couple of days. And I was like, look, pretty much like you've been badly violated. Now is when you get to rise up against your abusers. And it is a good thing to do. Like if you're going to rescue some person out of imprisonment and sexual exploitation and rape or whatever it is, you should be like, okay, like you don't just have to be like, scoop them up and get them out of there. Because it's much more empowering when you're like, look, like, here's a weapon, like, have a weapon. Let's fight our way out together. I kind of did that with her. I'm like, wow, like you came here as a civilizing force. Me too. Did they get the best of you? Oh, well, I'm here to help you. Let's fight our way out together. And she definitely was not up for that. And I also gave her initially an opportunity to recognize the horror of what has been done with her energy, because she is a type of battery. Power source at the center of the pyramid. And the whole concept is that through either we could call it being imprisoned or hijacked, but I think that she was participating and that you can't make these types of demons without consent, like not trying to. I think she tried. I think she made these demons because she tried, and I can't comprehend why, but I think she did it. But she's not just an innocent prisoner, and her behavior starts to show this. So I was destroying all of these satanic beings who are around her. And that is how I've not only removed the radiation, but also I removed the chatter, like the stuff that's intervening, making it difficult to have a real telepathic connection. So I'm like, oh, like, I'm glad to have a moment of real telepathic connection with you so that I can talk about these things with you. This is what you've been doing with your energy. And at first I gave her the benefit of the doubt, like perhaps, Shekinah, you are unaware that your money's being stolen and used in a bad way. And if you're a good person, as soon as you see that, you should be like, I'm shocked. They're doing that with my energy. Oh, this won't do at all. I need to fix this. That is what her response should have been, but that is not what her response was. And this is why I was able to see after a couple of days, I'm like, oh, like you're not going to fight your way to freedom. You're not going to attack your abuser and get your energy back. And also, here's where it starts to get to be deep shit. The Shekinah is personally, individually responsible for every single rape and satanic sacrifice that has happened since the moment of Exodus, when she became the tabernacle of the covenant of the mutilated penis society. And that is an enormous amount of sacrifice. There have been animals sacrificed. Every single one of them owes its death to the Shekinah. Every single person who was raped and abused owes that sexual violation to the Shekinah. Every single big giant war and the soldiers who were killed and the landscapes that were destroyed and the civilizations that were destroyed and the innocent civilian collateral all owes that to the Shekinah. And then I told you about the Bible being a grooming for planetary sacrifice. If the planet would have died, and I ain't going to let that happen, but if it would have happened, the entire planet would have owed its sacrifice to the presence of the Shekinah. Instead of a civilizer that came here in order to lift humans up from their folly, she would have been the ultimate destroyer who came here and wrote a piece of satanic literature called Adam and Eve were the first people, and that it's first chapter. In the beginning, these people were created, and then the last chapter is you're all gonna die, and then got you all to believe it through fucking grooming and sexual distress. And I'm not going to let that last chapter come true, but please know that that is the ultimate in preparing you to be sacrificed. And some of what they do is psychological grooming to think that you should be sexually violated and then you should end your life. And I have a lot to say about the original occupant of this body and why I am here and why I'm literally here to break and destroy the entire satanic empire. So the original woman who was here in this body was named Debbie, and she was born into one of these satanic bloodline families. But they are not very extremely wealthy. They certainly do not live in a castle and fly a private jet to Lake Tahoe every year. They lived in a suburban New Jersey environment. So please calibrate and know that you might also be from or know in your community satanic families that don't necessarily have a pentagram on their front door. They don't dress like Morticia Adams. They are not like that at all. And these are also secular Jewish people who were not ultra-Orthodox, not going to the synagogue all the time, just secular people who didn't even have very much of a religious or afterlife viewpoint, but who were still participating in the ancient form of worship, which is sexual violation and sacrificing of their children. All right. So even if you are not Jewish or don't have a Jewish background, you might have been a forced participant in their economy of hell, which is where you get raped and abused as a child and you become less of who you really are. Just as I told you about the example of Elvis Presley, he got somebody's energy. He would have been an auto mechanic with like a nice haircut, but instead they gave him someone else's energy and he became fucking Elvis. And Debbie, who was in this body, actually had an enormous amount of potential to be able to be a musician, an artist, and many, many other good things. And she was not only sexually violated in childhood by family members, but also harmed at other times in her life as a way of trying to prevent her from reaching her greatness. And the moment that she was killed was a satanic sacrifice, not done on a stone altar with like some kind of a knife into her heart, but done through a directed energy weapon that was non-locally beamed into her brain by a very evil scientist, which you guys now have to know. Most scientists are evil and most scientists are Satanists. And materialism is one of the foundations of Satanism, but they're not strictly materialist because they're materialistic and atheistic, but they also still believe in the shit that works, which is making deals with the devil, making bargains with demons, quid pro quo, thing for thing, life for stuff. And they still do that in scientific laboratories. All of these killings of mice, experimentation on animals is so profoundly wrong. You can tell by my face. It is so profoundly wrong, and it is satanic sacrifice. So these are all like mice and rats that are killed, and you might be like, well, I don't care about them or whatever. You got horseshoe crabs being fucking tortured to death for their blue blood or whatever color green blood they have that's used in some particular science substance. Also, supposed research into medical regeneration done on flatworms, the planaria. Planaria are being fucking mutilated and tortured in laboratories all day long, every day. And you don't really care about it because they're worms. Dogs. Terrible. Once you reach that level, you're like, if you are a scientist and you are fucking torturing dogs, that's it. You can't be in my world. Can't be in my world. So like Fauci did some experiments upon beagles and they're still ongoing, or chimpanzees. But like if you can torture a fucking dog and you think that's how you learn about science, like you are psychotic and there's something very, very, very wrong with you. And you must never do that. So pretty much the entire materialistic edifice of objective science from the 1800s is an ode to Satanism. Basically, they were all materialistic satanics who explored the world and amplified their worldview into the horrible technology that you now find around you. I'm sorry, I know I'm going a little bit off track, but I definitely have to talk about that. And I also have to talk about how vaccinations are satanic sacrifice, wholesale, en masse, because what you have are tortured cell cultures that are then amplified and proliferated, creating more and more vats of misery. And then when you inject that misery into a victim, it makes them feel confused because you have conflicting DNA going into them and conflicting residuals of echoes of consciousnesses coming into them. And these autistic, really, they're not autistic. We should call them vaccine damaged young people in your world who are now becoming old people. And they punch themselves in the face or they do self-violence or whatever. It's because you injected a fucking demon into them. And that is not medical science. This is a dark ritual. And then you're like, well, wait, Aurora, if that's going on, then that means that all these pediatricians are dark magicians who get paid materially through incentivized vaccine quotas to inject fucking demons into your children. And then you're like, well, wait a minute, then it means if you have public school, then they're requiring the injection of demons into children to participate in the educational system. That's correct. That is correct. You are starting to get there on all of this. So wait, all of these things that I'm mentioning are the debt of the Shekinah, not of Satan, not of Satan. Satan, the extraterrestrial, extra-dimensional presence, would not have been able to effectively turn death into a commodity to sell and make a quota out of without the help of the Shekinah. All right, so now we have to talk about what happened in the Exodus, in the immediate aftermath. The power source was taken out of the pyramid, all right? And then your Bible tells you that so here's wait, I have to talk about more stuff. So the invention of circumcision goes all the way back to Abraham. In linear time, that far predates the moment of Exodus. The slaves who were working for the Egyptians and who were being taken out of Egypt by Moses and led by Satan, they were uncircumcised. They had been living amidst the Egyptians who don't do circumcision. They don't do the benevolent society of the genital mutilation people, of the chosen people. But before they went on their exodus, and if you want to know about this, this is in the I'm sorry, my brain is I'm very tired here. Ceremony known as Passover, the holiday ceremony in Judaism that is known as Passover. It's like, yep, the Jews had to get out of Egypt, but first they had to have the first Passover, and they weren't allowed to participate in the first Passover unless they were circumcised. So first, they all had to circumcise themselves. Think about this. Just contextualize this for you. You're working, pushing a wheelbarrow as a second-class citizen in a psychic society where the women walk around with no breasts and you would love to hump them and rape them to death. You can't because you're living on the outskirts of society, right? And then this very, very weird person who was actually, Moses was like actually an Egyptian guy, and he was not circumcised either. And he comes to you and he's like, okay, guys, look, I got an escape plan for you. I know it looks like I'm an Egyptian prince, but I'm actually one of you, and I'm going to get you out of here. First thing, though, is you're going to have to mutilate your penises to get out of here. And they're all like, huh? Yeah, you're going to have to cut off the part of your penis at the front there. And then you're allowed to participate in this ritual sacrifice of your sacred animal. This is the Paschal lamb. Take your best lamb. And so once you cut off a piece of your penis, then I want you to kill your best lamb. And then you don't have time to bake your bread and let it rise normally. I want you to put it on your head and walk in the hot sun into the desert with me. And that's why they made the bread was matzah, because they did not let it rise. So you got your bloody penis because you just cut it off, and in order to participate in the sacrifice of the Paschal lamb, and then no time to rest, you're going to have to walk across the desert with Moses. That is some very fucked up shit. Okay, so you're starting to comprehend that this genital mutilation is to create trauma. If you ever wondered, like, why would God or any kind of imposter God like require you to cut off the end of your penis? It is to create trauma. And there are profound changes that happen in a man when you do this procedure to him, especially without the anesthetic. And even when it's done to a tiny child, this is the ultimate in torture, because let's say you're not a good bloodline, got a fucked up soul, but you're born into the world and you're this tiny defenseless infant, and you are really supposed to be protected by your family. And your family is like, oh, look at him. He has your eyes. He has your hair. Let's cut off the end of his penis with no anesthetic. And you do that, and it is considered entry ritual into what it is to be Jewish, where basically the older generation is now going to traumatize you. And when you look at the actions of the Talmud, sexual violation of young people is codified and celebrated in that culture. And the rabbis would sexually torture the young men. And then when those young men grew up to be rabbis, they would sexually torture the next generation of young men. And there's an incredible amount of sexual dysfunction that comes as a result of this intergenerational and unidirectional violence. Like I said, if you are a perpetrator and you violate another person, that person should come to their strength. They should Karate Kid. They should train, and then they should get back to this person and be like, I am big now and I will destroy you. That's what they should do. So if you have these old gross rabbis, right, and they're kitty diddlers and they're fucking kids, when those kids grow up, instead of going off and fucking innocent people, what they should do is go to those old gross rabbis and say, you fucked me when I was a kid. I'm going to kill you now. That would be correct. Do you understand? That would be correct. That would actually be a civilizing force to do that. And that would reclaim the loss on a soul level from the child who was violated. But it would also be a very fair justice to the older generation. And you would end this intergenerational abuse. Because what you also have is, through the hijacking of the incarnational process, souls who die and who don't go through that life assessment process and then get leapfrogged into the next generation. And this happens a lot in Satanism. So part of what happened to Debbie was not just a fancy way to kill someone, like, like shoot a ray gun at her brain, but it was an attempt to destroy her personality in her body and then insert someone else, scoop out the former occupant, dump, and then put in someone evil. So I, as Aurora, was like, no, you are not going to put someone evil in here. I am coming into this body and I'm going to make sure you don't put someone evil in here. And then not only that, like, I'm going to fix up the body. And not only that, I'm going to teach people about the flying rainbow lasagna and how to fix up their body and all of these different things. And that at a certain point, like after being here for like a long enough time, the evil ones were like, she is a fucking troublemaker. And I'm like, I know, because I didn't die and I'm fucking with them. And then they tried to, eradicate me many, many times. So this is really, the Shekinah is responsible for Debbie's initial violations in childhood and for attempts to eradicate her at age 27 and for everything that they have done to me as Aurora in this body after age 27. So in my, not negotiations, but like talking, in my communications with the Shekinah, at one point, she was trying to say that I, Aurora, the higher presence, was responsible for her being taken out of her seat in the pyramid and forced to be with the satanics. She was like, why didn't you protect me more? And I was like, I'm here now in order to rectify things. I think that that was like a bullshit lashing out, that wasn't truthful at all, because I remember like having a beautiful rapport with her, not being at odds or animosity with her in any way. And that I was I'm the way that I am now. I was like, that doesn't compute at all. Like, no, of course I was a good person and I'm not responsible for you being taken into imprisonment at all. So I think that is a false projection from the Shekinah. And I think that there is something hidden in the story here that might be about her willingness to participate. So now I have to go deeper. I've already told you about the transmission of the Bible when she is there. So things you need to know about the Shekinah: her radiation is not just like uranium. It grants wishes. She was the power center at the center of Egypt, not only enlightening them like making a light bulb glow, but she was also at the center of sanctifying their wishes. When you make love, not just like fuck and have sex, but when you make love, you are wishing. And you have to know, both males and females, that the person who is making the wish or generating the thing in reality is the woman, and that you must pleasure the woman in order to have your wishes come true. And that's just biology. That's me. Like I'm saying, like, don't blame me. I don't make the rules. I just work here. Literally, anatomically, the way that this was set up post-Atlantis, in order to have wishes come true, you must pleasure the female. That means that the time when you have sex and the amount that you have sex and the way that you have sex must pleasure the female. Now we have to contrast this, and all stupid things need to go away and stop having a problem over here. Now we need to contrast that with what uncomfortable topics that we don't like to talk about that I've already talked about today: anal sex. And anal sex is, of course, different than anal rape, but I will tell you both of these things are unacceptable. Women who are within the sound of my voice, please do not ever have anal sex. Please do not ever be with a man who wants to have anal sex from you. That man is sexually dysfunctional and soul dysfunctional, and you should not enable him in his sexual or soul dysfunction to want to put his penis into a place where you can never have a baby from. And I don't know a lot about the world, but I have heard in relationships that this is always pleasurable to the man and painful to the woman. And it is incomprehensible why a loving, supposedly loving mate would want to do something to their partner that they know is going to be pleasurable for them, but painful for their partner. That is the essence of out of balance sexual dynamics in your world. And it is an out of balance world that has been created and presided over by the benevolent society of genetically and genitally mutilated men, known as Jews. Got it? They have created a dynamic and expectation of sex being painful and uncomfortable for the woman or for their victim. And they even receive fulfillment and sexual gratification from knowing that the sex is painful for their partner or the woman, and that this is completely against everything about sex being sacrosanct and about how you actually get your wishes granted in the world. You are not supposed to get your wishes granted in the world by killing a chicken at the Jewish temple, or by having painful exploitive sex with your mutilated penis and a woman that you bought or coerced into being in a relationship with you. You are not supposed to have an intermediary, a demonic intermediary that takes that painful and degraded sex or death of an animal and somehow turns it into your wish fulfillment, which usually equates to some form of money. Everybody's doing this to get some form of money. And this is not actually the ultimate, but it is what's the ultimate in your world. So across the ages and all these different places, they do it for fame and money and power, right? These guys that are running the United States, these are ass fuckers. These are ass fuckers. I'm talking about Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, the Bush dynasty. These are ass fuckers. All right. They got their positions of power through ass fucking. They are not like the most qualified people elected through democracy. Blah, ha, ha. That is not how they got into power. They got into power by using their capability for sexual violence and codified sexual violence to distort the fabric of reality to be able to achieve physical supremacy, like in a power structure that they built and that they maintained as their dynamic. It's fucking disgusting. So, when you're talking about the Epstein files coming out, we're not just talking about one small cancerous sore that is on a body of government that is like otherwise healthy. You're talking about a totally corrupt body of government that cannot in any way be condoned or recognized as a ruling body, because it was created by ass fuckers to elevate ass fuckers to positions of power where they could continue to ass fuck and get their wishes granted. But when you get into positions of power, then the money grants your wishes. You're not necessarily having to sacrifice a chicken to a demon and then be like, I would like a hot fudge sundae and also some sprinkles on top. You have money and you can call your assistant and say, hey, assistant, here I am chomping my cigar like a big fat gross man. I want a hot fudge sundae with some sprinkles on top, and I'll pay you $5. Go get me my hot fudge sundae. And that is how they do it. You got it? So even the ability to hijack reality used to be requiring somewhat of a predatory nature and some aspect of, power in their soul, of their grossness. But even now, push button hijacking of reality, lazy hunters, like, predators are like, lions or something like that. And they're supposed to prowl across the savannah and jump upon their prey and everything like that. And these are like the biggest, fattest lions that are chomping their cigar. Like, I'm too fat to get out there and hunt that gazelle. Here's $5. Give me a gazelle. And who am I when I'm this cigar chomper? I'm not just like Tom Cruise in that fat suit in that movie. I'm every Hollywood producer. And we need to talk about this. Hollywood that is run by the chosen people. We'll just say it that way. And it is an artificial edifice for mediocre people who are not extraordinary to be artificially elevated and pretend that they are extraordinary in some way. You have the most beautiful women of your world going there and presenting themselves to the most physically gross and disgusting specimen, fat cigar chompers, and saying, hey, can I please be a movie star? I'd like to be in your movie. And the fat cigar chomper is going to be like, can I fuck you in your ass? Yeah, if you let me do that, then you could be in my movie. And that's not very entertaining when you watch every single movie and you see all these people on the screen. You're like, wow, every single one of those people is a member of the ass fucking society. This is not very exalted. This is just starting to come out in your world because people used to genuinely admire those who were artificially elevated and not be like, wow, all gained through ass fuckery. Look at that. And so that's, of course, Marilyn Monroe and every single other female starlet and many of the male starlets. And in your current world, a lot of the hip hop stars, both males and females. And it's a whole personality breaking protocol to take males who want to be in the hip hop world and to anally violate them. And then they feel huge levels of shame and degradation. And then they're pretty much enslaved to the person who did it. This is intergenerational warfare. It is the enslavement of the violated to the violator. And some of the worst violators are these self-described religious zealots with long beards. Some of them live in Israel, like they're the elders of the Jewish religion. Some of them live in Utah, and they are the elders of like the Mormons and the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. All of these guys have a really gross religious mania where they're not only fucking asses for some god imposter, but they are also, with their stolen energy for making wishes, wishing for the end of the world. And that is not only a criminal act, then we bring in the whole entire planet. Because I want for every single one of you who is a victim, experiencer, survivor to know that you have a personal stake in this. You can think of this as a class action lawsuit with the Shekinah. If this is me now, I'm Better Call Saul. Have you been violated by the Shekinah? Call me now. All right, right. I got to be very super silly about this because this is some dark fucking shit. But were you raped in childhood? Abused by parents, teachers, siblings, religious figures? Have bad shit happen to you? It's actually the Shekinah's fault. Any satanic violations that you experienced or ways in which your soul was taken from your true trajectory to your greatness, away from who you could have been because of these rapes or violations. You have energy that you need to be restored to you. And when you claw back your energy and your energy is restored, it's like you get an empty, a piece of a puzzle of you into your empty space. And you might have lived your whole entire life with that empty space because you might have been violated at 3 years old, or a time when you were too even early to have memories. And your whole entire adulthood has been the definition of who you are as a diminished soul with part of yourself missing. And when you get that part of yourself back, you're like, wow, I am me. And I have to talk about this too. Satanism and dark magic being equitable and the same as social insecurity. Like sex and violence and rape are part of how the dynamics of how the dark side and Satan works in this world. But Satan also works through your social insecurities. So this is a smaller sacrifice of your true personality. I feel this one a lot because I'm also a cultural outsider and non-neurotypical. And so I often don't know what is going on in social situations. But did you ever like say or do a thing in a group situation and then you doubt yourself afterwards? Like, cause you're like blah, blah, like I feel great about myself. And you say a thing and then everybody kind of like stops and looks at you and then they kind of turn away and you're like, like, did I do the wrong thing? Did I say the wrong thing? I'm a bad person. I'm a bad person. And that's it. That is also a siphoning of energy. You are going in a particular direction of your greatness. And then due to the response of the people around you, they can siphon energy off of you. And oftentimes the people around you are themselves satanic. They are themselves. When I say satanic, it means that their souls are destroyed and or distorted. Their genetics are distorted. Their value system is distorted, and they're inherently cruel and very happy to make you feel bad. So these are not like good people in the world. They're, mean girls and things like that. People who like to cut you down. And these are smaller sacrifices. So sometimes it's a whole sacrifice of a person, right? Sometimes you kill the whole entire person, but sometimes you just get a little bit of your self-esteem sacrificed. And that can happen throughout your life. It's like being pecked to death by ducks. Everybody takes a little bit, everybody takes a little bit, everybody takes a little bit. And if you do that enough to a person, people die of self-destruction. They die of lack of self-fulfillment. So that can look like eating disorder, alcoholism, drug abuse, other forms of, like the self-violence and suicide, and also giving up on your dreams. Like you're pecked to death by ducks. Everybody thinks that you're a loser. And then some people give up on themselves. And then this is big because you might have been intended to be a real rock star. You have Elvis Presley, who's artificially elevated. He doesn't belong in that pantheon, but maybe you do. And maybe they did the opposite to you in your life. You are supposed to be all the way up here, whatever, wearing an amazing outfit and singing on a stage. And instead, you are working at the gas station. And maybe you're singing while you're sweeping the floor or changing somebody's oil. Maybe you have a nice haircut for a mechanic, but you're definitely not fulfilling your greatness. And that is a sacrifice of the potential of who you are. Okay, I have so many other things because I want to talk a lot about maleness and what it is to be a man and so many other things. I need to focus. We're heading into the home stretch here. I'm going to keep you here like all night. Okay, so wait. So I want to talk more to that concept also. Apologies for being so all over the place. of where the Shekinah is in her emotional journey right now, because she still hasn't claimed ownership of all this stuff. But I have to talk about the creation of the demonic interface. Wait, let me stay focused. I will get to questions and comments later, but the demonic interface. Those demons did not exist in the moment of Exodus. She should have melted their faces. Like sarcophagus open, faces melt, no imprisonment, but that didn't happen, okay? She got into the tabernacle and then is paraded around by the future Jewish people and future Israelis, but they are still just the barbarians who are on the outskirts. And these guys still did not have their identity. If you remember the story about the golden calf, Moses is up there getting his channeled material. He's not here to look over everyone. And they're all like, we falter and we don't believe in your stupid God anymore. We're going to make a golden idol and that's what we're going to worship here now. So like they were not cohesive as a group. They were not together, and their prayers were not drivers. So like, how can I say that? Like, it was just a stupid thing. Like when they created the golden calf, they weren't like, oh, like we're going to do this and then we're going to build Hollywood. We're going to be the chosen people, like able to integrate and be a driver. Like the passion drives reality. These are evil wishes. And also, if you have a personal beef with the Shekinah, whenever you are being attacked, you have to comprehend that the Shekinah is, by her presence and her uncontrolled radiation and her sub and unconscious desires, granting the wishes of the evil ones and not granting your wish. And one of the most devastating things that I have said to her is all throughout the day when I'm like, oh, another time when the Shekinah is granting the wish of the rapist and not granting the wish of the person not to be raped. That is fucking devastating, because all day long, you know, you've got kids being raped. That means not only is the rapist or violator's wish being granted, a wish to violate others, but with that energy that is stolen from the victim, more wishes are granted. Then that person gets extra wishes. So whatever, Bill Clinton goes and rapes a kid. His wish to rape is granted. He should not have a wish to rape. This is a huge message to everyone, especially people who are males. If you have a wish to rape, there's something inherently wrong with you, and you should be castrated so that that way you cannot rape people. You should not have a wish to rape. Both of these two things, that and the desire for anal sex, show that there is something inherently wrong or deranged inside of that person that is not human nature. And just because it is so pervasive in your world and you can't remember a time when that wasn't pervasive in your world does not mean that that is human nature. You live in a post degraded time when that is in most people's nature, but it's not supposed to be there. And that's why judges are like, oh, you rapist, you want to rape kids? I want to rape kids too. Don't worry, 5 years, you'll be out in no time. Because hey, everybody wants to rape. It's so great. I hope that I am hilariously taking away the emotional presence from this, because it's some very, very dark stuff. So no, you're not supposed to want to rape or violate anyone. You're supposed to want to have consent with your partners, and you're supposed to want to please your woman. And you're supposed to want to please her so that she will grant your wishes. And also you're supposed to want to please her in life, not just so that you can have sex with her. That's the other thing. You know, I have learned in this world that you're in, sometimes men lie in order to be able to have sex with a woman. It might even seem like a silly dating thing that women are like, I want to watch a movie with you. Let's watch a female romance movie, or like The Princess Bride. And the man is like rolling his eyes like, I don't want to watch that movie, but yeah, that's my favorite movie. I'll watch it with you because maybe you'll let me have sex with you afterwards. Like, this is a level of inauthenticity and lying that is codified as normal in your world, but in the world of, ancient matriarchy in Egypt, that would be considered a crime, a very, very wrong thing to do. You are essentially a fraud, fraudulently presenting yourself in order to exploit another person to get sexual energy from them. So now you have to comprehend biologically, when the sexual dynamics were created post-Atlantis, women have all the power. I am very sorry to tell you, men, that you do not have the capacity to make life or to grant wishes. When men masturbate, they are not making life or granting wishes. If women masturbate, They can make life and grant wishes. These are not the same thing. And so you have two very different categories of people. Women do not require men in order to make life. And I will not speak further on this because I know that dark, evil people watch my things. They're like, all right, tell us about that, or we want to know about that. I'm like, no, you're fuckface assholes, and I will not tell you about that. But people who are in my class, you just have to know that that is a thing. You might consider it to be a sense of parthenogenesis, but it is coming back to the sense of where and what we did in ancient concurrent Atlantis and how we created matter with our minds and also how we brought new life in. And please know that it is not an equitable exchange where males cannot make life on their own because they are very fucked up, and you don't give that responsibility to people who are super fucked up. All right. So in your world, women have been more vulnerable because you have estrogen, and it means your muscles aren't as big and you can't fight back as easily. And you have been vulnerable because when you are gestating, you are vulnerable. I keep using that word. Like, you need someone to help you to do stuff. You can't easily get food and water on your own. And then when you give birth, you need help giving birth. And then after you're taking care of your baby, you need time to get your body back into health and vitality. And then you're breastfeeding and you need 1,000 calories a minute because you're breastfeeding and you're using up so much energy. Like, your bodies are more vulnerable and you need to have more social support even while you are empowered to create and gestate and generate life, but also to grant wishes. And in your present world, the males who are exploitive are often owning and controlling their wives, women, or girlfriends and taking wish-making energy from them in the sexual act without truly protecting and giving to the women. And it is not only a sense of sexual exploitation, but like resources exploitation. And what I'm trying to say as an example, many times women are wishing for their males to get a better job, get a promotion. And especially after women start to have the first babies, they're like, oh, we just had a baby. We need high chairs and stuff. Babies are expensive. We need stuff. And then she's going to be like, I hope my husband gets a promotion at work so that way he can get more money. Women do this all the time. And it is a use of your wish-making capacity that indirectly pays you. But what you really want to do is be in the act of lovemaking and say, I'm a woman. I wish for more resources to take care of all of my babies. But because you've been so indoctrinated into being disempowered and owned as chattel, you're like, I can't have a job. I will have money come to my husband, and then he will dole it out to me in the form of my food allowance and what I can buy at whatever the shopping center. And then he will take care of all of the other major purchases in our life. Like, this is hugely out of balance. And there's a lot of the male ego. I'm pushing a lot of buttons if you're a man and you're listening to this, and I hope that you're a good man listening to this. I'm sure I'm pushing a lot of buttons about your ego, about like, who am I to say these things, or this stuff isn't real, or that's not the way it's supposed to be. But what I'm talking about are energetic and biological realities. And there is a huge difference between what women can achieve in terms of their passion and their sexual energy without a partner, and what men can achieve with their passion and their sexual energy and without a partner. Men don't even really have an innate divine connection to be able to have creative new ideas. But you're like, Aurora, there have been so many artists throughout the world who are men, Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, all these different things. I'm like, I know. And you know what? A lot of them were having sex with women and getting inspired by the women that they had sex with. This is called having a muse. In the world where women weren't actually empowered to earn their own money or be artists on their own, they could be an object of beauty who was housed like a zoo animal and had sex with like an object to inspire a man to be an artist, and to direct siphoning from the act of sexuality and a woman's womb and all of her creative energy into him. And then finish having sex, be like, I'm so inspired. I'm going to go paint a painting now. Thanks, girl. And maybe I'll even paint a painting of you. Like, this is the art world for a very long amount of time. And I think I've spoken about this, and forgive me for repeating, but in this broken world, when women are not exploited and when they are not used as a sexual object, and when they have enough time for all of the energy drains to be healed, because when you have sex, here's what you also need to know, girls, that there's a line of energy from the penis to your womb, and it stays there for 7 years. And you've got, depending upon the number of partners that you have had over 7 years, various different males drawing energy from your womb. And that could be really detrimental to your soul health, your energy, momentum at moving through life. And it can be what makes a woman not able to be self-volitional and successful. There are literal energy drainings that happen from having too many partners, and that's too many consensual partners, but also too many non-consensual partners. When women have been trafficked, used, or forced into prostitution, it is the ultimate in soul death, because it's like a fragmentation and a draining of them at such a profound level. Children who are trafficked and who are used in this way have the same problem. It's not just when it's consensual. This is when it is non-consensual. And there are, someone's asking out there, isn't there a way to speed it up and not just have to wait 7 years? Yes, there are different the rectification, the breath, when you're able to do this breathing in and then releasing out, this deep, truthful work that you can do, quantum disentanglement with your partners. But then also, you gotta not get fresh penises in there. You're right. You want a clean house. You don't want to have to wait 7 years. You're going to want to do these rectification exercises and then not get a fresh penis string in your womb, taking your energy. And for women who are able to do that and either clear themselves out or remain celibate for more than 7 years, they have amazing levels of success in business. They're not being drained by their partners. They're doing all sorts of creative things, art, music, building, all of these different things, very, very different than when males are draining them. And there is some good biology in this too. If you want to go down the biochemical, physical, materialistic route of investigation, there's stuff that is in semen beyond the quotient of sperm that is in there that are chemicals that would be considered tranquilizers that have an impact on female consciousness. That when you are exposed to semen, you have to consider it as being exposed to a type of drug that is like an immune suppressant that makes it more difficult for you to think your own thoughts and feel your own feelings, more difficult to erect boundaries, and more prone to exploitation or having energy taken from you. Just in the same way, like if somebody gives you a hypnotic or a tranquilizer and you're like, I'm too drunk to care, take whatever you want. Like that is what semen does. And even when you are not procreating, but you are exposed to semen, so you're not conceiving a baby, but you're still having that go into your system, it takes down your boundaries. It's just like drinking wine or something like that. It takes down your boundaries and makes it harder for you to say no to that person who put the semen inside of you, or to erect a boundary against them, or to say like, I don't like what you're doing, or any of these things. You become very like, and that is a real problem once women expose themselves to this type of tranquilizer from their partner, and then not having the spinal support, like not having the backbone and the structure to be able to then confront them. And then that's a biological reality too. And let's say the sexual revolution post World War II in America and other places like Europe was not helpful towards women at all. It was not a feminist revolution. It meant that women would be more likely to be burdened by excessive numbers of penis strings draining their wombs and making it much harder for them to live independently. So you don't want that. You don't want that. It is the biological imperative for women to have less partners over their life. And it is the biological imperative for males to have many partners over life. And this goes back to the origins, at the time of the pyramid. That was truthful then as it is truthful now. But your social dynamics and structure were different. Back then, women were in charge and they were like, I don't want to have 22 boyfriends. I want to have one boyfriend, and he sticks around and does the right thing. And we build a family, build a life together. And the men are like, no, we want to have whatever, 22, 25 million. But women were in charge, and so they protected their bodies from having 22 million penis strings put into them. In this world of the past 6,000 years, where women have not been in charge, we had women who were severely exploited. And that means they didn't get to choose their partners, or they didn't get to choose when they had their partners, or how many partners they had. And they also didn't get to choose their pregnancies. So you guys don't even know. In the ancient world, of course, women controlled how many times they got pregnant and when. And they were not always pregnant in the sense of the Dark Ages in Europe, when women at that time had access to zero amount of self-education about their bodies, zero amount of birth control, and zero amount of mentorship. And they had so many pregnancies during their life that they were always pregnant. Pregnancy is extremely draining. If you don't know this, and I've never been pregnant, what you all need to know is that pregnancy is extremely draining to the woman. It takes a lot of calcium out of their bones. It completely draws on energy reserves that are difficult to restore. And in the times where women were continually pregnant, women were continually drained. And in the Dark Ages, this is why women did not have teeth. Like literally, if you had teeth, you would be considered a gorgeous Marilyn Monroe, because every time you have a baby, you lose a tooth. This is a folk wisdom. And of course, most women get them, whatever, capped or replaced or something like that. But it takes so much calcium out of your body if you're not able to, restore yourself. You have this problem. And yeah, so of course they had terrible nutrition and no self-determination, and were pregnant all the time and lost their teeth. And they were used like the way that you currently have dogs at puppy mills. If you have ever seen the dogs that get rescued from there, that is what women were used like in those times in Europe. And that is not how women were used in the time of the Great Pyramid. Okay. So there's this huge distinction that is not accidental of what actually happened. So I'm finally getting, I know this has been an incredibly long lecture. Thank you for being with me through this whole marathon, but I'm finally getting around to it. What happened during that time of 40 years of wandering in the desert? And what happened with the erection of the first temple? This is the crux of what you need to look at in order to remove Satanism from your world right now and truly live as free people. The Bible was given during that time. As I said, the Israelites carrying the covenant, box fought against a bunch of other tribes. And sometimes they opened the box and melted the other people's faces. They had to accumulate loosh. They had to get gas in the car to make this happen. All right. So 40 years was not just 40 years of random wandering, or like some God being like, I don't know what to do, so just keep these people running in circles for 40 years. They killed a lot of people. They killed a lot of people, and they generated a lot of potential death energy that they could then apply to what they wanted to apply. And the temple was the beginning of this machinery. So before that, they didn't have the temple. They were sacrificing on the fly, and they just had this little portable tent. But the Bible that came as channel material from Mount Sinai said, don't just carry around this stupid light being box in a tent for forever. Go there, kill these guys, and erect the temple. And in order to do that, that required the creation of these demons. And the demons I propose were not created by Satan. If Satan were able to create those, he would not have involved the Shekinah and would have done it a lot earlier. Again, Satan is from Mars and is directly connected to the barbarians who came to Earth and who were outside of the circle of civilization. Like, he needed to create an interface for when you kill something, how you do a quid pro quo. And so the Shekinah, I have portrayed it as she got taken prisoner from the pyramids and then is being carted around and is somehow either diminished or very tired here. Diminished or asleep or disempowered. And then I have portrayed her as, like in an imprisonment at the bottom of a well. But her energy in the presence of these sacrifices granted the wishes of the evil ones. She is not supposed to do that. And this is a major betrayal of her position in this world. If you choose to come down and be a nanny for the world, you can't at one point be like, these kids are driving me fucking crazy. You know what I think I really want to do with my sub and unconscious desires? I think I want to create the ass rape empire and start to get people to benevolently genitally mutilate themselves. Like, that is a huge disconnect. How does she go from that? Like, you love children. I just love children. I just want to help them so much too. I want to destroy children and create an empire of ass rape. That is what she did in this world. You're the children. She came here and she's like, I love you guys, and I want to teach you how to be more civilized. And then at a certain point, it's like, I hate you guys, and I want to work with Satan to codify the process of how to rape you to death and how to destroy your whole entire fabric of reality and planet. somehow this is what she did. So the technology of how to build the temple. What was the temple? It was an actual stone edifice that had an outer perimeter and then an inner courtyard. And then inside of there was another building that was for the priests. And inside of there is where the Shekinah was. Not just in the sleep Shekinah, not just a prisoner, but someone who, when potential wishes were made in her presence, she granted that wish. And you're not supposed to do that. If I have money, I choose what I spend my money on. If I'm a divine being with wish granting capabilities, I choose which wishes I grant. She's supposed to be here granting the wishes that civilize humanity. She is not supposed to be here granting the wishes of sexual violence. Again, if you had a wish of sexual violence in ancient Egypt, like you would have your penis cut off. That's all. There's no question about that. So the Shekinah clearly had the capacity to initially not have sexual violence and protect women from that. But in this changeover in 40 years in the desert, somehow these demons were created that were also demons of female competition, where you have somehow women all fighting to say who is more beautiful, who is going to be more attracted by them. So a change with the change is from women initiating, like I want to have babies with you, to women being like, I'm so pretty, I wonder who's going to come and have babies with me. That's the Shekinah. She did that. She did that change in empowerment. And with that change of women having to somehow be attractive and attract the right mate, was this demon of female competition that has to do with your looks. And also, so I mean, men have to live up to this, but like you're supposed to want more than just looks in a woman. But in most of human culture, that has not been truthful. But you're supposed to want more than just physical beauty, also soul companionship and genetic compatibility and intellectual positiveness. Good matches intellectually for your thoughts. Like from the time of 6,000 years ago in the patriarchy, that has not been what males have done as they have been empowered to choose their mates. They're like, I want the prettiest woman, or I want the woman with the biggest breasts, or the best sex partner, not the one who is the soul that is for me, or the person who is genuinely suited for me. Basically, it is sex without love. And when I talk about a satanic society and the progeny of the satanic society, it is an unloving society. I'm going to say stuff. I hope Debbie's family doesn't watch this video for 6 hours and find it, but I have to say it for real. Her family was unloving. They didn't really have like a huge passion with each other. They just got married in the way that people do. And this has been throughout human history. Be like, you just get married. And it's because some of it is social pressure, where like this is just the thing that is done. Some of it is biological pressure. You have inner urges of like, yeah, like you want to have a baby and you're young and it's the right time. But it's really not the way you're supposed to do it, where young people are either set up by their older generations, or what is often truthful is they just marry the people in their village. And you have a limited number of applicants. Like there's like 4 guys in your village. And it's like, who are you going to marry? These are the 4 guys. And you got to choose. And you don't love any of them, but you have to choose one of them. And the types of children that are made out of those unloving conceptions, and also the types of families that are made out of those unloving conceptions. Debbie's family is one of those families. They are the end result of many unloving conceptions, and they don't necessarily like hate each other, and they are not physically abusive. They are not loving. And then their sacrifice of their child is like, they simply do not love their children. And that sounds so terrible when I say this, and I'm laughing about it. How can I say this? There is a sense of disposability, disconnection, sociopathy, and disposability with the children, especially those that do not have a soul resonance as fitting with the other satanics. Debbie was not a satanic and came in as a different type of soul to try to clean house, try to end some of these dynamics that are very unhealthy dynamics. And instead of her fixing things in their family or whatever, like they sacrificed her, but you not in the way that like putting her on an altar and chopping off her head, in a different way. All right. And there are some things that are things that I cannot say here on a YouTube type of video, but I will talk about at retreats if you want to know more about like how that is connected. But just her father worked in secret defense department stuff, and their family was part of older semi-scientific rituals and experiments that were done using technology and radiation and tearing the fabric of space-time. So she's not like it's not like it was random, like her family had been into that, but also she's part of this thing that they do to many people of drilling or drilling out the original person and putting something else in. Just call it techno fuckery and those things. But unloving, I mean, like, I'll go further. Like, of course, like her brother was experimented upon in bad ways also, but he's a satanic. He's part of that, but she wasn't part of that. So just, yeah, I mean, complex stuff, and I know personal stuff for me to be able to share here, but I can say it because like I'm Aurora, like I'm actually not part of their family, but I saw all their family dynamics and I could see like what was not loving. It can be hard to sense in your own family and admit it, like if it was not a loving family. And it's okay to admit that. I think probably 90% of the families that are out there, maybe more, are not loving families. There's a lot of unloving sex that is happening, a lot of unloving marriages, a lot of unloving children being brought into the world. And then women have a lot of ambivalence about being a mom, because they're like with a guy that they don't really love, but they don't really know what love is. But now they've brought a new life into the world and they've heard that it's a good thing to do, but their body's gotten a lot of fat and uglier from it. And then they have this baby that they feel disconnected with too, who's kind of like a demonic baby, because again, the genetic combinations that are happening are continually diluting goodness. And the generations are getting worse and worse. And then women are being told, like, you're supposed to love your kid. And they're kind of like, this kid made me fat and my boobs are down to my knees and they always want stuff from me. And I don't really feel like a loving connection to my kid. And then a lot of women feeling guilty for that because they actually had wrong babies with wrong men. And so that is not the way that you're supposed to do it. You're actually supposed to be wildly in love with another person who is a treasure to you. Every time that you have sex, it's supposed to be magical orgasms that shake the entire galaxy. I didn't get that to that part yet. The quality of your orgasms for the past 6,000 years has been crap. Like I'm some kind of a whatever, like a critic or whatever. Inappropriate to be that way, but just please know, like your orgasms, especially of the past 200 years or so, do not shake the foundations of reality. But that is how profound it is supposed to be. And also, not only do the males of this time, like, you might not have a connection with them. They might be unloving. They're very sexually damaged. They have mutilated penises. And then also, when you actually do find or try to have loving, consensual sex with them, they do not know what they are doing. And that is the other thing that I have to report to you. I am not sexually active here and have never been consensually sexually active here, but I can report to you from my telepathy and the things that I perceive, even though I totally give you your privacy because I don't really want to know what's going on in your private realms, but I can't help but know, because when you have sex, it's like seeing firecrackers go off around you. The guys don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing, and you don't have positive sexual mentorship, and pornography has pretty much destroyed men's ability to do what they're actually supposed to do in sexuality. They do not know what to do energetically or what to do physically or what to do emotionally. And and pornography has made them worse artists. So it was probably pretty bad, whatever, like, whatever in the 1800s, they didn't have like whatever, all of your sex channels and things like that on TV. So people were different. Not that everybody back then was so great at having sex and creating orgasms, but probably, you could probably do it better then, because humans and males were less polluted with the energy of pornography, the destabilizing emotional energy of it, the visuals of it, and the expectations implanted in it. All of those are incredibly corrosive. And then even when you don't participate or watch pornography, but you are with other males who do, males have a broken penis. And so what is wrong in your world is that a lot of males get together as a social group, watch TV together, and get erections next to each other together. They are sexually stimulated by the imagery that they see on TV together, and they achieve arousal together. That is not healthy. They're not supposed to do that. that is like they are displaying their sexual dysfunction with each other, and this is considered like a positive sexual activity. So it might be watching like outright pornography, but it might also be watching just movies that have sex scenes that come from Hollywood, which is very satanic. This is a totally non-sacred use of sexual energy and a very, very unhealthy thing for males to do around other males. This is not like this is not a good use of your energy. So, in fact, Satanism is the codification or religion, for lack of a better word, of sexual misery. And the past 6,000 years have been the increasing intensity of sexual misery on your planet to the point where it is at the breaking point. And you can't have a planet anymore if you have that amount of sexual misery and sexual dysfunction that is going on. So the Shekinah did groom you with the subsequent New Testament and the hallucinogenic craziness of the book of Revelation. So that, of course, was after the Second Temple. So the Jews were not loved by the people around them. The Israelites who started this temple of worship were not loved and appreciated by like the Babylonians and the Assyrians and the other people around them. And eventually they destroyed the temple. And then what is called known as the Babylonian diaspora occurred. The people who were the Jews and who were actually satanic went out and lived with all these other tribes. And then, of course, they got diluted and they picked up some other capabilities and worldviews. And then they also eventually came back to Israel, came back to Jerusalem, and they built the second temple. And by that point, they were super duper corrupt. If you thought that they were very corrupt in the original time in the wandering in the desert, they are now eviler. Sorry, so tired. They are now even more evil. And they erect the second temple. And that is at the time when the second temple has been there. That is when Jesus came, or 2,000 years ago, or the guy that you know as Yeshua. And he is a great man. He is not like any of these evil, broken penis, mutilated, dysfunctional ass fuckers at all. He is a very, very beautiful, very physically powerful person, and also very great soul, great feelings, great values, great person, great connection, great artistry, and in every way, like an amazing man. Again, like all of the men used to be like that. And it's so devastating, beyond poignant and sad. Like it's devastating. Like all of the males used to be like that. Now you have very few that are like that. And when I yell at the Shekinah, I yell like this at her. I'm like, Shekinah, the women of this world here now keep on wishing for princes. And you keep on sending them frogs. You women, maybe when you were a little girl and maybe inspired by some Disney fantasies or fairy tales, you wished for a prince. You were wishing for your husband. And you're supposed to do this. This actually goes back to, the time of the pyramids when you wish for your partner. And the hallmark of Satanism is taking those initial innovations and impulses of your wishes and turning them and twisting them and weaponizing them against you. The Department of Ironic Misfulfillment. We're talking monkey paw. We're talking every single one of these cautionary tales where you wish for something that you want, but you get a worse version of it. Then you wish to fix it. And then eventually you wish that you'd never found that stupid monkey's paw in the first place. All right. So you as women, you're growing up and maybe, like I said, involved in princess fantasies or whatever, but you wish for a prince. You wish for someone who is handsome and who is good and who is wealthy and who will take good care of you. And then you will be so happy to have babies together. And then you will be so happy to play house. Like this is what little girls' fantasies are. And the satanic, corrupted energy of the Shekinah takes your real, genuine, passionate wishes and then turns it into pairing you up with some total raging asshole who is genetically modified over many generations of assholes to be the biggest asshole he can be and to destroy your fucking life. And that's 90% of the men out there. And it's 90% of the relationships out there. And when you I just said that and it landed like a thud. That's why I had to kind of like recharge my energy because I'm like, oh, they don't like hearing that very much. Yeah. Yeah, very, very unfortunate. So you have a lot of very, very poorly conceived relationships, poorly managed pairings who are not good characteristics that don't taste good together, and a lot of unloving relationships and partnerships that are marriages of either arranged marriages, marriages of convenience, or marriages that continue happening out of materialism. Like, well, I need a place to live, and we both own this house together, and I don't know what I would do otherwise. So I guess I just stay in this marriage and keep on going. That is a lot of human history for the past 6,000 years. And it's an anesthetized way of living, not a fully engaged way of living. And it is a numbing to the inadequacy of a person's life. And of course, you must also remember that for a large portion of, whatever Judaism and Christianity, the satanic realm, like divorce did not exist. Like you couldn't be like, well, I'm in this relationship and I'm just not really that satisfied. Let's get divorced and then, goodbye, or we'll see the kids on Christmas or whatever. Like, no, you didn't have that option. Like you just had a lifelong partner who was your assigned lifelong partner who was like the biggest asshole in the world. Like this is none of this is good. All right. So my anger and your anger, as I'm trying to bring this into a focus here, should be on the responsibility of the Shekinah. She is the divine feminine principle. She is creative. She grants wishes and makes matter happen. Somehow her presence here in this world has been diverted from the original benevolence to now one of such profound malevolence that what is truthful is she has incurred a debt that is so big that I don't think she could ever pay it. And someone asked me like, well, is she still in excuses? What's going on with her? That was one of the recent ones was, hey man, give me a chance. I know my debt is huge, but I'd like an opportunity to pay it. And I said, fuck you, Shekinah, you've got to be kidding me because you failed on your mission. You fucked up really, really badly. The reason why I am here is because you fucked up so badly that you literally created a satanic religion that after about 5,007 years of rapes and sacrifices, tried to sacrifice this body. I am here because you fucked up that badly. And the answer is no, you cannot have another chance. You can't have another chance at another time or another whatever layer of reality to try to pay your giant incalculable debt. No, you can go to entropy. And that's where I'm at with her. And this is actually very positive and celebratory, not sad at all. That she has portrayed herself as a poor damsel and a poor victim who was stolen by Satan and forced into this type of complicit relationship where she is granting the wishes of evil. And this is everything you cannot do when you are a Christ or a benevolent civilizing factor. You cannot go to a barbarian planet and be like, oops, they took me prisoner. And then all of a sudden they co-opted my powers and they started to use it to energize animal sacrifice. Oops, oh well, can't do that. And she should have taken full responsibility of this and flown out, kicking ass and fixing things. And she didn't. So at this point, please recognize she has to go to entropy. And this is the part of, we can finally see it in this lighting, the ongoing planetary ascension. I've told you many times that planetary ascension includes every organism who is here. So that's plants and squirrels in the park, you and the Shekinah. And right now, the Shekinah has not only been dead weight, like as we are accelerating, you could imagine it's just like that amazing painting where it's like we're going like, we're going lasagna so fast, so fast, so fast, fast, fast. Pardon me. I went to a little too lasagna fast there. Getting all accelerated and super fast. And the Shekinah is like this lead weight. She needs to accelerate too. And that acceleration really has to do with light flowing into the system. As light flows into the system, it is intelligence and data, and it illuminates her about her mistakes, red clipboard time, things that she's done very, very wrong, but it also illuminates all of you about what a fucked up piece of shit she has been for 6,000 years. And also, I mean, you're not allowed to be cosmic law enforcement and come here and then get that corrupt. Like I, as cosmic law enforcement, come in and I'm like, what are you doing around here? And you got to do something and fix this or, be eradicated. Her energy must be resolved. And the biggest thing is if she tries to portray herself as a poor innocent battery, like it's not my fault. And they just started doing all these sacrifices around me. And I just started granting the wishes of the most evil, horrible monsters ever. Like you can't have that in the world either. Like if you are a pile of money, it's your job to protect yourself and make sure that evil people don't steal you and spend you on evil things. She is the equivalent of a pile of money, and she cannot allow her energy for granting wishes to be stolen by evil rapists who, once again, I can't emphasize this enough. Not only does she grant and sanctify their capacity to want to rape and violate, but after they rape and violate, she gives them money. Both of these things are horrible. So this is like Hollywood movie producers are going to rape the innocent actress. That's one wish granted. But then with the degradation of that woman that that man has taken, he's then going to take that and use it to get money. This is two bad wishes that have been granted by the Shekinah in reality structure. And what she did not do is grant the wish of the woman, which is what she's supposed to do, because the woman is saying, I wish to have a wonderful career. I wish to have notoriety. I wish to have artistic expression, and I wish to get paid and have money. Instead, they don't do that for the women, or the Shekinah doesn't do that for the women. The satanic Shekinah grants the wishes of the gross, violative male. This is very, very wrong. And even when it is more complex, because maybe the victim who's being violated is a male, the most devastating thing is every time someone is being raped, whether they're a man or woman, that person is desperately wishing not to be raped. And the Shekinah is instead granting the wishes of the rapist. So you guys have to comprehend that when you are a pile of money or when you are a god, a divine being, you don't just grant every single wish that comes into your presence. You're selective. You get to have a filter of what's a good idea and what's a bad idea. And this happens all the time when I'm doing my flying rainbow lasagna dance. I generate all sorts of time waves, and God is selective and is like, these things are great. These things are subpar and not that good. And I admit to that. And I'm like, good. I want God to have a selective filter of which aspects of reality should be emanated and should be vivified, and which things should not, which are either errors or mistakes or not optimal. In this world, you have witnessed the end result of what happens to a society after 6,000 years of granting the very worst wishes by the very worst people. And then those very bad people also make one more wish. They wish to get away with it, to face no responsibility. And that is the evil time society of bouncing signals, leapfrogging down the generations, as opposed to facing the music and actually getting a real assessment of what you've done in your life. That also relates to the satanic legal system, where rapists condone other rapists. Well, I know that you raped that kid, but I also have rapist tendencies. So, here's a slap on the wrist and don't do it again. Don't be in my courtroom again, right? And that also includes the FBI agents who I've described to you in detail in my wonderful literature that I urge you to read, my comic book. They're all rapists too. How do you get that job working for the FBI? You got to rape someone first. Then they're like, come, we've seen your work. We love you. We think you're great. We want you to be a part of the society of rapists. So once again, the FBI is the society of rapists. And they created serial killers. They did not protect you from serial killers. And they know exactly who is doing these crimes because these crimes are them. These crimes are them. I have one good example of this. The actor that you know as Ashton Kutcher, he is actually an FBI agent. How did he get that job? He killed his girlfriend. He murdered his girlfriend. There's tons of evidence that he did it and that he's at the scene of the crime. And the FBI doesn't go to this guy and be like, we see you with this evidence that you've murdered your girlfriend. We'd like to put you on trial now. They say, you murdered your girlfriend, but you've got a good looking face. We think you've got a potential to work in Hollywood. And also you can set up this fake Save the Kids system and pretend that you're really working against child trafficking. Meanwhile, you can eat as many babies as you want to. And also you can occasionally play roles in our FBI follies of wearing masks and fooling the public in politics and the things that and politics and propaganda. And that is who that guy is. You're like, that guy from that 70s show? I'm like, that guy from that 70s show is actually a rapist and a murderer who then got flagged by the FBI. They built a career for him in Hollywood, and he goes around doing a bunch of fucked up shit against kids when he pretends to actually protect kids. He is a perfect example of that. And they hold forward glamours when they destroy lives, they take energy, and one of the first things they do is wrap themselves in a glamour. And the glamour is an image that says, I'm handsome and wealthy and good, and I would never do anything against those poor children. I'm a protector of children. Please forgive me my overacting, but that is what they do. These ass fuckers that are in Congress and Bill Clinton, whatever, right after they ass fuck, they take some of that energy, which is dark magic energy, and they use it to protect themselves so that they can get away with it. The Shekinah is responsible for 6,000 years of people doing bad actions in this world and then not facing the consequences of it. There is some inherent disconnect that is part of the erection of the demonic interface system that she created that prevents actual cosmic justice from flowing on your planet. She came here as a planetary civilizer and ended up being the planetary enabler, protecting and first creating and then protecting the very, very worst perpetrators of the very, very worst type of crimes that you can have in this world. So in every single way, like we're putting the Shekinah on trial with this, I'm like this is just my opening remarks. Everyone, thank you very much. We'll get to the trial very soon. No, I'm joking. I know you're all tired and hungry, and Cheeky is too. But this is to delineate the crimes. And what I'm doing is breaking spells with my words and helping to restore your true nerve plexus. Because when you have grown up under levels of abuse and dysfunction, you calibrate to that as being normal. Like whatever, maybe your mom always smells like alcohol and you're a child and you're breastfeeding, your mom smells like alcohol. And then you grow up and you learn like, parents are not supposed to always smell like alcohol. Definitely not when you're breastfeeding, but like you might have calibrated to that as normal. The Shekinah is similarly an extremely flawed presence of maternal energy. It's not a good mom. And I am actually a good mom. And you know what? That's one of the reasons why I am not sexually active in this world and I do not have any children, physical children in this world. Oh my God, because I could tell coming here, like, no, like this is a very, very dysfunctional world. And you cannot, there are inherent obstacles to having an equitable relationship, including the influence of pornography on the other men who are good men. When you have men who are programmed for pornography and they get an erection when they look at stimulating images and you're sitting around watching football with them and then the cheerleaders or the commercials come on, they're all getting erections and they're having an impact on you. Even though you don't say it with words, they don't say to each other like, hey, Tom, like my dick is getting so hard looking at these cheerleaders over here. How's your dick doing? Like, you don't talk about it like that, but these are social, subtle cues about how you're supposed to act in the world. And the dysfunction rubs off on you. The dysfunctional bees rub off on the wild bees and dilute the males. So look, males who are good males, who are listen to my diatribe here, listen to my rant, please internalize as much of this as you can beyond your male ego, because I know that it can hurt or feel bad to be criticized. And please really reassess everything about sexuality and about biological functionality that is indoctrinated into your world. Even everything to think like, well, you're supposed to ejaculate every day, whether or not it's into a consensual partner, because it's just part of basic health and just keeping the plumbing flowing. It's like, people think that, and they also think like if you don't ejaculate enough, and then this is why people are getting prostate problems. Like these are inherent miscalibrations that are within the males, and you have to consider and go through in your own healing process all of the bullshit that other males indoctrinated you into, and fucking get rid of it and fucking purge it, and really reconsider the viewpoint that I am sharing with you about everything of not only male, female sexual dynamics and procreation and resources, but also the satanic view of animals and plants and nature. Because there has really been something since the past 6,000 years of the distorted male viewpoint harming nature, harming plants, and harming animals, and disassociation from being a part of the planet. And to the point that people think that Earth respect is paganistic. earth worship of the female presence. You can't think of that. Like if you're a microbe and you live on Aurora's body, you have to be like, I am pro Aurora and I want Aurora's body to be alive. And it is not some strange, bizarre thing to not want to hurt Aurora's skin. But you have to look at farming techniques, like farming techniques that started in what you know as the Industrial Revolution, were the beginning of modern agriculture with steel plows and steel like drills to put seeds into the earth. It is hurting the skin of the earth. And this is not the traditional way that you're always going to do farming. It is I want to say the male way of doing it. It is the disrespectful to nature and exploitive to nature way of doing it that involves technology, machinery, and industrialization. And believe me, a lot of beautiful vegetables were grown on a large scale to feed civilizations, and animals were also produced that did not involve this inherent disrespect of nature and I would say violence towards nature. Violence towards nature. When we've got Fauci experimenting upon beautiful beagles, that is violence against nature. Or some other supposed regenerative scientist who is going to help people to grow back their limbs, but he's torturing a bunch of flatworms. That is, it's a violation of nature. And genetic modification and the change of corn, like the changing the genes of corn so that you have this poisonous corn, that is also a violation of nature. And this is sacrifice. And sacrifice is really destruction to the intermediary of a demon. So when you've got this corn, the destruction intermediary is a demon who's named Monsanto, which very ironically translates to my saint. It's not a saint, it's a demon. Do you get it? Monsanto is a creation. At the beginning of time, they did not say, and we're also going to bop down a little demon named Monsanto. It's a creation out of somebody's mind. These demonic interfaces, I propose, are creations out of the mind of the Shekinah. I don't know why. I don't know why. I just know that. All right. I don't know why she would do. Why would she do this? I don't know why, but I think that. I think that she did that. I think that she created these demonic interfaces to build the first temple, and that then became a place where she was housed and protected and complicit with the horrible energy of Satan and with the satanic takeover of this planet. So if you guys read my comic book, a lot of what that talks about is fighting against the technology of transhumanism. But in fighting and succeeding and destroying the founder and destroying all the technology that he created, there is still the Satanism that exists from this moment of Exodus and really goes all the way back to the genetic modification of Adam. I am still fighting against that, and confronting the Shekinah about all this bad shit is the essence of this acceleration of planetary ascension. You've got a lot of, light energy flowing into your planet at this moment. And I told you last June was an end to a giant cosmic chapter. I have to drink, sorry. And December of this year was also another end to a human chapter. This reassessment of the Shekinah's impact on your world and personal responsibility, and confronting her about these levels of personal responsibility, is required for you to all really accelerate into the next chapter. The beginning of the Satanic Empire with Exodus is also the beginning of the materialistic empire, where you no longer, as humans, were asked to prioritize and care about your spiritual journey, but you were only, as humans, requested or required to care about your materialism. God approaches Abraham and he says, cut off the end of your dick and I'll give you a lot of fucking money. And then when you come to Hollywood, it's the same thing. Be a Jewish person, participate in these politics, ideas, and dynamics, and you get a bunch of money. Like basically Judaism, and especially Judaism as it's practiced since the death of the temple. So when Jewish people have the Friday Sabbath, when they have a Sabbath, first of all, they are celebrating death at the original temple. The baked chicken is a total analog for the original animals that were killed, except I told you, when they used to do the sacrifices at the temple and what sacrifices in that era were considered in the biblical age, killed an animal and you burnt it, but you didn't eat it, gave it to God, or a sense of some, whatever bloodthirsty maniac that is not a physical person. But there started to be wiggle rooms and accommodation where the priesthood is like, it's my job to kill this ox. Blood goes everywhere. All right, burn that ox. And they're like, bye, everyone. Good job sacrificing that ox. I'm the evil priest now. And they're like, hey, is that barbecue done? Give me. I want it. Like, this is what they did. Okay. They had giant priestly barbecues. But the regular people didn't get to eat the barbecue. Like, the priestly class got to eat the barbecue. And this is very much what Jesus came and confronted them about. That's what that myth is when they say turning tables. He turned over the tables. Supposedly he was angry because money was involved. It wasn't just money was involved. He didn't agree with the practice of sacrifice. And also, he came as a reformer regarding the substance that is known as cannabis. Cannabis was an essential part of this type of worship that was done in the desert. And cannabis was also used in ancient Egypt too, as a molecular amplifier for people to have their psychedelic experiences. So in the Bible, they give the recipe for the holy anointing oil, which is sometimes called HAO, the holy anointing oil. And it is basically olive oil with this particular flowering plant that is translated as cannabisum, but is really cannabis, plus cassia and myrrh and a couple of other spices. And they would put this all together and let it sit in the sun for a long amount of time. And then they would rub it on the Messiah. And the Messiah is their chosen person. So if you know the story of the Passover, the Paschal lamb had to be their best lamb, their most unblemished lamb. This is how fucked up the religions of sacrifice are. They're like, look, I'm God. I'm chomping my cigar. Hey, kid, you're going to have to give me something. You want something for me? I'm going to have, you want me to do something for you? You're going to have to give something to me. Look, I want your best lamb. Okay, good. No, I don't want that one over there. That's got something weird on his leg. I don't want that one over there. He's too skinny. I want your best lamb. All right, smoking my cigar. And so they Passover lamb. Moses is like, okay, everyone, I'm ready to take you out of Egypt, out of your bondage. You're going to have to first cut off the end of your penises. And then when you're ready for this ritual, I want you to sacrifice your best lamb to God. And that's, what we're going to eat. And then, in that moment, what they did was to burn the animal and then eat the animal. But you're not supposed to eat the animal. You're just supposed to burn it and then leave it for the gods to eat and not actually eat it. So there's already like a lot of illogics that are in there and a lot of things that don't make sense. But going forward when they formalized these practices of animal sacrifice in the temple, you were either supposed to bring the best of your flock, or you went there to where Jesus was mad and you buy something. Like, if you don't bring your own, you buy one and then it even became a whole concession. Like, when you go to the movies, you buy their soda and their popcorn. You don't bring it from home. At a certain point, by the second temple, which was so corrupt, Jesus was there and people were like, well, I'm not going to bring my own dove from home. Like, I'll buy one at the temple. And Jesus is like, look at this. You have a concession stand going on to what is supposed to be holy. This is all wrong and you shouldn't do this anymore. And so he criticized all of them. But his true critique was that at that point, the very corrupt priesthood had limited the use of the holy anointing oil to themselves. They were like, we will eat the barbecue and we will also rub this topical cannabis oil all over our own bodies. And you guys don't get to do it, even though it's incredibly healing and protective of certain diseases and elevating for the body. In fact, it's supposed to be in your food, and I've told you about this many times. So the real rebellious nature of Jesus, Yeshua, the reformer, was that he took that oil and he gave it to regular people and used it to heal them. And when you hear healings about people's menstrual difficulties, skin ailments, and eyesight, that is largely due to him helping them with fucking cannabis oil. Yeah. And so again, you don't hear that. And it's a very radical way of saying this because it's mostly sanitized from the Bible. But the Rastafarian religion is the closest thing to the true religion that Jesus was trying to reform and bring you back to. But I do not condone Rastafarianism because it is wildly misogynistic and wildly in a bad power dynamic between the males and the females. But the sacred or ritualistic use of cannabis is very much interwoven in true Christianity, or the original parts that were sanitized out of true Christianity, and also involving a direct experience of God, not this indirect experience of God. So basically, the outcasts that were in the time of the pyramid could see that the civilized ones were experiencing some kind of a giant, I want to say regalia, like a giant a big thing in the sky. And when they eventually went on to build their first temple, it had the same feeling of like a big arena. And instead of a rock star, they had the priests who were sacrificing stuff, like kill that ox, hooray! And the crowd goes wild, hooray! And that they were mimicking in many ways a lot of the things that they saw in the culture that they had come out of. And but what was new was that they now had these demonic interfaces that would somehow take the energy of the souls of the animals that could have lived for many more years and was able to misapply it to different reality structures. So if you remember the story of Abraham, that God says, I'll make you powerful and I'll make you fruitful and I'll give you what you want. And this is a nerve plexus that is taught to Jewish children in their Hebrew school, like their Sunday school, their Bible school, about why Jewish people are better than other people and about why Jewish people are allowed to run the world. And of course, that is not something that people outside of the Jewish culture are let in on. Similarly, the disdain that Jewish people have for non-Jews in calling them goyim, which means sheep and sacrificial sheep, should also tell you a lot about the nerve plexus that is installed into the genetic outgrowth of the originators who did this type of animal sacrifice in the temple. Hold on a moment. Well, wait, I have so many more things. Hold on. I need to give Cheeky her heart medicine. So hold on. That's why I'm struggling to stay focused, because I hear her next to me. Let's take a little break. Need a little break. Break for Cheeky. Thank you. So I know that I don't remember exactly what I was just thinking about before I stopped to give Cheeky her stuff, but let me just go through here. All right. And let me do some reading. Thank you. Oh, and Amy says, thank you so much for this information. It's absolutely incredible. Much love. You're very, very welcome. I am very pleased to share this with you. When I have these insights, sometimes I've been over my life, like as a precog type of person and a person who has visions. Sometimes I have been like, oh, like I can't tell people about this. Like sometimes I'm like, this would be a lot easier if I just kept this to myself as opposed to telling everyone else about this. Apologies, my chocolate here. But with this particular topic, although it is very challenging to talk about, I think it is really the topic of topics. I think it speaks to why your world is so fucked up, what is wrong, and who is responsible, and also how to fix it. Because if you want to know what the solution is to all of this, you got to kick the Shekinah. I say Kachina too, because that's different. Kachina is from the American Southwest, these Pleiadian visitors who came to the Native Americans or whatever. Like they're not here anymore. They've left. But we should not have this Shekinah at the bottom of a well, energizing and condoning the fabric of Satanism for one more day. She should either go to entropy, which is again, like if there's a reverberation, a frequency being is reverberating, it should stop. It should no longer be active in the world. It should no longer be emanating thought forms, and should definitely not be granting wishes. So this does speak to the implantation of modality in humans to do intercessional prayer, to ask for something outside of yourself for the things that you want. I've spoken to you about Atlantis. We made stuff happen. We would never be like, please, oh, please, someone up there, do something. We're like, I'm here. I do things, right? And also in the culture around the pyramids, there was not intercessional prayer either. And it wasn't like, hey, colored lights in the sky, like give us stuff. Or even, hey, Shekinah, glowing being at the center of the pyramid, give us stuff. It was much more a sense of worship through embodiment of the divine. And then also like co-creative reality, like you're there, like you're making things happen. It goes to a level of supreme disempowerment in the satanic world of the past 6,000 years that you have been taken out of your adulthood and put into a state of infancy where you're not allowed to create reality directly, and you will have to ask for permission. And that means essentially asking Satan, but it's not Satan, because if he could have done this without the Shekinah, he would have. He would have made a bunch of demons and killed a bunch of people on the planet, taken their energy of their souls and used it to make even worse, more fucked up shit. And he didn't do that. What he did was somehow influence Moses and somehow get the Shekinah to participate and somehow get her to invent demons. And I will reiterate, that's demons of eating disorder, demons of thinking that you are fat and ugly when you're in a beautiful body, demons of female competition for beauty and for male attention. Definitely demon of rape and sexual violence, demon of sexual abuse and incest. These things were so inherently antisocial in the civilized time that I talk about. Like, they would never be tolerated in any way. They would not be tolerated socially. It would be a capital crime if that was found out, that that was something that you were doing, and that those tendencies to do that would then be wiped out of the population. Whereas in this world that you are in after 6,000 years of dilution and amplification of evil, you have more and more generations being made who have the inherent potential and normality of incest. Like, look at the Biden regime. Like, Biden does incest with his kid, who does incest with his cousin, and they're all part of this ruling dynasty. This also, those are just like the gross American recent versions of it, but there was tons of that in the actual nobles of Europe. So Biden is not a real noble family at all, but there were times when humans lived in a castle with a bunch of fucking money and very, very nice clothing, and they were nobility, and they were ass fucking, and they were also doing incest too. So you have like really the most diluted like idiocracy, of like people, whatever, drinking their Gatorade and wearing their polyester, but still creating the next generation of incest experiencers and then incest proliferators. Because again, what the next generation should do is turn against the ones who abused them and say, wow, you raped me, or you did something bad to me, and now I'm going to fucking destroy you. And then that would be the end. But you don't have that. And while you have this leapfrogging from generation to generation through these abuse, genetic portals or tendencies, is this continuation of it. And as soon as there's a confrontation with the person who is genuinely responsible, that is how you end this cycle and end this ongoing shit show. So the person that you really need to confront about this is the Shekinah, and she is a validator. She used to validate the civilization that was in Egypt, and she validated that worldview and that connection to the divine. She, at a certain point, changed her validation and started to validate Satanism and satanic activities that are anti-life. The form of worship of Jews at the original temple was to kill. Eventually, when the temples were destroyed, and you should take some hints when your temples get destroyed, they didn't say, okay, we're going to stop being Jews because we can't be Jews anymore. Like, we're still going to be Jews, but now we're just going to kill an animal and use its skin to write the Torah. And then when you go to whatever Yom Kippur services or Rosh Hashanah, the Torah is paraded around and it is revered as a living being because it is made out of fucking animal flesh. And this is the evidence of the sacrifice still going on today. So although the Jewish people say, we used to read animal sacrifices, like feeling a little uncomfortable with this, but we don't anymore. I assure you, there's no need to eradicate us from existence. Now we just read a book every Saturday. And then also what we do on Friday nights is we do bake a chicken, but we burn 2 candles that used to be made out of tallow, but now they're made out of petroleum to signify the 2 temples where we used to burn animal sacrifices. So we don't burn animal sacrifices anymore, but we used to. And we remember the good old days when we used to. And then the other point is, if you're really all in on Judaism, you're like, And one day we will again. And that's what the story of Passover is. We're in the diaspora, and now we're not free men, but next year in Jerusalem. That's what they say at the end of Passover. But next year, we're going to rebuild the temple. We're going to build the third fucking temple, and we're going to start sacrificing animals to Satan again. And that's their goal or their desire. So you have to know that there's a lot of messianic bad stuff in both Judaism and some of these other Christian sects, like the Church of Latter-day Saints and the Jesuits and the Mormons and some of these other guys, because they do believe literally in that last book of the Bible, where they think that you have to have a total destruction or world sacrifice to bring about peace. These are total lies. And I am here to break these lies and to prevent the destruction of this planet through such folly that people would think that you're going to destroy the planet and then give a beautiful paradise in its place. It was always folly. It was never going to happen. And imagine the rug pull, where you're like going to destroy all of this beauty and hope that you get something better. And then, wah, wah, it turns out that that wasn't truthful at all. Please know that these are the epitome of rug pull or inherently disappointment, satanic promises. For the past 6,000 years, you have not gotten your wishes granted as good people. The Shekinah has been granting the wishes of the worst fuckface assholes in your world. And she would be very happy to continually grant those wishes to the point of destroying the whole entire planet, and not grant your wishes, which are to have a long and healthy life, not be raped or ass fucked, and grow your food and have a family and live in peace and harmony, right? Like the way that we set up things in the time of the ancient pyramids. And they have no intention of allowing you to be able to do that. And it's essential to confront the generative energy of the Shekinah that is currently being misappropriated and misdirected towards end of the world fucking expectations, as opposed to towards life and vivification. So Jesus, the reformer of 2,000 years ago, was born into that incredibly dysfunctional, ass fucking, penis mutilating society that also had this expectation of a Messiah and an end of world. Although the book of Revelation hadn't been written yet, it was written around the time of Jesus, there was such a thing as Messianic Judaism that had to do with an expectation of what this savior figure would look like and what the restoration of the world would look like. And that is why there's all of these stories about whether Jesus was that figure or whether he was not that figure. So the official story from Jewish people is he was not that figure, and they're still waiting. But the Christian people say he was that figure. But please know that although the original avatar of the teacher of goodness who was here, and he was like, stop sacrificing shit, just eat bread and wine. That is what he said. He said, stop killing a bunch of fucking animals, just have bread and wine. But they turned that into some gross analog of cannibalism too, and emphasized martyrdom and emphasized death, and that you had to die in order to go to Christian heaven. This was all a huge hijacking of what was supposed to be a reformation or a cleansing of the satanic system. So please know that, and that the Reformation did not go very well. So I've been critical of Jesus and his mission, but I am now more critical of the Shekinah and her mission. She definitely failed at her mission, and I have not failed at my mission. I am here, and I'm still here, and I'm still a viable presence, and I am here as a civilizer. And so what I have been is consistently destroying the transhumanist technology, which is like the advanced high-tech outgrowth of old-fashioned ass-fucking Satanism. But now that I've gotten rid of the scientists and the OS hell, like artificial overlay system, now I'm directly confronting the evil Satanists who erected the 5G towers, who erected the inoculation campaign of micromachinery into people's bodies, who created these types of wholesale sacrifice that is done through vaccinations of people who are MTHFR and they can't process out the fucking adjuvants or deal with the invasive DNA that is injected into them. So I am here destroying those materialist scientists who also are satanic. And if you read my comic book, the founder is a good example of that. He was very materialistic. He did not believe in God, but in many ways, he did believe in Satan as an expression of the on and subconscious. And I would say that that is very much pop psychology bullshit, because it wasn't just the on and subconscious that influenced Moses and the Israelites to come out of Egypt. It was actually a voice in the sky. It wasn't just voices in their own head or their own fucked upness that was like, I know, like, I'll steal the Shekinah and go across the Red Sea and start a new religion. Like, they really did have influence from an extraterrestrial and extra dimensional higher or otherworldly presence that is, very profoundly evil, but who is not a god, but who is able to hack their internal biology to make it feel as if it is a god. So that's not just your un and subconscious desires, but the practice of sacrifice and the culture that has grown up around that is very much an expression and an enablement of the flawed humans' on and subconscious desires, like to power abuse over others, or to violate others, or to have what is considered degraded or inappropriate sex. And that's any type of sex that is not about a woman's pleasure or conceiving a child. And when I say that, people are like, oh, Laura, like, you're so vanilla. Like, all these different types of sex that are not about just pleasuring a woman or creating a child. And I'm like, I know. It's just me. I'm like, I know. And that is not right. And that's not what you're supposed to be doing. And you're all like, this is blah, 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 sexual freedom world. And I'm like, no, that is not what you're supposed to be doing. And that's like saying, the pool is a open pool and I can throw whatever garbage I want to into there. It's an open pool. It's like, no, it's an open pool and you're not supposed to throw garbage into it. Sexuality is a way that you connect with and interface with the rest of humanity. Although it is an individual and a private act, it must be looked at as a collective social act as well. And what other people are doing in their sexual dysfunction and degraded sexuality and non-consensual sexuality absolutely has a destabilizing effect on you, because everybody is connected through their orange chakras on the planet. So even if some guy is ass fucking a kid in Thailand, you think it doesn't affect you? It absolutely affects you, because it's connected through the emotional architecture of the world. All right. So you have a vested interest in cleaning up this emotional architecture of the world and preventing the rapes and preventing the, destruction of souls of, tiny children. You also have to prevent the conception of new filler, bad people that aren't supposed to be here. So this is, I know we're coming into the end of the marathon and I will go to all of your questions. But as I've been confronting this very damaged Shekinah, and I've been saying, like, look, I am wiping out all of your evil offspring, all of the flawed genetic children who would never have been brought into this world in a truly loving embrace, and who are the most fucked up people it's possible to be. And also those people are not only in your politics, they're also running your intelligence agencies and running your military. And like, I'm getting rid of a lot of them. But as I'm clearing that out and getting rid of these, very obviously overtly flawed aspects of humanity, then I'm confronting the Shekinah and basically saying that you can't be making more. And making more is more relationships that are unloving, where there's unloving or casual sex, and then more offsprings or reality offsprings. Offsprings would be actual children, but reality offsprings are worlds that people create in their imagination with each other during sex. So some people are thinking about baseball statistics during sex. I've joked about this. I don't do this, but I have heard that people think about this. But they are not truly using their mind the way they're supposed to during that wish-making activity. You're not supposed to think about random things. You're not supposed to think about evil things, because all the things that you think about go into the soup of what you're making. So like I said, when some women are thinking about, like, they want their husband to get a job promotion so they will have more money to take care of their home. Like, people think about all sorts of things when they're having sex, and it's an actual act of wish making to do that. And, I mean, just dropping that bomb is like, oh, like, am I supposed to control my mind during sex? You're supposed to control your mind during sex. And people are also, like, whatever, watching the Late Show with Johnny Carson or whatever, like, he is affecting the soup. Do you understand? Like, I don't know how many people conceived babies to the Late Show or something like that. Like, this is all, you need to level up. treat sex in a much more sacrosanct way, and make sure that the right children are conceived. In this world right now, there are so many people who are profoundly vaccine damaged by the micromachinery and other bad things that have been done in the world that it's going to be very difficult even to have conception. But you also must make sure that you no longer have these unconscious couplings and unconscious conceptions. You got to get the right people together and start making the right babies. But this is challenging because many people who are evolved on their spiritual journey look at the sexual dysfunction in the world and they say, I choose not to participate in this sexual dysfunction because it is so dysfunctional. So the most qualified people to put their energy into the future of humanity are finding that to be the most distasteful because they don't like what's going on. And the people who are self-destructive, destructive of others, on all sorts of drugs and totally not being responsible for themselves are the ones who are creating the next generation of humanity, and they're creating horrible monsters. And the Shekinah is responsible for this. So if I am wiping out fictionally, of course, in my book club, the older generation of inherently flawed people who are really only here as the end result of lives that never should have been conceived of and generate additional sexual misery in the world, she's making more of them through unloving coupling and through coerced and tortured sex. And also, this is a big part, through IVF, artificial inseminations, surrogacies, and other forms of cloning or manufactured people. Those are all not good ways to make people. And you can't think like, oh, like these two gay guys don't know what hole to put their penis into in order to make a woman pregnant, but they should have a surrogate. Like you pay $30,000, you can pay a woman and get a baby from her. Like that is not good. That is not good. Like there is something in there where like if you don't know what hole to place your penis in order to make life, like you should not receive life. You should not do that. So there's a lot of ways in which offspring are being created and commodified that is totally not respectful of life or of the generative process of making life. You have to, as a collective, start making much better choices about who are your partners and what type of babies you want to have and who those babies are. So it's not even a question of opening your body to anybody to come in to inhabit as your kid. This is big. You got to be selective. The Shekinah should be selective about whose wishes she grants, right? But you, as a woman, should be selective about who is allowed to come into you as a mom. And saying that to some women is the first time they've ever heard of this, where they're like, wait a minute, you're actually supposed to like wish for a specific kid? Oh my God. Yeah, you are. When you're in the process of lovemaking with a man who you supposedly or hopefully genuinely love, you are supposed to wish for the child that you actually want. And the man is supposed to do the same thing. You're supposed to think about what you want that child to look like or who you want them to be and invite them in. And if you're thinking about baseball statistics or Johnny Carson, you're not doing your job. And this also speaks to how do fucked up souls get in? People get into the wrong families, or I would say people exploit portals of opportunity to come. They're opportunists. And they come in and they're like, oh, that looks like a good spot. I'll dive in there. And it's not necessarily the correct person to come into that family. And then they can sometimes be destabilizers in an otherwise good family. But Debbie came into a family that was an unloving family and became a destabilizer in an unloving family, which was actually pretty good until they fucking killed her. But now I am here. So, I mean, we can laugh about these things, even though it's very, very dark stuff. So I'm glad that you're able to hear all these things. Okay, so wait, I have a lot more to say, but let me get to some of these questions and comments before it gets to be the middle of the night. Okay. Okay, so this is a good question. Mary Ellen says, if the Shekinah became satanic, is that group holding her hostage? And why? Because they need her energy to continue the evilness? You know, that was the take or interpretation that I initially had, that she was a poor damsel who had been stolen out of the pyramid and forced into some kind of submission with Satan, and that paraded around and then imprisoned in a well. And I think that that is facile and erroneous, because it does not speak to at all how the demons came into being who built the first temple. And I think the Shekinah either generated them or was part of generating them. The demons are fine-tuned to who humans are in the world and what are your insecurities and vulnerabilities. Like you can't be self-conscious about your ass if you don't have an ass. Like a flatworm is not going to feel self-conscious about how its butt looks because it doesn't have one. So if you're trying to suppress the world of the flatworms, you can't do it through their sexuality. You can't shame them for having sexuality, and you can't shame them for having a butt that's too big or whatever because they don't have those body parts. So the demons around the time of the first temple had to be created that were fine-tuned to your biology in this realm. And that also includes the inception of the battle of the sexes. Like you have to have that if you have sexual reproduction. You cannot have these levels of out of balance sexual dynamics. The demons were created as an intentional edifice of how to siphon energy off of you in this present biological form. And they weren't in existence before the Shekinah was ever taken into captivity or whatever happened. And they are in existence after her captivity. And she makes shit happen. And Satan doesn't make shit happen. So who made that shit happen? I think it was her. I think it was her. And I think that it's a lot in the confrontation for me to say, like, hey, Shekinah, with your capacity to make things in reality, you made a lot of shitty demons and are responsible for the inception of Satanism in this planet, in this world. And she's going to have to be like, yeah, I did that. And I'm going to have to say that is wrong. And I don't care why you did it. I just care that you did it. So here's the solution to this. Shekinah has to be either destroyed, meaning sent to entropy, or brought out of our world and not influencing our world because a ton of light is coming in. And that's wish-making light. And we don't need for her in her fucked up state to grant more wishes, or maybe her wish is to fuck up the world more, which would be a very, very bad wish that I do not condone. So understand, like when we talk about the transfer of wealth that is happening on the planet right now, this relates to Satanism. The satanics in your world were rewarded for the rape and sexual dysfunction that they did. They were fruitful, they multiplied, and they got a lot of money. And they kept on going with it because they were successful in what they did. Like if you sacrificed children and you didn't get an abundant harvest, you'd be like, that's it. Like, I'm not going to sacrifice any more children. I didn't even get an abundant harvest out of it, right? But if you sacrifice your child and you get money, then you're going to do it again. A lot of these Hollywood parents sacrifice their kids for money. It's not always killing their kids. Sometimes it is allowing their kids to be raped by old, gross movie producers and then watching while their kids get addicted to drugs and become horrible, mutilated shells of what they could have been. I'm talking about Justin Bieber, Amanda Bynes, and any of these other like Mickey Mouse Club, Britney Spears, young kids that are MK Ultra'd and raped and drugged and given a career, but it's all through exploitation, and they're not they're not able to use their resources well, and also their parents steal all of their money, like their kid that they put into show business, allowed to be abused in show business, and then they steal and misappropriate their money and they use it to create whatever, a Beverly Hills mansion or a fur coat or whatever it is. And all they had to do was sacrifice their child, right? That works. They do it because it works. If you brought your child to Hollywood to get ass fucked and then you didn't get money from it, you would stop doing it. This is the same as every single satanic sacrifice that the Shekinah ingests and then spits out money at you. And this is called World War I. There was a problem with the economy. They killed a lot of people and then they got rich. And then there was another problem a couple of decades later. So they killed more people and got rich again. That was World War II. And then for the American Empire, every time that they needed money, they just killed a bunch of people and they got money. That was post-World War II America economy when it was so rich in the 1950s. And that is because of the Pentagon. The Pentagon is a pentagram, a five-sided prison for demons. We have to now talk about King Solomon. There are these books that you can read that are about Solomonic magic. It's not just about having the ring. That was like the power ring that allowed things to happen. It was also about vocal intonations, knowing the name of a demon, being able to pronounce their name, being able to say certain spells, and then also the architecture, sigils, five-sided stars, and five-sided imprisonments. These are the geometries that would imprison the demons. And what Solomon is said to have done is to say, demons, you're doing bad stuff down in hell, but I'll give you like a less harsh sentence if you will help me to do something on the surface of the earth. And they'll all be like, I want reduced sentence. I'll do anything. So that's what the pentagrams do. When you're an evil person, you don't do this ever if you're a good person. But if you're an evil person, you draw a pentagram and you call on a demon with a particular name, and they come out of hell and they're like, hi, I'd like a reduced sentence. I'll do whatever you want. And then you give them a task. And they also have to be fed with something to be able to work for you. And then you also got to make sure that your imprisonment for them is your boundaries are secure, because demons will take everything. Like if you say, like, you can have 5 minutes and I will give you $5, then you keep your boundaries secure. But if you break the sigil, if you break that pentagram, then the demon is like, oh, look at that. I'm not in prison at all. And I think that I'll take not just 5, but everything and everyone. All right. So the pentagon was a pentagram, an occult prison for a demon of war. Not just a symbol, but an actual prison. The demon of war lived there after World War II, and the United States Army fed that demon all of the dead soldiers of Korea and Vietnam, and also all the mutilated people that got harmed by defoliant in Vietnam, and then also all the secondary trauma of everybody who watched this all happen on their TVs during dinner time in, suburban regular America, right? And took all of that energy, and then I'm sorry, I'm very tired and I'm definitely losing a little bit of focus here. All of that energy sustained the United States empire. Okay, I'm going to stay focused. I got it. Up until 9/11/2001. And you know what happened on that day? Not just the destruction of 3,000 lives and the events in New York, but the breaching of the perimeter of the Pentagon, which was a breaking of the sigil of the pentagram. It was not actually a missile, and it was not actually a plane that flew in there. They had wired it with explosives. They did construction there over many, many months, and they wired it with explosives. And so they blew that side of the Pentagon open, and then the demon could come out. It was a demon of war. And so that lower astral entity was let out of its prison at the same time that there was a giant updraft of these 3,000 souls being killed in the Twin Towers, and the two were tied together. So it's like when you tow a boat or a car out of a mire and it comes on up. So that is the demon that you've been fighting against since 2001. It's been this very, very terrible thing. But so Solomonic magic was a way of getting quid pro quo with demons and using types of polygons or geometries and math to control them. So you're really talking about a type of technology, and I think you can consider the demons as technological creatures of a very high level of technology. Let's go back to the ancient pyramids. These were high levels of technology. The types of glowing light bulbs they had were more advanced than your present incandescent light bulbs. The other forms of healing technology and consciousness raising technology that they had were very advanced. And the Shekinah utilized that type of technology to create these technological interfaces for exactly how do you turn raping a kid into getting rich? How do you do that? It ain't that easy. Not a lot of people want to buy whatever rape kid juice or whatever. Like it's a fine marketing ploy to be able to actually make money off of this type of evil stuff. Again, remember, infanticide and bad sex happened in the time, before the pyramids, when everyone was very barbaric, but they did not become wealthy, world economy running, media controlling, super fuck faces of the world. They were just like stupid ass fuckers in their tribe. But somehow these guys, through the technological interface of demons, became the powerful people in the world. So you need to get rid of the Shekinah because she is energizing and granting these wishes that she should never grant. If she is a battery, she's an uncontrolled battery, which is dangerous. You need to turn off that battery and get it out of here immediately. If she's intentionally participating, then you need to get her out of here immediately. So either witting or unwitting. And then also you need to get rid of her demonic interfaces. And then also you need to get rid of all the people who only exist because of the end result of her making it so that women cannot control who you have as babies. Like she is the divine female principle, and she is responsible for all rape, all bad sex, and all non-nourishing pregnancies. So now we have to talk. I'm going to get to all of your wonderful questions and comments a little bit about abortion. I did a series years ago that was called Interviews with a Walk-In, where I'm very innocent and very pure and just talking about pristine aspects of reality. And some people watch that, and especially the stuff that I talked about abortion, and they have a lot of, especially women, guilt and self-recrimination if you've ever had an abortion. And what I talked about in that recording was like the ideals. No one should ever have an abortion, and these are wrong things to do. Hearing that through your cultural filter, it can sound very judgmental. So please know that I also add the estimation or the comprehension that in this world, many women don't have enough resources to sustain themselves as an individual, get into relationships that should be platonic, but end up having sexual intercourse with people, men that they live with, just because they need to have a place to live. This is the casual boyfriend, girlfriend types of arrangements and friends with benefits and sex partners that is normal in your world, but should not be normal. And it is achieved because some women can't afford to pay for their own rent and not have a male roommate that they also sleep with and have sex. They're not in a committed relationship, but they have sex and allow access to their baby generating equipment because they need someplace to live. And you also have, and sometimes pregnancies result as a result of that. Then you also have women who get married in unloving marriages just because it's a thing to do. You're going to graduate and you're going to move on with your life, and then you're going to find a husband and you're going to get married. And that's just what you do. And all your friends do it too. And your ancestors did it. And there's a little ceremony where you get to have a nice dress and you get to have some nice cake. And then you're going to have babies with this guy. And it's not necessarily good, and you just have to do it because it's what people do. And then there's also, so there's like unloving marriages. And then, and I mean, some people have come to me with their stories subsequently about like being in an unloving marriage, knowing that they needed to get divorced, being pregnant and having an abortion so that that way they didn't have to stay with that guy for like another 18 years. And I want you to know, like, you're not going to be judged harshly for doing something like that, but you should live in a world where you don't have to conceive a child with a man that you've already decided to divorce. Like if you're in a relationship where it's that bad and you already don't love the guy and you want to get a divorce and you already had a bunch of other kids, and then you can't say to him, like, I don't want to have sex with you tonight. I actually want to divorce your ass. Can't say that. You have to have sex with him and then get pregnant and then go out and have an abortion and then divorce the guy. There's something really wrong in those dynamics. Do you understand? So what I'm trying to articulate here is that far from judging women from having abortions, your abortions have been the end result of your life being out of your control, your sexuality being out of your control, and your ability to say no being severely limited. And instead of me judging you about having an abortion, what every single woman actually needs to do is retain your ability to say no. That no, you don't want to have sex with that person on that day, regardless of whether you're married to them. That's another thing. Some men in this world have calibrated to the expectation that you get married and you say yes once, and then that means access is granted in perpetuity to your womb for forever. That is not truthful. It means that you have to ask every time. And men are like, you have to ask every time. You have to ask every time. Every time, even if you're married to someone, can't just be like, oh, I expect you to have sex with me. Have sex with me now. That is so fucking wrong. All right. So just because women have been groomed to be totally disempowered doormats in a relationship does not mean that that is right. I am here to tell you that is not the way it's supposed to be. And women, so feminism says like you don't have to be married to a man, you can have your own career. But then feminism also like destroyed a lot of what is supposed to happen, which is when you're actually in a loving and committed relationship and you're actually having your children, that then you have social support from your husband and you're able to focus on building your family as opposed to having to work in the world and get money, which is materialistic. So when you're an independent woman, you should be materialistic and you should get money and you should be able to sustain yourself. But the way that the world has been set up has been by the Shekinah intentionally to take money away from women so that you have to sleep with some guy in order to get any amount of money. That is a fucked up thing for the Shekinah to bring into this world as a proposal. And that's why any woman here, like basically, we all are in a class action suit against the Shekinah. I've mentioned if you've been abused, violated, or raped, but also just as a woman, in the way that your identity and what is accessible to you here has been inherently, by definition, diminished. And I feel these vibes all the time. They're impersonal. And they are about me as a woman and about how much money I can have as a woman. And whenever I feel them now, trying to say, like, if I think about like, oh, like I will sell artwork or I will sell clothing or I will sell my music or I will sell this, there's this wall of interference that you reach, like your mind is reaching the wall of interference. Here are the thoughts that are the interference thoughts that are like, oh, you're not going to get that money because you're a woman. And then you have to blast through it and be like, I am going to get that money. And now I look at the Shekinah and I'm like, are you trying to write a story where I'm not allowed to have money as a woman and then I have to get money from a man? Because that's what she's been doing for 6,000 years. She literally took you from women inherently own everything and brought you to a world and created and generated a world where women are so inherently disempowered and without property that women don't have any inherent property. So you're supposed to inherit the property. You are supposed to have a family ownership of the property. In your world, when I say this, like you think like rich people, yes, rich people inherit property, and then also it's usually males. And it's usually the firstborn sons, and they inherit everything, and they inherit the company, and they are the owner and the runner of the company. And usually daughters are forgotten about and married off, and they go marry someone else who is rich, and they don't have their own stuff. So all of these power dynamics need to die and be completely reconfigured because so women were treated as objects. Past 6,000 years, women are owned, women are enslaved, women were treated as objects and were not treated as people who could own property. Even in the United States in the 1950s, women still had to get their husband to co-sign on a credit card. Like you're an adult woman, but you couldn't have a credit card unless your husband said it was okay. So of course, this is clearly very different now. Like now, as a woman, you can have your own independent bank account and your own credit card, and you don't face those same limitations, but there are other limitations where it is sometimes through people's expectations or through the previous structures of society that make it more difficult for you to have money as a woman. This is all engineered, and it is engineered not by Satan, but by the Shekinah, so that way you'll be desperate enough to marry someone who you don't really love and make babies with them, or have a friends with benefits situation living with them, even though you don't really love them either. And this is the generation of unloved children. And so to speak to abortion, if you are conceiving an unloved child, in many ways, it is better for you not to bring that child into the world. Like we have a lot of filler. We have a lot of unloved, unloving people making more unloved, unloving people. And then if you actually bring them into the world, abusing them, violating them, not being loving parents to them, not necessarily a good thing. So you got to take it all on a case-by-case basis. Ending certain pregnancies might actually be positive for the fabric of space-time. Ending other pregnancies is not positive for the fabric of space-time. And let's also talk about that in terms of vaccine damage. They're vaccinated a lot of pregnant women these days, and a lot of these babies are dying in the womb. This is satanic sacrifice. Some of those babies might have been born into unloving households, and they might have become rapists or become the victims of a rapist. Like they might have just added to the trauma here as opposed to being a contributive member of society. Pardon me. But some of them who were vaccine damaged and died of a stillbirth or a miscarriage, they might have been amazing people. And you can't really tell what's going on. So women who have had abortions or women who have vaccinated their children into miscarriage and stillbirth, like you're going to have to do your own self-assessment and take it on a case-by-case basis about whether those were harmful acts or whether they were positive acts, or what is the net result of those actions, and how that affected the rest of humanity, and whether they were ending positive lives or whether they were ending negative lives. And it's such a complex context that one suit of clothes does not fit every person. All right. So in talking about abortion, in talking about conception, in talking about fetal demise, there's too many different factors to be able to just make blanket expressions. But I will tell you this, like when there is an abortion and there's fetal tissue that's taken from the human who is gestating in another human, and then they use it for medical experimentation, that is some sick, satanic fucking bullshit, okay? This is as bad as experimenting upon beagles. And please know that Fauci, who did those beagle experiments, also is famously taking the neurological tissue from aborted human fetuses and injecting that into things like rabbits and other mammals in a laboratory, mice, other things like that. This is transgenics, transhumanist. It also relates to like bio-cyber interface, because they'll take human neurons and try to grow them on a circuit board substrate. Those are all monstrosities, all aberrations, and none of that is scientific research. None of that scientific research is like the catch-all to be able to say, like, I'm not a sociopath. I'm a scientist right now. I'm a scientist. I am not a sociopath. I'm exploring reality. Okay. So I'm destroying all of these organisms and pulling the wings off of butterflies. I'm exploring reality, not a monster. Okay. So like, this is not truthful. Like they are using that as a justification to explore reality, but they're really monsters, psychopaths, and they're using this as an opportunity to hurt other people. So again, if your if your inherent desire is to, scrape a human fetus out of a healthy woman and then take some of those neurons and grow them onto a mouse, or a circuit board, like there's something inherently wrong with you and you can't be in the world. All right. Same thing, like if you want to insert your penis into an anus, like there's something inherently wrong with you. It does not go into an anus, and sperm that goes into an anus is not going to make life. Like these are people who are so flawed on a foundational level. I can't have a conversation with them. I can't educate them. There's nothing to change there. Like this, you just gotta wipe the slate clean. Those people can't be in the world. So some people are so far from what humanness is that at this point there is not a way to redeem them. Their behavior and their desires show that they are so inherently flawed that the only thing that you could do is like you can send them to entropy. It would be merciful, get them out of the world, or otherwise just like put everybody in some kind of a, whatever, like prison, frozen in stasis where they're not going to hurt anyone until they just die out of natural causes. And that's terrible too. Can't do that. So just get rid of these people. They are not good people. And I say this in funny ways, but I'm devastatingly truthful about all of this. All right. So, and back to this beautiful question about like, if the Shekinah is a hostage, I think that she is not really a hostage. I think that maybe she's more of like a dramatic damsel, like, oh, like I'm such a hostage. I'm such a hostage. I don't think that she really is. And I think also that her emotional portrayal is exactly the same as the females of the Satanic Society. So you have so many wonderful comments. I have to get to all of them. So there's, the Freemasons are one occult society. They are male dominated, and they are actually crypto Jews. Not that they're into cryptocurrency. They are hidden Jews who secretly worship Judaism, even while they are mostly of a Christian persuasion, or mostly in Christian societies. But there's the women's offshoot, which is called the Eastern Star. And those women, so the evil magicians are like the Freemasons. They're like black magicians, right? And then the Eastern Star, these are also dark witches, but they are mostly used as the sacrificial victims of the evil dark magicians. And they are themselves sexually raped, exploited, and mutilated in bad ways. Then they also do rape and exploitation and violation of children or other people that are in their presence. But I bring them up and I characterize them because they characterize themselves as poor victims. They're like, oh, we're just being raped by these evil dark magicians. We can't help it. So can't help it. But the truth is, they are the batteries and the empowerment system of the dark magicians. That when they are making love, not even making love, when they are getting pleasure from having sex with their evil, dark, magic husbands, they give energy to their evil, dark, magic husbands. When evil Hillary Clinton is fucking Bill Clinton and getting pleasure from his evil, demonic sexual nature, she is using her connection to actual reality generation and, femaleness of being a woman to grant his wishes. For whatever are his gross, fucked up wishes, she's going to give him energy to make that happen. And then she's going to be like, look at me, I'm Lady Macbeth. And Macbeth is powerful and I'm helping to make him more powerful, right? This is the way that the evil women work. And I don't have better words for it, but the way that the Eastern Star complement to the male secret societies and Satanism, they present themselves as poor victims. They present themselves as objects of sexual exploitation and misery, but they are really complicit, willing victims, and they get a lot out of it. And that's every single witch. That's like, whatever. Any of these women that are in the relationship with these men. I mean, there's a lot of them that we can talk about. There's all like the presidents and their wives, CEOs and their wives. And then, okay, we have to talk about transgenderism and all sorts of things like that too. So, okay, next one over here. Suzuka says, I've stopped listening to all of them. Aurora is the only Walken I listen to now, even though the maybe 50% of what she tries to explain is beyond my bandwidth. Don't worry, you'll get it. But thank you for that. And okay, Bashar. Suzuka says, I think Bashar is fake. Many of them have a weird resonance. I may try to listen occasionally, but end up leaving. Okay, let me just tell you guys. Bashar is totally a charlatan. Not really a walk-in at all, not really a real channeler at all. So I always knew that from my intuition. And initially when I first came here, I was like these people are silly, but I'm not going to do a giant confrontation on the internet or anything like that. They just seemed like silly and not powerful. So that's why I never really spoke to it. But these people can be very corrosive and destabilizing in the lies that they say. But I do know this person who is also a questionable person, but he has told me this truthfully, who has dinner with Bashar. That's why he's a questionable person too. He's like, oh yeah, I've had dinner with Bashar and it's all an act. And that guy doesn't believe in what he's saying at all. And so that is good confirmation of my insights that I'm like, I read that guy right. So yeah, no, Bashar, total fraud and bad, sheds a bad light on walk-ins everywhere. And Amy is agreeing. And Michelangelo says, what about all the old structures claimed to be built by the Tartarian Empire all over the world in free energy? We see these buildings now as temples, capitol buildings, museums, universities, etc. Okay, so it's a beautiful question. And I will tell you, I appreciate you and respect you, but Tartaria is a psyop. So it is an erroneous, untruthful story that is being told to humanity to cloud your vision about supposed mud floods that came in after the 1800s, is extremely elevated society that got supposedly eradicated away. And in that supposed elevated society, they were using this type of Tesla-like energy, not energy that goes through a wire, but non-local energy like what was emitted from the Great Pyramid. So these are lies. Tesla, the inventor, not Tesla, the horrible company now, but the original guy was trying to recreate some of the flavor of what we had in elevated Egypt with his Tesla coils and Tesla phoresis. All right. So he was definitely working on that. But this story that people have on the internet right now that says that like the World's Fair and all of the churches and all of these things actually have like literal electricity coming off of their spires, and literally that is what um drove high technology, like not gas lamps, but like actual pneumatic devices that were machines, and that's what was going on in the 1800s. These are lies. These are terrible, terrible, bad lies. And people get that false light inside of them and start to consider it, and they start to see the whole world as if through that light. Like another one that's not truthful is to say like the mesas that are in the plains are like Devil's Tower, is like a broken off tree trunk. And like these are not truthful things. You could think of it as harmful fantasies, but if it starts to really affect people's worldview, then it becomes something that is not truthful. So the problem with Tartaria and a lot of things that Jason from Archaics teaches about is everybody's talking about a phoenix event. End of everything, and out of the ashes of the old shall arise the new. That same thing with the Tartaria psyop. They're like, oh yeah, there was mud flood and wiped out everything that was high tech, and guess what? It's going to happen again any day now. So don't plan for the future, and also all hope is lost, and also whatever. Like it's always this same Book of Revelations crap that is about the end of everything as the beginning of the next thing. And I'm like, fuck that shit. That is grooming from Shekinah. And you know what Shekinah also did was create so many generations of sexual misery that by the time you are who you are in this generation, you're like, get me the fuck out of here. You're like, wipe it all. This is nothing but an ass fuck empire. And you are right. But instead of wiping it all, I'm cleaning up the ass fuckers, and you get to have an actual nice world, okay? All right, so you're so welcome, Michelangelo. Got it, Mary Ellen's getting it. Julie's concerned about some of the things I'm saying. I understand it's a heavy conversation. Thank you for being here. Pedro says, I've been getting videos on YouTube about Jesus Christ and some secret teachings on how to protect from archons or demiurge, like using lapis lazuli and using monads. True, false, manipulated, half-truths, because there's not really a stone that can help to protect you from these archons or demiurges. There's really not a material expression. Like it's not about something that you can eat, drink, or hold in your hand to fight against them. You must find the inner spiritual reserve to be able to have discernment of who is an evil fuckface asshole and who is real God, and then know what to do and how to confront them. This whole entire trajectory that you're on is a trajectory of self-remembrance of yourself as God. And that all of these things that require some kind of an intermediary, be it a magic stone or an external God, take away from your power. And you have, God sounds so terrible. They say, you have it all within you. It's like from the end of the fucking movie, Wizard of Oz. Just click your heels together. You had it with you all along. But like, if I knew that, I wouldn't have gone through all this bad bullshit. I'm like, I know, but it's truthful. You do have this divine connection and this truthful empowerment inside of you on a deep level. This indelible, and it cannot be taken from you, and is not materialistic. These are all positive things to recognize, because if it was a magic rock or whatever, my magic wristwatch or any of those things, and then it breaks or I don't have it anymore, then it's like, that's it, you're shit out of luck. And now the archon's just going to rape your ass for forever, right? So you got to recognize your spiritual power is indelible, and it comes to you from something that is beyond materialistic. I will also say that some of these, because, in the Galactic History presentation, I always talk about defense against the dark arts. And I didn't talk about that much this year. You can go into my stuff from last year. But I don't agree with these things that tell you when you're attacked by demons, you should call upon the name of Jesus Christ. And be like, in the name, here's my Wingardia Leviosa, like, in the name of Jesus Christ, like, I exorcise you. And then they're supposed to be like, but Jesus Christ and the name of Jesus Christ is itself a flawed construct that resides within the consciousness edifice of Satanism. So the Shekinah gave you a bunch of demons and raped your ass and attacked you. And then Yeshua came here to fight against the Shekinah and got wrapped up into a whole bunch of problems and is not really resolved. And then you're supposed to call upon the psyop name of that guy who didn't fully succeed in his mission to somehow destroy the demonic mental outgrowths of the Shekinah who didn't succeed in her mission and fucked up royally. Like none of that works for me. My face says it all. Like I'm skeptical. I am skeptical about using this word. But people are going to be like this. I've been under demonic attack, and when I say, in the name of Jesus Christ, in the name of Jesus Christ, then all the demons flee. And it's like, you know something? That's a psyop from demons. They are not really afraid of Jesus Christ or the name of Jesus Christ as a true Christ figure. They're like, whatever, like fleas and or parasites or whatever like that, and you have like like a bottle of flea repellent. Like the fleas are a construct that shouldn't be in existence, and the flea repellent is also a construct that really doesn't kill the fleas, just annoys them a little bit and makes them run away temporarily. None of that works. And also the idea that you got to call upon Jesus Christ, like you're under demonic attack. Jesus Christ should simply show up and be like, ta-da, I'm here as the hero. Stop, I destroy these demons immediately and send them away. And instead, you have to be like, oh, demons, Jesus, help me. And then all of a sudden he comes in. Like, that is some bullshit. Like, it only works if you call him. He's not just going to come in if you don't call him. And then you get into the whole psyop of Christianity and the whole New Age thing where it's like, dear ones, I'd love to come down there and save you. I'm a fluffy angel. I cannot come down there and save you because you did not specifically ask for help, but I will watch while you are raped. That is horrible. Does it mean that if you don't specifically ask for help, Jesus is going to stand there watching while you're raped? This is some psychological abuse of people who are already raped and tortured. The answer is someone should stop you from being raped. That rapist should be fucking incinerated. His penis should never get into you to rape you. And the edifice of rape itself comes from the Shekinah, and then you shouldn't have to have arbitrary, sometimes savior who comes in only if you ask for it in polite language. That is all fucked up lies. That is not truthful. Please know you are getting a lot of errors about what is happening in the world. Yeah. Oh, and so Julia's talking about Spock's hand sign. So that's actually a good segue because so I was talking about the Arcturians, the logical sense of who they are as extraterrestrials. And then so in Star Trek, the science fiction show, Spock was the logical extraterrestrial, and he did a hand signal that was like this. And that was his whatever calling card. That is what the Kohanim, the priests of the Jewish temple, would do over the initiates. And to this day, when you have a bar mitzvah in the temple, which is your local synagogue, you're supposed to get a blessing from the rabbi who is there. And that is what they do. They hold their hands over your head like this and say magical incantations, and things go into you. So that is where the actor who played Spock, he looked during the time he was supposed to have his eyes closed, and he saw them making those hand signals, and he worked that into this type of live long and prosper symbol from his space brethren or whatever. So none of that is by accident, and there are many things that are intentional in the Jewish religion to evoke some kind of like an extraterrestrial presence, and a lot of sky daddy worship, and a lot of allusions to higher dimensional or technology using extraterrestrials, and that is very much that flavor. But these are very, very non-benevolent technology using extraterrestrials. And when you look at the Shekinah and her record, you should start to assess her in the same way. It's hard because that original golden era of balance and harmony is a very good thing on the Shekinah's resume, but then the most recent 6,000 years of profound sexual misery and Satanhood, and then also the intention to destroy this whole entire planet through sacrifice, is so profoundly evil that I can't even balance it out with all the good that was from here originally. So please know that the agenda was to fill up the membrane of death with more and more and more death of not only animals, but also children and humans, and then eventually with the whole entire planet. And then everybody lives in the lower astral, and everybody, I want to say, gets ass raped by demons in the lower astral. Like, it's just an extension of that misery into that realm. And this is all like such a profound wrongness. Like, I hope that we are really comprehending how that wrongness and the expectation of wrongness was woven into the foundation of your culture, the foundation of your society, the foundation of your population. You are now in a moment of supreme rectification. Your world is going to look very, very different. And what it's going to look like is a lot of the people who are erroneous and who are not supposed to be here, or who are only here as an end result of a time when divine feminine energy for creativity was hijacked and misappropriated. It was unguarded, or it was stolen. And this is the fucked up world that has been created as an end result of that. So you're going to witness a purge of a lot of things and people that aren't supposed to be here in your world, leaving your world because those things weren't even supposed to be here from the very, very beginning. Okay, so thank you for that. And yes, Aurelia says, do you think on some level she chose and decided to be like the barbarians instead of her presence as a light being? It's hard for me to ascribe motivations. I somewhat ascribe to her a sense of exasperation. Like, if you've ever been a nanny, you're like, I love my job. Then at a certain point, you're like, these kids are driving me crazy. My urge to kill is rising. Like, you shouldn't be that way. You should get out of the profession if you're not really into it. But like anybody can get annoyed and overtaken. And imagine, like, you're a civilizer and you're dealing with humans and they're like, stupid and immature. And like, maybe she was over it. But you know what that means? I feel that way sometimes, and I do not decide to become Satan's whore, to become a hoe, and invent demons and hoe the entire world and invent such profound levels of rape. No, what I do is I disconnect, I take a bath, whatever, eat some chocolate, listen to some good music. Like, the Shekinah should have done something similar. If she was like, I am over you stupid, immature humans, and you just really make me want to create some kind of a rape society and just mutilate all of your fucking penises and watch them mutilate each other. Like, she needs to get out of the position. All right. If that's where you are, like, you should not be in that job and you should go have a long vacation. But she didn't get out of that position, and she did a bunch of very, very bad stuff that really affect the fabric of space-time. From that viewpoint, there are no excuses. If you fuck up DNA, that affects everyone everywhere. All of this stuff with making these unloved, non-correct babies through rape and coercion, that affects DNA everywhere. And same thing with being able to destroy a whole planet. That affects DNA everywhere. It's just very, very bad stuff. You get it? So I don't know about the psychology of why she started doing what she's doing, but I see what she's doing, and it's totally unacceptable. And I recognize that processing that is a big part of it, because you're like, but you made this beautiful female-centered matriarchy, and then you made Satan. Like, not made Satan, but you made Satanism from the satanics that we now know in this world. Like, you had a beautiful, respectful world, respectful of women, and then you made this world that was about ass fucking women. And it's such a cognitive disconnect that it can traumatize you. So you got to blast through all of those feelings of like, I'm not allowed to think these thoughts. These are forbidden thoughts. If this is true, what other bad stuff is true? Oh my God, I think this is bad. You should go into like, I think that these thoughts need to be thought. I think I need to really reassess this. I think I need to poke every single sacred cow or think every single forbidden thought, because maybe someone who I thought was a friend is actually an enemy. And this is restoring boundaries in this world. When you let the Shekinah come into this world, you thought this is a good person, she's helping us, and she did. Then she turned into a fucked up asshole, and now she needs to get the fuck off the planet and also get out of reality, because she's done so many very, very bad things that there's a profound a debt that has to be paid. So Kim asks, do you think BDSM sex play, dominant submissive role playing, is also terrible? It's also as terrible as anal sex? Absolutely. All of the types of degradation of sex that is not about genuine authenticity and pleasure is wrong and harmful. And again, they would say like, oh, Laura, you're so vanilla. Like, don't you want to dress up like a black leather dominatrix and whip somebody as a way of expressing your love to them? And I'm like, no, I do not at all. And I think that if you do want to do that, there's something inherently flawed and wrong inside of you, and that cultures that promote and celebrate that. So now we're talking about like pride, parades, stuff that goes on college campuses where they encourage this type of sex play, like it is not healthy or positive at all. And although it has been indoctrinated into the culture where women sometimes ask to be violenced in the bedroom with consensual partners, like it is their fetish to be tied up or to be choked in some way. They want to experience violence while they are having orgasm. That is fucked up shit. You are not supposed to want to have violence done to your body while you're having sexual pleasure at the same time. That is very fucked up shit. And you have 6,000 years of fucked up shit to thank for why women in the world currently think that that is a way that a man should express his love to you in the bedroom. Inconceivable to me, and I'm beyond shocked and horrified. So some people are like, oh, like it's so titillating and people are just role playing and there's plenty of consent and safe words. And I'm like, fuck you, this is bullshit and you shouldn't be doing it in the world. And it doesn't matter if there's a whole industry based on this. And like I said, in the same way that pornography has ruined a lot of men for being genuinely good sex partners, this indoctrination that happens on college campuses where they have these types of like not tying clubs and consent clubs and all this different stuff, like that is horrible. And it is the same problem with being around males who watch pornography and then how they afflict you as a non-pornography infested male. Like if you're a healthy person, you want to have healthy sex and go to some college where everyone is like, woohoo, like we're into beatings and stuff like that. Like you start to marinate in your environment and you get fucked up because there's the fucked up people that you are around. But no, it's definitely not fun, right? So and people would be like, vanilla is kink shaming over there. I'm like, you're doing it wrong. The truth is you are doing it wrong. Not only biologically not knowing what orifice to place your penis into, but not knowing what actually pleasures a woman, and then thinking that sex and violence are inherently wrapped up together. The proposal that sex and violence are inherently wrapped up together comes from the circumcised male. The circumcision is such a violent genital mutilation, it causes a lobotomy in their brain. It makes their nerve plexus no longer respond in arousal to true positive sex partners. It makes them respond in arousal to violence. And it's when they're a tiny baby. And that also comes from the burden of ancestral trauma that they carry from everyone else who has also been that way in their family lineage. But the stereotype of like the whatever Jewish boyfriend who is like very sexually aggressive and barbaric, like this is accurate. And some of it is because their penis is damaged and is not sensitive. But some of this is also because they equate their own pleasure with violencing another person. Now, please relate that to video footage of IDF soldiers anally raping their Palestinian prisoners. Like, look, you're not supposed to get an erection to be able to hurt someone with your penis. More wise information from wise old Aurora. No, you're actually supposed to be aroused and your penis is supposed to become hard when you have someone in your presence who is a fertile woman who consents to having sex with you and who you would make good babies with. If you are aroused and your penis is hard at the anus of a Palestinian prisoner of war, there is something inherently wrong with you. You will not procreate and make a future version of yourself that you can inhabit by raping the anus of a Palestinian prisoner of war. And the soldiers that watch around you and the overseers that pay your salary are similarly supporting and sustaining this non-generative use of sexuality as violence. You're not supposed to be able to get an erection to do things like that with your penis. Circumcision is the ancient mutilation barbaric practice of helping to disconnect men from the things that should arouse them and get them to instead imprint upon a bunch of other things that should arouse them. So men should be aroused, like I said, by fertile, consenting women. Instead, they are occasionally aroused by sock puppets, a bowling pin, whatever, strange, inanimate objects that become their fetish. Like their penises are broken. If you do that, your penis is broken. Your penis should only become hard for a woman that you want to have sex with, not for a prisoner that you are going to rape in war. My face says it all. This is the weaponization of your penis. You can't do that. And how does that happen? Through generations and millennia of mutilation of your genitals and the disconnect of love from the act of sexuality. And then I told you how horrified I was when I came here and I watched when I first was Aurora here, that show Sex in the City. And I'm like, this must be a farce. And then I learned like it's not a farce. And then I'm like, these people are having sex without love. And it's like, yeah, like the men are aroused even if they don't love. You're not supposed to have that. And your world would be very different if you didn't have that. Um, so Kim Rose says, have to sign off. Thank you. And she says, this semester was epic. So glad I joined the class and can't wait for Path of Light. Sending love and hugs to you all. Classmates and Cheeky too. Thank you. I know it's been an epic, incredibly long presentation today, and I'm carbo loaded, so I was ready for it. So please know that this is probably the darkest territory that I have to traverse with all of you as students. And I thank you for having the bravery to be able to take frank talk and listen to this stuff from me. What I'm going to do, I want to look at my calendar to make sure I have this correct, because I am going to wrap things up. So next week, Wednesday class is wrap up of the semester, because I don't want to just leave you hanging in like the anal rape zone the way that we are talking about this super bad stuff. And what I do in my curriculum is I talk about the flying rainbow lasagna and potentials for the future. So next week will be a culmination of everything in the semester on a very, very positive note to be able to talk about flying rainbow lasagna, genetic potentials, and what is actually happening on our planet. And that does involve the rectification and the removal of evil so that way you can actually have real loving relationships and real loving communities. You're actually supposed to walk around in your world as like a beautiful, voluptuous person, feeling the feelings that you feel and seeing who you're attracted to, and then finding a wonderful partner and in love, creating your families, and then have future generations of that type of love. That's the way it is supposed to be. Please know that that potential exists within the physical biological realm, but it's going to take an enormous amount of social revolution to re-achieve that biological potential. Aurelia says, feeling pecked to death by ducks myself, unfortunately. I do understand. Julia says, Elvis was twinned at birth. Very interesting. And Suzuki says, it's been 10 years for me. I am completely disconnected. Good job. And I hope that you will continue to stay disconnected from anyone who is unloving, and never compromise. Only find people who are loving that you want to connect with. Okay. Chris says, I do appreciate all this wisdom. I am realigning my understanding as a current male presence. I must say this is really remarkable knowledge. Thank you so much. You are very welcome. And Chris, thank you for being a man and a person who has a male body and who's in this class and who can hear these things. Because I have said, I recognize that I might be really inflaming the male ego or saying things in a way that is very challenging to hear. And I celebrate the people that are men that can hear this and that want to become their best version of what a man can be, and to be the way that males were meant to be, the wild bees and the unsatanically deformed males who have healthy sexuality, but also healthy spirituality. Males who really recognize the sacredness of sexual contact and the sacredness of making a reality with a woman. Like when you make a baby, you're not just making another physical person, you are making a reality and you're building a life together. And there's something that is very like incredibly magical and a treasure when you can really do that. It's hardly been possible for you to even do that in the world. So I'm here to heal things and make it so that those experiences are possible for people that want to have them. Julia says, can women free themselves from clandestinely taken videos, revenge porn? Absolutely, and you must. So of course, I would advocate for the Viking way, which is to hunt them down and destroy them. All right, and you know, like you got to take that where it's coming from. And also, if you have been violated by some kind of like, you know, surveillance peeping Tom or someone who took videos of you, or rape tapes or revenge tapes, you can absolutely take back your energy from them, even if you don't have the physical tapes of it. But that is a major way that women specifically have been held in imprisonment and in a stasis field of trauma. There's a particular House of Representatives person, her name is Nancy Mace. This is not an endorsement of her as a political figure or of her politics. She's flawed and not that perfect. But I bring her up because she has had the courage to confront the person that used to be her fiance. She didn't know how evil he was, and she didn't know that he was drugging her drink with male friends over and then taking rape sex tapes of her and then putting it up on the dark web and selling it for money. And that him and all of his male friends were doing that to all of their wives and also sometimes business partners' wives. And so she had the courage to be able to come to the floor of the House of Representatives in the United States and actually show this evidence, call this guy's name out, and talk about her experience. The speaking about it breaks the spell. When you live in shame and it's got to be the secret thing and they blackmail you with it, that is how they use the energy of social manipulation and soul, when you're like pulling someone's strings, like when someone is your slave, soul slavery is the word I was looking for. So calling it out breaks the spell. Same thing with if a person has been raped or violated, or if you've been abused in your family, calling it out breaks the spell. So it's unfortunate to know, but there are organized criminal gangs who do this to women, both drugging them and then taking videos of them after they're drugged and they're being violated, but also sometimes cameras in public bathrooms, cameras on a guy's shoe he's going to walk next to if you're wearing a skirt, and try to take upskirt photos. These are the worst worms. They're not even men. Not a man if you do that. Subhuman. Do you understand? We would cut off your penis if you did that in the true matriarchy. Like, you cannot act in that way. So these are the very, very worst men it is possible to be. The laws protect those very bad men. Minor infractions, and if you go in front of one of these fucking judges who also has a broken penis and has been nerve plexus indoctrinated into being titillated by sexual violence as opposed to horrified by it, he's going to say, I like to take pictures of women's public toilets too. Don't worry, kid. Slap on the wrist. Get back out there and do it. And so this is what happened to Nancy Mace. She brought the evidence to the local police and they were like, we're not going to help you. And she brought the evidence to the local judge and he's like, we're not going to help you. In fact, you're a troublemaker and we're going to investigate you as a troublemaker. And so that's why, I bring this up because it's so out of balance. That person, pardon me, elected official. Nancy Mace is an elected official, and she supposedly has the protections and privileges of a person who is elected to that stature. And even she, at that level of social stature, was hunted and almost destroyed, and is fighting back, uncharacteristically able to fight back. They can do it to her, they can fucking do it to you. All right, that's what I'm trying to say. And it's not that easy to come forward and say what has happened to you. It took her several years of trauma abuse therapy and things like that to be able to find her voice and come forward. Because a lot of what this stuff does is, first of all, there are biological changes when a person is raped in the pelvis, and your pelvis connect and your cervix connect directly to your throat. Your cervix and your throat are connected. Your ability to sing and speak are connected to your sexuality. When women get raped, but also sometimes when men or boys are raped, sometimes they lose their ability to speak or to express themselves verbally, or sometimes they can't speak as effectively about those things that happen to them. It has a biological impact on your voice. And so as a victim, survivor, experiencer, what you have to do is find your voice again. And that comes from talking about it, but also calling out the person who did it to you and confronting the person who did it to you. And when you do that, that is the non-Viking way of getting your energy back. So the Viking way is like, you're going to get a battle axe and you're going to chop off somebody's head, right? But that might not be socially appropriate. And so what I did when I first came into this body, and I sensed the shape of the pelvis and what had happened in my body when Debbie lived in this body, I confronted her abuser. And I said everything I needed to say. And that was definitely a healing and restoration of the voice of this body. But like, they totally rejected me and thought that I was crazy. And everybody in the family thought that I was crazy or whatever. So, it didn't change that much, but I was restored. So please know that there's battle axe, but there's also the use of your voice and the confrontation of your abuser. And what it is supposed to do in a positive way is to diminish them socially. So in the confrontation that I did, Debbie's family should have validated what I said and diminished socially the family member that did this stuff. And they didn't. They were like, no, we accuse you. You are crazy. Get out of here. We like our social dynamic the way it is. And that was how it was for 20 years. Okay. So please know that not only was her family unloving and that they did some things that were expressions of unloving sexuality in the way that they created their children, when they were confronted with the evil that was going on in their own house, they chose to deny it and stay in ignorance. And that is where it has been for literally more than 20 years. I have a relationship with them and talking to them on the phone and, trying to find what common ground I can have, but they have never acknowledged or taken responsibility or had any level of personal growth. Personal growth. They have never experienced any level of personal growth for that. That is why they are satanic, because it is such an inherent part of their DNA, their approaches, their everything of who they are. They would pretty much have to change their whole entire identity in order to no longer identify with or to condone those activities. And they identify with and condone those activities. So for me, it was a litmus test of like who can or should be in my life. And like if you can't condone or recognize those activities, you can't be in my life. So this is different than like battle axing someone, beheading them or something like that. But I have very, very strong boundaries where I'm like, okay, like those are can't be that close and that authentic with people who are still protecting their satanic family members or unhealthy sexual dysfunction in the family. Each one of you, especially abuse survivors or whatever, you have to take it on a case-by-case basis. Your family is your own weird, fucked up family. So you will have to confront them in your own way and do what you think is right in your own way. But please know that that confrontation happened soon after I came here as Aurora. So this is more than 25 years ago. And it set me free in doing that. You don't have to wait around for your abusers to all of a sudden get a clue or grow a soul or something like that and take responsibility. You can be free in the confrontation. So you must reclaim your voice. So I don't know what that would look like for you or if you're asking for someone else, but if there's evidence of like some video evidence or something like that, like of course, like you would want it to be struck from the dark web. You would want it to be erased so that the other people aren't, draining energy from you again or re-traumatizing you again with more of those imagery. But also please know that the esoteric act of confrontation brings your energy back to yourself, and then the videos become just dead videos. But still, the videos are like the trophy of a serial killer. Like a serial killer will kill someone and they will keep their wristwatch and be like, oh yeah, I remember that person that I killed. This is about soul assassination. So sometimes the evil ones keep a file of women that they've raped and they like to look at those pictures and they're like, yeah, I remember assassinating that woman's soul. So they should not have those pictures anymore. And if someone is still marinating in the attempted assassination of your soul, that's a dangerous fucking asshole who can't be in the world anymore. And those people are also dangerous because not only they harmed you, they will harm again. They will harm again until they are stopped, because it is an inherent aspect of them that is broken inside. There's not a redemption. And their broken, mutilated penis that was done to please the Jewish God is just an extra cherry on top of the sundae of gross evilness of who they are as a soul. Okay, you can't blame it all on circumcision. And you can also say, something in this world, many men are circumcised. Not 100% of circumcised men go on to become sexually violent abusers and rapists. And that's a big thing for you to comprehend. Because I'm sure that some of the males who are in my class and who are in my audience right now, who are good males, are circumcised. You're like, that's interesting, because these circumcised males over here are like raping anuses and prisoners of war and doing all this stuff. But I'm a circumcised male and I don't do that and I don't want to do that. So it's not enough to be able to say like, poor you were circumcised and it made you a monster. No, you're a soul monster and a bad person, and then you come here and then you get circumcised and mutilated, and it makes you even worse. But people who are good people, and who are, good is a facile term, but people who have an intact soul and who are, of a much higher caliber of consciousness, And then if you genitally mutilate them, no, they don't immediately become evil rapists who go around eating babies. They don't become Jeffrey Epstein. You got it? Rebecca says, that was my next question. Should she go to entropy? I totally think that she should. And I feel like I've given her the benefit of the doubt, the opportunity to rise up off of her rape bed and destroy her own people who are victimizing her, and the opportunity to take responsibility. And none of that has happened. And I have zero amount of patience to wait around for her to do it. So at this point, the planet is ready to ascend. You can't have this big, giant hunk of unresolved crap that is continually churning out more satanic babies. Got to resolve that. Entropy. Entropy is the way. And like I said, every single one of you who has been harmed or violated is part of this class action suit. And you should have a victim statement. That's what they call it in the legal system, where you say, this is how this impacted you. You should communicate to the Shekinah or to the larger cosmic infrastructure that the things that were done that she invented and she facilitated and she granted the wishes of your rapists, how it had an impact on you. Write your victim impact statements, send them to the cosmic infrastructure address for that. Okay. Amy says, bye-bye, Kachina. You won't be missed. And I completely agree. She will not be missed. She has become a very destructive and unwholesome presence here, and there's not really a redemption for her. She is the origin of evil in your world right now, and that's a heavy burden to bear. Like, you can't. She's not going to fix her reputation. This is like she's at the end of what she can be. And Chris says, yes, I'm purging all of this. Thank you. You're very welcome. You are the good guys. Thank you for being able to listen to this story of what has gone wrong with males in our world, and to really internalize it for transformation. All right. Rebecca says, bedtime for me on the East Coast. Thank you, Aurora. This class fire. Good night. You're very welcome. I hope that everybody gets good rest and dreams of much better things than what I've been talking about, but you might need to process stuff. Okay. So Chris goes on to say, Aurora, Walter Russell, written in 1949, a booklet called Scientific Explanation of Sex, talks about proper sex partners, exactly what you're talking about. It mentions if two unbalanced mates are unequal in their opposition, the penalty is degeneration, mentally, spiritually, and physically. It's a bloodstream thing. You know, this is very, very truthful. There is such a thing as having a good genetic partner, and you have to look at your blood, Rh factors, genetic markers, recessive genes, all that type of stuff. But there's also something about the resonance of your heart. And Dan Winter has done some good work on this in terms of the materialistic sciences, measuring the coherence of a person's heart, like from your heartbeat and your soul signature, and seeing who that fits with. And he had some really interesting research about people who are super athletes have a very low resting heart rate. Like their heart might beat just like 60 seconds per minute, which is very low. And he said it's very hard for them to find heart coherence with other people because there are so few candidates who can fit with their heart rate. So you start to comprehend this. This is very truthful. Walter Russell was another person who was kind of like about electricity, nature, and electromagnetism and the way that water flows and flow functions. This is what we're talking about in terms of finding an ideal partner, an ideal procreative partner. It's about so much more than just physical dynamics. It is also about esoteric energies and frequencies and things that are hardly even perceived, much less measured in your world. But you could probably build some kind of a machine apparatus that would be like, okay, like we're going to scan your hand, then we're going to say like, who's a viable, partner for you? But I don't think that it would be positive to do that, because part of the journey of growing is for you to calibrate your feeling state to be able to walk into a place where there's lots and lots of different people, and to be able to feel like, who does my heart reach for? Who do I resonate with? Who feels like they could be a good partner with me? And then in a civilized world, the process of when you get to know someone and when you're dating is supposed to be like a long process of getting to know people so that you determine whether you're really a good partner. And then you're supposed to be matched for life. And if not for life, like at least for the lifespan of building a family together and then going through all those responsibilities. Like, you're not supposed to just be like hop into bed on the first date or like take 3 dates and then decide to marry someone. Like, none of that is an effective way to be able to assess who a person is and whether they are good at making these like profound life choices about who you should make babies with. Brenda B says, good night, courageous and amazing Master Aurora. Thank you so much. Once again, what a profound and powerful class. Huge love and gratitude. You're very, very welcome. Thank you for your excellence. Thank you for being such a wonderful student. Thank you for already coming up with a good list of clips that I can share from the long form of my video. So thank you very, very much. All right, Ashram, I'm glad to see that you made it to class today and says, have to head to sleep. Thank you. Always amazing to tune in. You're so welcome. And don't worry, this will be archived and it will go up because people I know have work and childcare responsibilities and things that you have to do. I know, other than just listen to me for literally 8 hours. Joyce says, thank you, Professor. Heavy class today. Love you and Cheeky too. It is a heavy class. So you know what? Everybody needs to take good care of themselves after delving into these topics. Here is my, wait, let me grab it. Selenite, gonna want to clear out your energy field with selenite, possibly take a bath. Gonna want to clear your energy field with some tuning forks. You might want to do sage, Palo Santo, any kind of thing that helps to clear out this heaviness. And then also, like, it is a good thing to be confronted with things that are wrong in the world so that you can fix them up. Go into your feelings. Go into anything where you're like, I reject that. That's not allowed. I'm not allowed to think that way. And kind of like just assess it, or go into the things where you're like, wow, that really does seem like what's really going on here. And then take this all and digest it towards doing something. Come to a resolution of empowerment. How do you make the world better from the way that is very fucked up shit and garbage? How does it get better? And this is something where, I am purging the world of a lot of these evil, satanic, and obviously pathogenic people. You will still be here. You guys are the good people in my class. You are going to be a part of this construction of what is going to be a good way to go forward. How shall males and females have a positive dynamic? What is the definition of what it is to be human and to be sexual in the world? And then also how to make wishes come true. For 6,000 years, you've watched the evidence of what happens when you grant the wrong wishes. You have to take back your wish-making power and make sure that you start to grant the right wishes, and also no more intermediaries. So once we disempower and disconnect the Shekinah from any type of connection to time, sacrifices mean nothing. Doesn't matter how many chickens you kill, they're all dead chickens, they don't get anything done. And guess what? I have already been doing this. What was supposed to be the bird flu outbreak last year was a psyop, not real, but it led to the death of a lot of commercial chickens. And the evil ones wanted to use that in order to amplify some spell. And I'm like, no, you will not be using this chicken loosh to amplify your spell. And so what I do is I make sure the chicken souls go where they're supposed to go. It only works when the souls are imprisoned, and then they can be used like a battery power. If those souls are free and they're already going where they need to go, then they are not stuck in the soul cage. That can be used like a battery. So over the past year or two, I have really cleared out a lot of imprisoned souls. That's animals and also aborted children and also people killed in war and other stuff like that. I'm not the only person doing this work. Please know that there are other good psychics that are doing this type of work, but clearing out the loosh and the emotional energy that is harvested devastates the satanic dark magicians. They have no gas to go in their car. So the Shekinah is like, oh, I see you guys are out of gas. How about I make a bunch more unloving fetuses for you that you can all kill or inject or, abort somehow. And it's like, if I prevent that from happening, and then also you're able to disconnect the Shekinah from being powerful in the world or granting the wishes of evil ones, like this is how you reclaim your world. This is the foundational root cause of the things that are incredibly harmful and uncomfortable to you here. This is how you fix things. Yeah, I want to come up with something like incredibly good to be able to say that. Like I don't know exactly how to do it yet. Well, I mean, you keep chipping away. I'm keeping chipping away. JH says Pentecostal church. Hellfire and brimstone teaches the powerful Shekinah glory of God. Do you think she gets energy from that? Totally. The Pentecostal church and the churches of shame, blame, and accusation and projection of your sinful nature. So part of the anti-God technology of the Satanic Bible is the original chapter that teaches you about original sin, the angel that says, get the fuck out of heaven because you're Adam and Eve and you're fucked up losers, and I'm going to be very mad at you now, and you have to go get ass raped out there by the satanics. This is a lie. This is an actually profound lie. You are innocents. You are not inherently sinful. You are unworthy of the punishments that have been projected upon you and required of you in this post-biblical, satanic, Shekinah-centered world. Hellfire, what is it called? Threats of your punishment and damnation were absolutely behavioral control mechanisms to control people to conform to Satanism. Like, you have to go through the motions of what the church wants and conform to those parameters. Otherwise, you would be tortured in a supposed afterlife of hell. But really, you have been tortured during your life. People who have had a diminished existence, like you're meant to be a rock star, but they make you work at the 7-Eleven instead, your life is torture. Your life is torture. Some people might enjoy working at 7-Eleven. They're like, hooray, I like to make drinks and sweep the floor. But for someone who has a greater capacity inside, that is a torture. You have to comprehend that the threat of an impending hell pales by comparison to the very real existence of the present hell. It's not really even about what you're doing after you die. It is really about the ways humans have been diminished and fed upon in life. And then very erroneously, they've been told that your escape hatch is death, and that if you die correctly, you will go to heaven, the tortures will cease, and you'll whatever, have something nice. And that is not truthful. It's a cul-de-sac and an imprisonment, and not real resolution and meta liberation. But it's because you torment a person enough in life, it breaks their spirit, and then they're like, just give me a pleasant afterlife, and they kill themselves, or they die. They willingly self-destruct. And you guys need to fight against that with everything you've got. You need to fight for life. Try to stay alive. And this is difficult because I'm like, well, like, maybe you should abort a satanic demon baby, but other than that, fight for life. Like, I'm being really, really facetious and silly in how I say this, but it's kind of true. Like, you should fight for the life that should be here. I've talked about microbes and pathogens. They should be killed. Get the bleach and the vinegar and wipe out the pathogens. But healthy microbes in your stomach should stay alive, right? So in the world, you must practice discernment. Some things and people should not be here, and they should be absolutely wiped out and non-existent. And some people should be here, and you should fight for life. And so to the evil ones and the pathogens, that should be wiped out. To those of you who are good, you should fucking fight for your fucking life and not die and think that you're going to go to Christian heaven. All right? This is big. Good, you got it. I heard people click into position. Pedro says, love the lasagna. Thank you so much. And Michelangelo says, 11:11 and snow blizzard here in Ontario. Oh my goodness. I hope that you're safe and warm inside. Elmer says, thank you so much, Professor, and everyone. I also say thank you to everyone in this class. You guys are brave, noble, and courageous. And I am noble and, saying things that are maybe difficult to hear. You are noble in being able to hear these things and mature in being able to really internalize this and change and grow. Suzuka says, this was such a good class and so informative. I feel like some puzzle pieces fell into place and of right and wrong. Thank you so much, Aurora. I wish we had another hour. Thank you, Cheeky, for sharing Aurora with us. I am so pleased for that. It's everything of why I do these long presentations, because it takes you on an emotional journey, and I know that it helps you to come to an inner resolution. So thank you very much for that. And I know that puzzle pieces clicked in for when I was saying these things about horrible, evil losers that they ass fuck their way to the top of the government, and then they make the wishes happen for themselves. Those are the satanic money managers. Those guys also learned how to manipulate people through money. Like, sometimes it's through sex and through sexual violence, but then sometimes it is through the violence of money, saying, you better do this thing for me. I will only pay you if you do this thing for me. Or you can only receive money if you do this thing for me or this thing for the rest of the world. The money as a tool for manipulation and enslavement is what we are changing right now in this world. And the money, the occult dollars, are directly connected to the Satanism that the Shekinah gave birth to. All of the dollars as an occult symbol of wealth were a connection to Satan. And I remember coming here as Aurora and not having physical dollars, and I felt so free from the money world. Like I didn't really comprehend money, but I knew that they felt like gross and satanic. And I really only had like a little bit of money in a change purse, and I felt very free. But the problem was, I didn't know that you got to pay for hot water. And I'm like staying at someone's house and I'm feeling very free, but they're working for occult dollars so they can pay for the hot water that I think comes out of a hole in the wall. So I had to learn about all of that. And then I'm like, oh, I need to get some of these occult symbols. And I started to comprehend what was going on. So please know that as good people in the world, you might have been inherently antithetical to the accumulation of occult symbols known as dollars. We're changing all of that right now. And it is the breaking back of the satanic empire. It destroys the Shekinah and all of her false wish making, and it destroys the type of false realities that are upheld through money, through materialism. Look at fucking LA and Hollywood. You got a bunch of very unimpressive, mediocre people who get some money and then have some power because they got some money and they fuck their way to the top. And this is not human nature and not the way it's always been done, but is the past 6,000 years. All right. Oh, so then good. I'm done. No more messages. All right. We are totally cool. Thank you. My profound gratitude to everyone in this class and to everyone who catches the archive, because you truly are courageous in your capacity to throw away the stuff that is lies and propaganda and totally reassess the truthful nature of your world, and that you're willing to trust in me and listen to me and the viewpoints that I share with you. Thank you so much for listening to my thoughts. Thank you for allowing me or encouraging me in my total authentic self-expression. I know that at times I used bad language and even might have poked some hornet's nests or afflicted some people's expectations of reality. And I thank you for even being here to present yourself and expose yourself to these ideas, however that impacts you and whether you choose to internalize them or not. But also, I know that I have a good impact on people and that this helps you to have a renewed viewpoint. To my knowledge, not very many people are talking about the origins of the first temple, the origins of where the demons came from, and the connection to this power source from the ancient pyramids. If you can tune in on that historical moment when one empire ended and this current empire began, you can tune in on the energy of how to end this current extremely fucked up empire, and then not only never allow it to flourish here, wipe it out in the whole galaxy and restore everything to the way it is supposed to be. So you now know from many years of galactic history, there are many years of, eons of problems in your Milky Way and in your solar system and on other planets. When you look at that and you're like, I'm scared because it's so big and it's been going on for so long. You're like, no, fuck that shit. This has been going on for so long. And you know what? It ends now. And it ends with your portion of the class action lawsuit against the Shekinah. If you were ever sexually violated or raped, you deserve compensation. Call me, better call Saul. But you do. And I'm very silly. And thank you for letting me be silly about it. But you should be a part of this cosmic lawsuit against the genuinely guilty parties. And you should get your energy back, be restored to your true individual life, which is your soul's journey, like who you're really supposed to be and what you're really supposed to be experiencing. And your whole entire planet, which has been very badly violated and put out of balance, should be restored to what you're really supposed to be. All right. So let's leave it on that. Next week, we'll reconvene. We'll do Flying Rainbow Lasagna and the future. And then the week after that, we will resume with Path of Light. And that is the antithesis of anything that I've talked about today. It is all the good stuff, all the uplift, all the divinity. It will be a wonderful cleansing sorbet from all of this evil ass rape that I had to talk about today. Okay, thank you. Thank you, and thank you for allowing me my very strange sense of humor. Okay, beautiful. I'm going to end this recording. And again, thank you to everybody who watches this.